Hello, welcome back. Glad to see you're still looking healthy and ready for more Smite 2 esports because we're back. I'm still Anthony Malm, joined again by Mifflin, and we're ready because we are watching some insane games in the finish out there of the EMEA finals. But now we got NA on tap, Miff.
I mean, there is so much
So
North America
many
on tap.
teams.
For those of you that haven't been keeping up with the bracket or haven't had access to it, there are over 62 teams here in North America, all vying for that top position, and we're gonna be along for the entire ride. Bear with us. I mean, I'm looking at a Google sheet of just names. I mean, there's so many, 66 total
66.
teams.
Wow. That is that's absurd. That's so many teams, but hey, it speaks to the level of excitement for being able to compete with some Smite too. And the games today have been wild from the EMEA side, but we know how kind of out of control NA can tend to be with these. There's a big spread of skill as well. So we'll see a lot of SCC names you might be familiar with. Of course, the SPL faithful will have their time to shine, but a lot from the SOC, a lot from the amateur scene are showing up for NA. So an awesome spread of talent.
Yeah, there really is. I think the first matchup we're going into is going to be Team Super Soccers, and that is the uh, court ordained pronunciation of that team name up against Team Vegitos. It pronounced like your favorite cartoon character, but spelled completely differently. For Team Super Soccers, that is Sokka, Basil, Lycan, Aggressing, and Sandman. And for Team Vegitos, we're looking at Golden HD, Angel, BD0, Pilot, Bayraneri, big name if you've been keeping your eyes on the SCC, and Hitorino, another big name from the SCC as well. So there's some talent here that you can cling on to if you're an OG Smite fan. If you're not an OG Smite fan and you're just checking out Smite 2, well, there's a lot of cool gameplay to be had. I'm really excited for this one just because I know what type of teams Bayraneri in particular has liked to pilot in the past. Generally, when we see Bayraneri play, it's a very mid-centric gameplay plan. Really love playing towards the center of the map. Bayraneri will be playing the jungle role this time around. Considering his partner here and his partner in crime, Hitorino, is playing in a solo lane, might be that we see that game plan of jam pressure into one lane
Yeah.
shift itself over towards the side a little bit and a little bit more solo focus.
So names I'm excited to see. Pilot is a name I'm actually familiar with a lot from the amateur scene. Usually somebody who plays ADC from what I've been familiar with in different finals, usually in the highest divisions too. So seeing Pilot in mid will be interesting. I've also seen a lot of Golden HD and in that Hunter role. So comfortability for Vegetos, but going to the side of the Super Soccers, like in Aggressing and Sandman, very familiar names from SOC as well as that amateur scene that I'm talking about. And honestly, for all of them, I feel like the group synergy there is something that's going to be really interesting to see. Because one of the harder things about Smite 2 Myth is there's a lot of unknowns. If you can be in with a team that you're comfortable with, if you've got comms where you can feel strength in saying, hey, let's try to make this play happen, even if it might not work, that's all that matters.
You know, I've come to a ground shattering revelation here, Anthony, and
Okay,
I
hit
feel
me,
like
hit me.
maybe there's a failing on our part. So Super Soccers, their hunter's name is Sokka. It's surely just the Super Sokkaers, right? Like
Yeah.
surely we're fumbling somewhere along the way.
I mean, that's gonna happen. Just 66 teams. How can you not fumble all the different names? There's some wild names out there. So honestly, the best we can do is our best.
We're
but
we're
this,
we're we're
the,
doing that.
the super Sokkaers, surely a name like that, you get a buff inherently.
Yeah, I mean a team that has named itself after itself. I
Has
mean
to go crazy.
titular Sokka out of the hunter role, going to be one you really got to keep your eyes on. But as you said, Lycan, one that you've seen a fair bit as well. I'll be
Yeah,
keeping my eyes on Aggressing Sandman too. I think that Aggressing Sandman combo, the jungle solo, I think that's a matchup we should really keep our eyes on,
I
considering
agree.
they're directly up against Baroneri and Hitorino. I'm excited to see it. We've seen a good deal of European gameplay now. Seems to me that some of the meta picks that are really contested are things like that Fenrir saw a lot of priority towards him in the ban column throughout their entire bracket. Hades as well seems to be very, very strong. I might be a Bacchus believer, legitimately. The Bacchus performances that we've
Yeah.
seen so far today, that god seems incredibly oppressive. Just a lot of damage output for a very low investment in itemization, while simultaneously maintaining a high degree of tankiness as well. Really makes it difficult to deal with that pick.
I'm also looking to see if the NA teams can find a slightly, I don't want to say better, because better is a little bit subjective at times, but a cleaner way of utilizing soul. I feel like we haven't not
Mm.
seen a full potential soul going nuts. We saw a few really good supernovas in the grand finals for EMEA, but I still feel like we haven't seen maximum power soul. And I'm the biggest soul fan in the world, so surely this is her time to shine in the NA bracket.
I think it might be a bit of itemization issues. I've seen a lot of hybrid builds. For
Yeah,
my money, I'm not a massive fan of the hybrid build. I mean, you can go for like hybrid magic, like in auto attack. There's some great attack speed int items that you could just move in towards. But we've seen like some strength int mixed builds. Dardez's build in particular on that Neath in the previous match, I felt like was really sacrificing maybe some of the best parts of her kit. Like, are you going for Kin's blades, but also going for like int infusions as
yeah.
well? Felt a little bit strange when you could just be a magical nuker or a guaranteed auto attack shredder as well. So I think dedicated builds as of right now with itemization as it stands, probably a little bit stronger. But we'll see. North America has always played to the beat of their own drum. That's been true every single year in Smite 1. Every single time we see a new meta, they're doing things very differently over here. There's been a massive schism between Europe and NA and how they think the game should be played. So we could be looking at what is essentially just a completely different version of Smite 2 as we jump to
I
this
wouldn't be
region.
surprised. I would not be surprised at all. And another thing too with the hybridization that you mentioned for going with builds, I feel like a lot of it is still being maybe a bit afraid to experiment and go too crazy. I mean, a lot of it with Kin's Blade, I see. It's the I've got to grab my Kin's Blade. Just like you would grab Kin's in Smite 1. Whereas now it's such a more particular item for a certain circumstance that I hope we see more experimentation of, okay, I don't have to go Kinsblade here. Let me try out. I came to this game. I was locked in. Go in ADC Soul. I've got myself a Bloodforged blade, but let me pivot. Grab some more lifesteal to make the Bloodforged blade feel good. But then look at some big time intelligence. Grab an Eldritch Orb and start looking to pop from that aspect.
Yeah, I think a lot of people too are probably far be it for me to say they haven't done their homework because I surely don't know all the items in the game either. But Alpha Weekend 1 Kin's Blade, 6% HP on every single auto attack was crazy. It was OP. And that's why it's
Yeah.
been nerfed pretty significantly going to Alpha Weekend 2. Now that I believe it's 20 flat damage or magical damage per auto attack, and then scaling damage based on HP gain from items. Yeah, it's a really complicated item if you want to like actually figure out the damage numbers you have. So unless the enemies are actually building HP infusion items, you won't really see the value of Kins. Even if, let's say, hypothetically, there's a god that has like 4,000 base HP, you're still not going to get that same value that you would have in Smite 1. The item just doesn't work how it used to.
Well, if you joined us this morning, we started out taking a peek at Nika's stream. We're going to look over at Snoopy's stream to get started with the NA side of the bracket. Get a peek at how games are
Oh, it's
going.
ending.
And it is ending. It's the same thing that happened this morning. Our timing continues to be immaculate, Myth.
Snoopy Evan Man Jones gonna close
Pop.
it out real quick. We got to see the style backflip. We get to see the fresh haircut from Snoopy. We get to watch the
Sheesh.
Titan go down, and it
The
didn't look
warehouse.
particularly difficult either. Yeah, Snoopy's setup is different. It, he's catering to OG Pain de Viande fans. For the 3 people in chat
Yes.
that got that reference, shouts, you're really cool. For everyone else, that guy also played out of a garage essentially.
Well, we got to peek in to see how the matchup went. A quick look at that. But hey, we saw a lot in that quick look, which continues to be the SPL teams are looking strong as can be. Those players, they have the experience coming in. We talked about what that means for comms as well as the overall understanding of mechanics and gameplay. And it's continuing to be true. But I still am holding out hope. I mean, we saw it. We did see the SEC team in terms of who they were take down the SPL from the previous finals, but I'm holding that hope for that Cinderella story, that upset team that nobody knows anybody on.
You know, it's interesting that you say that. I was actually speaking to one of our very popular field correspondents and massive pillar of the community, Solaire, and he was saying that just because you're good in Smite 1 doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be good in Smite 2. Unfortunately for Slayer, that doesn't seem to have panned out so far yet
Yeah.
today, but there is some truth to it. Although it is still Smite, it is an iterative process. Smite 2 is a different game as well. I mean, itemization being as different as it is, functions that are completely new in this game as well means that there will be opportunities for maybe some players that play other games to have a bit of advantage. You know, having perhaps 6 active items. Us Smite players, we're used to 4 buttons, 6 if you
Yep.
count relics. Now you could have upwards of 10 to 12. I can't do that personally. I limit myself to 2.
Yeah, my biggest flaw currently in Smite 2 is forgetting to use my actives. So use your actives. Did you all see what the mushroom did? Do you believe the mushroom hype now? It's
Oh,
absurd,
it's good.
but you've got to use it. And I was doing the same thing the first time I actually remembered I got to use my actives. I comboed a Jade Scepter into a stasis. I got the pushback into
Ooh.
the stasis, and I felt like I was the best player in the world until I died 3.5 seconds later. But in those 3 seconds was the potential and my mind exploded, and I'm looking for a lot of those plays today. We saw it for a moment as well with adapting. There was an escape during those grand finals where we saw the Ragnarok come out and then the blink once its cooldown came off from out of combat, and adapting was able to get extra distance comboing that move speed, the safety with the blink. So looking for more of those plays too.
And there's all sorts of unique interactions on map. Stasis, for example, has got a unique interaction in that if you open up the fire giant door, that thing crushes people. Stasis someone in the fire giant door, it can close on you. That is an instant kill. I've seen
That's
that
gotta be a bingo
a
card
few
moment
times.
somewhere.
Has to be impossible to do. I spent maybe 5 hours trying to do it myself. I've only ever been able to experience that joy through clips on Twitch and on Reddit. So maybe we get to see something exciting like that throughout the event. There's surely hundreds of other undiscovered interactions of similar magnitude as well. I mean, this game is completely untrodden snow. It is an alpha in the truest sense. Everything we see is emergent. Everything we see is
Yeah.
brand new, and it's so fun to see what players who are legitimately trying to break the game can do. And that's always been the mo of the highest level of Smite players is what is the most broken possible thing. I'm gonna do that and take every advantage I can get. And I'm me personally, I'm excited to see what they find.
I am too, and everything's an emerging state. The spectator, shout out to production, shout out to Doug Lewis and everybody for the performances we've seen so far with the spectator. It's tough to work with the free cam, but some of the shots that we're getting are great. Not just of Doug, which by the way, I should have taken the opportunity to name the crab. That's on me. Doug is
Yep.
the perfect name. I will at least suggest to the committee of a Dougie. I had some vibes.
Ooh.
Because he's a cute little guy, you know? So it's just Dougie kind of feels like it could fit. If it doesn't, that's okay. I'm cool with Doug, but as long as that
Won't
it's in
force
that
it.
vein. Yeah, exactly. No forcing. But if I call it Dougie, don't get mad at me either because it's too cute.
Yeah, definitely a good little guy, and Doug's been doing a great job making sure we get to check in with him towards the end of each one of these games. If you haven't seen the crab, I'm sure you'll have plenty more opportunities as we
Yeah.
go throughout the rest of this day. As again, there are, I believe, what did he say, 64 teams, some odd
66 teams for
66
NA.
teams, excuse me, playing in this event. For those of you who are just tuning in for North America, it is best of ones until grand finals, in which case we will switch to a best of three format. We'll be switching in and out throughout the day, taking little breaks here and there, but for the most part, we're going to be trying to keep that action rolling as much as possible. Apologies for the delays here as things are getting started. There's always going to be a bit of a hitch. It's not just alpha for Smite 2, the game itself, it's alpha for Smite 2 esports, and we're trying to figure out the exact flow of things. So thank you very much for your patience. We're going to get you in a game as quick as possible. Otherwise, though, I think maybe some of those small map details are an advantage that we get from this. We'll call it admittedly jank spectator situation slash tools that we have available to us. Getting those bird's eye view sky shots of the tops of pillars or the trees in particular. I mean, having played the game a fair bit myself, I didn't realize how aesthetically pleasing the game was. You don't often get to
Yeah.
get those perspectives.
A lot of the team fights too, getting to actually see the visual effects of the team fights and how they're combining from the spectator perspective. It's completely different to see how things interact. I really liked watching in the grand finals a lot of the way Chalk Ultimate was kind of illuminating team fights. It almost felt like there was an arena around it. The big boss fight in the rain with the lightning around it. It was big time vibes of that. It's definitely been great. And one thing too, going it back to kind of the character discussion and where you're going, what roles on her again for those just catching up, Anhur's disabled for this tournament. So one of the prominent ADCs that you could select, not there. Also really good in the jungle potentially, and support if you are a absolute demon. You can see my Mifflin's face, not looking for those interesting supports. We learned that earlier when I had the audacity to mention the Bologna support that I watched, and he just
So
felt
sorry
so
that
bad
happened
for
to
me.
you.
See, I know I went through a lot for it, but it's more I'm still looking for more of the character innovation, and with that, we are finally ready to get into picks and bans and see if there is some character innovation.
Gotta imagine the band's gonna stay largely the same. I'd be surprised. if Fenrir makes his way through. At least in my anecdotal evidence, the games I've played in North America, Fenrir has been very dominant. Hades, one of the newer additions to Alpha Weekend 2 alongside Soul, going to be the first ban overall. What makes Hades so good right now is the range of healing as well as his mobility. The new change to Hades allowing him to cast an additional ability within his ultimate, be it that he decides to silence you while he's ulting and you're stuck there now instead of leaping out, or devour souls for additional burst, or my personal favorite and I'm sure a fan favorite, leaping while in the ultimate and moving forward with it, has made him very versatile. The healing range increased to your allies, essentially mimicking a bit of what you could expect from something like a Baron Samdi in Smite 1. Just having that heal go outward a bit more has also made him incredibly powerful, as well as uncapping some of that healing. I've seen heals go upwards of 600 to 700 in the latest portions of matches. So maybe that's a bit too strong right now, and the Super Soccer has decided it's maybe not in their best interest to play against it.
The Vegito's less of an interest in Zeus, not wanting to mess with the Lightning. In the EMEA portion today, we saw Zeus really go off in a lot of team fights. The damage was pretty insane.
There are no
Yeah, and there's
gods who can
multiple
match
avenues
my
for building the Zeus
endurance
too. I mean,
and
we talked about it
virility.
briefly earlier, and it seems like the community is really all about the auto attack. Maybe I do want Kin's Blade and crit Zeus, and it is good, especially with the change to detonate not removing charges anymore. You can have that stun from detonate all the while continually auto attacking and benefiting from the triple charge auto attacks and strength scaling if you so choose. But for me, I think Mage Zeus is just such consistent damage with his second ability proccing a charge, with his chain lightning doing it, his ultimate can do it. It feels like there's just so many ways for you to get that detonate stacked up. You just want it to do maximum damage, and Zeus can legitimately tag you with a 2, tag you with an auto attack, drop the ult, and you're just dead.
Did get the Kukulkan as well, filling that space that might be left in the mid lane by Zeus. So the damage will still be there. Super Soccer still have 2 more picks to go, and they've got a lot of avenues they can look to explore potentially.
They do. I'd like to see a little bit more initiation potential here for them. I mean, limited, of course, but something like an Athena could likely help out, and maybe something they're considering. You don't necessarily want to look towards the Ymir. There's pretty decent options for getting past the wall between Fenrir and Odin already, so it will be the Athena lock-in. A little bit of global presence, standard initiation, and a Bacchus alongside it. Call for more frontline and initiation. They double draft it. This is a 3 frontline composition with Neith and CERN holding it down in the back. Don't be too surprised. It's not your standard double hunter. I think we are likely looking at a full nuke Neith.
We haven't seen a lot of stacking up on the tank options today. It's been a lot of damage forward for most of the teams that we've seen. So I'm surprised to see a stacked up front line, but we'll see if Super Soccers can make it work. Vegito still have 1 more pick to make.
They've essentially got pick of field here with no hunters readily available. Maybe you consider just looking towards, I mean, they don't really have a whole lot of options left, so I suppose it will just be the Loki for them. Loki's been, for me, the most underwhelming pick so far in the alpha weekends. I feel like that god really struggles, particularly in the latest portions of the game. Early game, Flurry Strikes is a great poke tool. You can stick to people really easily, apply that slow, apply your damage, no big deal. But Loki doesn't exactly have the highest consistent damage in the late game, and his burst damage is a bit lacking as well. Vanish is a dot. Flurry Strikes might as well be a dot, considering how delayed some of that damage output is. So his ability to stick to his targets tends to wane off in the late game. So whereas previously you would almost say like Loki really good at split pushing, really good at this, that, or the other, has great one-shot potential in Smite 1. I feel like he's more so a late early game to mid game pick in Smite 2.
It's a lot about learning where to position currently with Loki too. It definitely has changed. You can't go with the same mindset on Loki, because if you do, we've seen that be punished as recently as today. It's been a wild one to see how Loki works out, but Super Soccer's in my mind or the comp I'm excited to see just because of the different look we're getting to see.
Yeah, I mean, there's CERN. We haven't seen a whole lot of him today. Feels like he's been a fallback pick for most people. Haven't exactly seen a consensus. I believe we've seen CERN twice on the European side of things. Once was a hybrid build, and once was a slightly more leaning build. So excited to see whether or not he's going to go full strength. I know his auto attacks just absolutely shred right now with the changing the seasons. So should be some fun to be had there. Neath, I think, for the most part, generally does find her home in that full mage style. Chalk, we've seen some variety in. Either you want to build some of that strength so you have more damage output, or maybe it's a tank int leaning build so you get to get a little bit more oomph out of that healing. Bacchus, on the other hand, has been very consistent. We've seen him go full tank just about every single time with a luxury 6th item, a bit more damage. So I think there is some versatility here. It's hard to say where each one of these gods would go. It feels like there's a lot of flexibility that Bacchus, Athena in particular could be support jungle one way or the other. Maybe you take one in the solo lane, you're looking at a chalk jungle. It's hard to say exactly what the super Sakairs are going to pick up for themselves. Whereas the Vegetos, on the other hand, I feel like it's a little bit more clear. I think you're likely looking at an Odin solo. Where does that leave your Fenrir? Probably in either support or jungle. I would lean a little bit more towards support there, and then Loki jungle with Cuckoo and mid and still out of the ADC. But again, flexibility. We could be looking at Fenrir solo with Odin support or something along those lines.
And the Fenrir solo can definitely work given the current state of things. Fenrir has a few different build paths where you can go, still effective. Of course, being able to crit as well from Fenrir is another interesting aspect that he brings to the table. So we'll see if that is something we see later on down the line. But I'm kind of rocking with the solo Fenrir, potentially. Odin support feels like it can do a lot against the Super Stalkers here. I feel like you can do a lot to lock down the Kern. Obviously, the Athena. Chalk does have the Torrent, but with the way we've been seeing Chalk's play is a little bit less traditional. So could be a stronger pickup for Vegetos than immediately meets the eye. But let's head in the game and see how it does actually work out between the two. And we're right into a fight. No invade meta, just a brawl in the mid lane instead. Almost got the better of Basil.
Yeah, fortunately, no deaths missed there. No deaths happen. So both teams going to be limping back towards base. Good amount of potions were popped on both sides, though. So not full resources for either team. We'll have to wait for the map to develop a little bit more until I'm comfortable saying who's going where exactly. A good amount of presence over on the solo side, both Chalk and Bacchus staying involved in that enemy jungle. And looking at the builds, Bacchus goes damage in first slot, so maybe we're looking at jungle Bacchus, but there's also damage first slot on Chalk, so yeah, okay, Bacchus solo, Chalk jungle.
I was gonna say, Sandman is I've seen Sandman in a lot of roles. My favorite has always been solo, so excited to see there. And with what we've seen from Bacchus, you mentioned it, Bacchus kind of a sneaky performer today and doing the big numbers. So locking one in your solo lane, getting to build that long grind of getting to one-shot somebody late game is attainable for Sandman if that's the route they choose to go.
Yeah, and it's an interesting matchup too. We have not seen a Bacchus versus Fenrir just about ever. Bacchus has inherent anti-heal on that belt, so the same health, Fenrir gets a little bit less value, also has really good interaction and a brutalize. You can either leap the Unchained, make sure you're not getting stunned, or you can leap the brutalize and just go ahead and break that combo. Could be that hi-rez finds himself in a bit of a stalemate. I don't feel like Bacchus really threatens Fenrir either, but if one were going to get the kill, I would probably lean towards the Bacchus.
Some trouble in duo. Air Doug taking us there just in time to see one get away, but Basil having a tougher time. Pops that health potion. We talked a bit today about those health potions. They proc a lot faster, so they offer even more survivability than you might be accustomed to from Smite 1, and the use that they bring is immense, and it shows there, keeping Basil alive. And Vegetos were really interested in getting the fight out. That is one thing Soul brings early, Myth.
Yeah, just so much pressure potential early on. And it will be a strength first item, but if memory serves, there are options on the intelligence side of things that could go from that axe, but we've also seen a good deal of just straight up auto attack, strength, penetration, souls. Really helps out around those structures, especially if you're going to have no real dedicated structure damage dealers elsewhere on the composition. Maybe we're looking at like a Shogun's pickup. You can have the Odin just stim attacks speed at the same time. This could go really fast.
Solo laners doing solo lane things. Peterino is just doing anything to not allow Sandman to keep it at the tower line. And the Warhammer fight can break out. The stun will be good to stop it for the moment. Hirino's a bit low to be constantly contesting it. Why, you might ask? There's a jungler lurking. There's the jump already committed by Sandman. Baron Aries look for the early gank, trying to find the first blood. The beats coming out, but Sandman moving too slow. First blood for Baron Aries and the Vegetos.
Yeah, just got a little bit over aggressive there. Sandman goes for the leap. Knowing that Unchained is available, you have to expect that leap's going to miss, but likely wasn't expecting the jungler hovering nearby. And why would he be? There's no buffs up on this side of the map. The timers are a little bit strange. That was a rotation made explicitly to try and deal with the soul laner, and successful this time around. Loses out on the beads as well. Could be that we see a circle back. If Hi-rez ticks 5 in the next 170 seconds, and Baroneri's nearby, I'm thinking that's another free kill on the Bacchus.
That's a play style. A lot of these players as well is enjoying those early games, early fights. And aggression onto aggressing, looking for the Torrent out. Cannot find it. Body blocks too. Will there be any chance? The answer is no. Baroneri, second kill already. 2 before 4 minutes. And could have another one lurking. Basil going to take the unfortunate passing of running into the decoy. The dash to get away. The stun catches. The bomb too. But Lycan there for backup. An ultimate online. The Geos get too crazy. That's enough to back them off and save Basil.
That's another example of the new HP pot really putting in some work there. Not body blocked by the decoy this time around. Basil survives that exchange. Maybe is trying to fish for that taunt. Ultimate available for the need. Shock was on the way out of base. Not nearly as bad as it may have appeared, but certainly playing with fire there. Basil will make his way back to base. All the while, though, allows time for a little bit of jungle steal. That Loki getting really active.
Baroneri trying to make both sides of the jungle belong to Vegito's, and no answer from the turn. Matter of fact, still not able to hit level 5. hi-rez was able to get aggressive in the jungle at level 5, like Mifid mentioned. Found a kill on Sandman in that solo lane. Where is the Loki? Baroneri? Taking time, not willing to overcommit onto Sokka.
Not a whole lot that he needs to have done here just yet. Ultimate becoming available just then. Maybe opens up the door to making some of these earlier rotations, but hasn't made his way back to base to pick up a full item just yet. Will be Jotun's in that first slot, get a few more potions, and nowadays buying potions, like, it really does feel good. I think that's a massive concession that Smite 1 players have had to make, is so often after your first back, you don't really want to buy another HP pot. You really don't want to buy any mana potions, but here in Smite 2, with how quickly they tick, it really does change the outcome of some of these engagements. We saw it already in that 2-1 mid tower, barely slipping away from that dot damage thanks to the 25 HP ticks.
The taunt find its way on Angel. We'll see if this is a kill, but that's the case will come to separate, but Lycan was not caught in it. So could have stepped up, but help arrives just in time and is enough to get the chalk out of there. Was looking dangerous for a moment though, but a real good rotation from Pilot. And I mentioned Pilot, somebody I'm familiar with seeing in ADC around the amateur scene. So making a nice rotation like that from the mid lane, already speaking volumes to the map awareness of the Vegetos.
Doing a really good job keeping the pressure up too. I've really liked watching the Vegetos maneuver the map. Seems to me they're really focusing their gameplay around Baroneri. If Baroneri isn't there, we're seeing very defensive positioning for the most part. We're not really seeing too many attempts on invades, but if Baroneri is there, the position gets a little bit more aggressive. Case in point, we're seeing already Pilot peppering in some damage, Baroneri hovering in the wings, praying that the Super Sokkas decide to get a little bit over aggressive here. Like he did realize Loki's hovering nearby and does. Go ahead and back himself up. Gold contestable on the left-hand side, but that one's going to go over to Basil. It is one of the most dopamine-fulfilling actions you can do in Smite 2. Yeah, I love capping the gold. It gives 30 gold to everyone on your team. Just having that little bit of extra, knowing that your boys are looking out for you. When I get one that I didn't capture myself, it's like, oh yeah, that is a tangible feeling of teamwork.
That and the Warhorn. If I see that my soul laner is dominating the Warhorn battle, I am now their #1 fan. I'm screaming from the rafters every time a Warhorn gets popped. Like, yeah, don't let him touch it. Control the whole thing, and that so far has been the case. We'll see if it continues to be. The Bacchus solo, though, going right into that Soul Devourer that we've seen a lot today.
Yeah, I'm such a fan of Soul Devourer. Having 15% damage off of your abilities hitting, right? It's just delayed damage, sure, 4 seconds of dot, but really makes it so easy for you to poke in, get out.
There's the poke in. There, get out. The Storm Call just trying to get away, creep space. It's denied. Another kill for Baroneri. Sandman does rotate in, gets the 2-man knockup, has Lycan there for backup, and Lycan with a big shutdown onto Baroneri. Will force hi-rez to get out of dodge with no interest as well. A great fight. One of the best rotations we've seen from Super Sakas are here early on.
Yeah, those were really fast response from them. I think it was on rotation back from base, so very easy for Lycan to go ahead and just shift up his pathing a bit there and make sure he's involved in that right-hand side fight. Love the pre-beads from Baronary to make sure that Flurry Strike isn't interrupted by Chalk's ultimate. Sticks to him, makes it easy to knock him down, but the escape path wasn't exactly there. It looked like he had actually body blocked himself just a bit in that tower on his own decoy. Takes an extra shot. Not saying that'll really change up too much there once Sandman got involved, but maybe. Could have gotten him a little bit further with that stealth. A bit more difficult for Sandman to track him out. So, fortunate for Super Sokka, giving over a small opportunity.
The enemy captured the Warhorn. That means it's going to Vegito's. So there's that pump up I talked about. Keep on grabbing him. Odin gonna look to make something happen on Basil. The Supernova follows up great, but just not quite enough to kill. Not every shot finding damage. Baronary looking to potentially dive through. Checks options, but Basil had backed up too far. Looking at items, if instantly something that's been completely grabbing my eye. A lot of Sentry Ward upgrades early on.
Yeah, the vision battle has been consistent, hasn't it? You'd think it'd be whiles away until we see a lot of dedication towards Sentry Wards. Generally, you see those picked up, at least in Smite 1, when neutral objectives become a bit more contestable. I don't think either side's confident in their ability to just go ahead and pull one just yet. Neutral objectives really are just so much more difficult to kill here in Smite 2. The Titan, the Fire Giant, even the Fury feels like it's just a little bit tankier than it used to be, but you want to make sure you do have that opportunity when you find a pick or something along those lines. Have to make sure you have some of that vision available. Speaking of opportunities, a little bit of neutral farm spawning on its right side mid camp. Pathfinder should go over to Super Sokka, and it does. But what's happening elsewhere? You got to think, well, if they're not contesting this, what are they looking for? It's a wraparound in the duo lane.
I like this look for Odin. I'm sure Vegito's like the same thing.
It's a dash.
Already used from the Kern. The opportunity is perfect. The Kern catches. The damage hasn't followed quite yet. Kern will get out of the cage with the autos, and now a defender for Lippis comes too. So a bit of a dropped kill there for the Vegitos, which is a rare sight so far, but they don't drop the one in the mid lane. Lycan will go down. Can they return the Baronary? Yes, they can. Aggressing makes it work. And Pilot will chase away that shock. Make sure there's no further bloodshed.
Classic response in the center of the map. If Neith's going to sit in the middle of the wave, charging up an ultimate to get involved in a duo fight, that's an easy target for you to jump on. That's exactly what Baronary is able to accomplish there with the help of Pilot. Unfortunately, the counter rotation from Chalk does make him pay for it. Good for ult trade, pretty good. Basil hit by the ultimate. Soul knocks him down.
Just touched the toes of Basil. Almost was able to get away. But that's 6 kills for the Vegitos now, leading to the 2 of the Super Sokkas. And the gold lead myth, not half bad either, sitting at 5,000. And we're seeing that in itemization. A lot of full items coming out. The Warhorns have been piling up throughout this game. The Vegitos are sitting in a great spot.
Yeah, it's something you were telling me about just previously while we were watching the European games. It felt like even though a team would be getting significant advantage in the team fight, it was really difficult for them to separate themselves in gold. Seems like the Vegitos have not had that issue. 5,000 traditionally is a significant alarm bell. Now you're talking about like a tier 2 item per player on side of the Vegitos, or maybe one guy's got just an entire item on his opposition. So there's a lot of additional strength. I'd like to see the Vegitos start making some active efforts towards rotations on Gold Fury. Feels like they've got a really good composition for just dealing with it. As far as confirmation is concerned, nothing's beating out Spear of the 9 Winds. If Loki's there as well as Soul, you've got really consistent DPS throughout the early as well. So, opportunity to look towards gold if they so choose, or if they're not feeling any pressure, and why would they be? Just keep doing what they're doing, and that's going towards Soul Lane and making it happen.
Making it happen by bringing down Sandman. Tier 1 will survive for the moment. The response from Super Sokkas isn't too bad. Aggressing gets a Storm Call off. The damage is decent too.
Oh, he's so bad.
And the Neathal by Baronary. It was nice hanging. Luckily, Eaterino will get away for the side of Vegitos. Golden HD able to get a kill onto the Kernanos with some help from the Odin on the duo lane side in the meantime. Is this a gold call?
Should be. Pull on gold looks good. Nobody.
Great
on
call.
this side of the map. Yeah, this is just clean. Oh, there's how many people in the Soul Lane? Okay. And just killed who?
Okay, let's go.
Don't even need to look for anything on confirmation. Don't need to get special with it. just knock that one down. Looked like Athena tried to make the rotation, takes the solo side teleport over towards duo, but too little too late. Not exactly threatening on the steal. Should he have gotten there? Regardless, overstay potentially here from Aggressive. He's real low.
And real dead. Definitely seeing it gray now. Hitorino just followed it out, just caught the chalk at the right time, and was able to make the play work. Sandman, who's having a tough laning phase, will walk back, but Hitorino has positioned deep in the jungle and will grab the Warhorn from it and definitely look to grab some poke on the Sandman. This could be dangerous. Speeds are down. And there's a jump forward. We'll look for it. I like this for Hitorino. Does not have that Ragnarok online, though. A bit limited in what's possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like Sandman is very willing to use his leap to create space, but in this matchup, you have to hold leap until we see a dedicated ability from Hitorino. If you leap to create space, Hitorino's going to leap forward and then just brutalize you to stick to you. You have to wait out here the Unchained or the Brutalize and leap in response to that. Otherwise, you're just making a very easy target for Hitorino, who is playing with a lead as is. Sandman actually in a bit of trouble. Could be in the exact same position. Both duos getting rotated on.
An attack on all fronts for the Super Sakas. Namesake gone. Athena stuck, still arriving in lane. Will be okay. Hitorino did find that kill on the Sandman with the help of Baronary. They dove in between the tier 1 and tier 2, which will spell the end of that. Basil and Basil and Angel, a bit of dancing there. Will be the worst. Gets caught in the storm call and goes down to Lycan. I mean, the dancing was cute, at least in the build-up.
Yeah, I was just trying to avoid that taunt. We see it a lot when they're here in the game, right? If I run circles on him, he can't hit the cone. A little bit easier for Athena. And turns out if you're running circles around an enemy, you're effectively taunted regardless. Lines that one up. Makes it easy for the rest of the team to rotate through. This chalk's been getting a lot of value. I've really liked watching Aggressing play. Generally, it's been late rotations. We're seeing them play responsive to Baronary as opposed to proactive, but the responses have been there for the most part. It's at least made the Vegetos pay for one each time. 100% kill participation for the jungler of the Super Sakas. But farm is just a completely different story. Things are getting really bad here.
Real out of hand. 10K. Not a point you want to be at 15 minutes. Close to 10 kills as well. Golden HD willing to take on this 2v1 with how low Sokka was. Plus,
Hard.
Again, look who's lurking. It's Baronary. Tale as old as time in this game is Baronary being sneaky. Oh, man. So close to it working out, but the commit to the back works. And Baronary can't find the Athena either. So he'll have to just back in frustration. But they see Aggressing. They've got Odin. Kugu's not far either. They'll commit for it. The Storm Call will be brought out in response and back them all up.
Really good Storm Call there. If the stun connects, that buys time for the Odin Cage. Instead now, it's run away. Odin Cage still available, so if space is needed, could just toss that one out. Threat that Aggressive poses on his own, and goodness, the first true look at damage we got from Zephyr alone doing 25%. Chalk's HP there.
It's been such a relaxing mid lane for Pilot, man. There's just been so much farm to be had, which gets the damage online so much quicker. It's no wonder that Whirlwind did so much damage, and Sokka had just come back.
Uh-oh, Pilot, no man's land.
Could be no man, no more. The jump, oh, and the knockup wasn't found by Sandman. And look at the damage. It's absurd. That opens opportunity for Hitorino. The Brutalize, good. Onto Aggressing. The big dog, gonna be good. Pilot actually cleans it up on the Sandman, but damage done. Vegetos just continue to make short work of the Super Sakas.
Fury pulled down to half. No rotation in just yet. CERN spots it out. It's around 2,000. This could be an honest steal attempt.
Sokka goes in, the Odin Cage will lock in that Kurno's defender. Once they get through, they pick up the Gold Fury. Golden Fury through them. It goes to Vegetos. They find a kill with it. It's Sokka. Basil could be next. Will dash away to the safety of Lycan, but how safe are you when Baronary is lurking in the jungle, that mighty jungle? Now the Super Sakas are sleeping.
That is tough. Your call, first off, very tough. Love that. Secondly, just a massive Gold Fury at this portion of the game, maybe not the biggest deal. Gold Fury plus tier 2 tower plus 3 kills and potentially a Phoenix on top of it. Things are dire.
It's surgical from the Vegito so far. It's so clean. Every call has been pinpoint. And this matchup did not look one-sided on paper to me, especially the names I was familiar with. So seeing the Vegitos go crazy like this, I know you felt the same way, Myth. It's so surprising. This gold lead has hit the, you know, over in the amateur league, gold leads get like this, Myth, and I go, you can read the gold lead. I won't mention it.
15-ish thousand. It starts to become so rich. It's not even affecting gold. Fenrir in a bit of trouble, but let that be an example of the opportunities and advantages afforded to those of us that are a bit more affluent. He is so far ahead that there was not enough damage there to kill him. I mean, it tickled him. He's limping back, but he's got free healthcare in base. He'll be just fine as soon as he makes his way back. And it was an expensive attempt at his life, taking away the most important ability on the side of Super Sokka's. If Chalk's ultimate is down, I just don't see a world where they're winning a fight.
The good news for the Super Sokkas is we've seen so far today, it is fairly difficult to make a siege attempt unless you are pinpoint in the way you allocate your resources during that siege attempt. So the Super Sokkas can play as much of a long con as they possibly can and end up playing decent tower defense. They can at least prolong the game, getting back into it, different story, surviving the onslaught, different story, but they can at least make an attempt and set up deep in their own side of the base.
See, so often we see teams playing at a deficit refuse to allow any neutral ground, right? They want to play in the jungle. They want to be around for Fire Giants and Gold Furies. It feels bad to just watch the gold lead climb without participating in the engagement, but as we said, the defense might just be a better look for them. CERN, maybe in some trouble here. Cancels his own back. He has no idea he is surrounded.
You hate watching it from this angle if you are a Super Sokkas fan. Baronary will catch. And Defender of Olympus is coming. It was cooking for a moment. Athena's here, could maybe find the kill into Baronary, and will. So Basil not making it entirely a bad trade for Super Sokkas if they can get away, but that is now a distant memory. The Odin Cage will lock down Basil. The damage is good from the rest of the Vegitos, locking down Lycan. And everybody gets to watch as Aggression goes down in the big dog's mouth. Golden HD is unstoppable, and the Vegitos are cooking.
I mean, Golden HD has gone unchecked this entire game. Getting a little bit of benefit of additional attack speed there from the Odin. Marcus, damage good. Drops soul really low, and it's really difficult to knock down birds nowadays. I don't know if you're seeing those numbers correctly, but it's still got 2,600 HP. That nearly cost him his life. A good separate timing should make Golden HD a difficult target.
With Sokka here, Vegitos will just say, all right, we get it. We'll back up. But damage is done. The opportunities have now presented. Gold Fury is about to respawn. That's a tasty target if you are the Vegitos. They also have yet to focus in on Fire Giant, which we have seen Fire Giant be considered later in the 20-minute marks. So it's on the horizon. And I don't know if there is a Hail Mary play there for the Super Sokkas. I just don't know if they can contest it in this current state. I mean, Hidorino is getting pincered by 3, but the odds might not be that bad. Ragnarok used. And we'll get away. They don't even want to chase it, Myth.
And by the time they catch up to him at the tail end of that ultimate, Brutalize would have been available for a little bit more space. Unchained again. All they've done now, the Super Soccers, that is show their hand on the right-hand side of the map. Classic play happens once more. Vegitos take note. Knock down the Gold Fury. Too much damage there. Titular Sokka can't get involved there. There's no way he even attempts the steal. So the Vegitos will notch their 3rd Gold Fury of this match. At this point, the only thing slowing down the Vegitos is their unwillingness to group up as 5. They could stack up, pull a Fire Giant, and force any engagement. Any fight they take, barring a 2 versus 5, is likely favored.
It almost feels like the sprint to level 20 or the marathon to level 20 is kind of hindering Vegitos. They're focusing on farm and getting everything finished up, finishing up items. But I think the 5-man group up, go for the Fire Myth. I think you're right on the money. Seems like the Vegitos might be thinking the same, at least trying to bait out that Fire Giant. They do start it up, not a full commit. They look for a pick on the Sandman. But the CC is actually working decent so far. This might be the best fight we've seen from the Super Soccers. Can they actually get more picks off of it, though, is a different story. They lost a lot of health, only got the one, and now hi-rez is here and healthy, and Baroneri's combining with the Fenrir, and they are bringing everybody down. That's Toucan already for the Super Soccers. It looks promising. A 3-man knockup looks cool, but you know what they're seeing is nothing but black and white. Sandman with the stun will lock it down for the Vegetos. They drop 4. There's no Kern in sight. Fire Giant time.
Silver linings where they lie. CERN able to at least knock down the tier 2, potentially threaten that Phoenix as well. Fire Giant's not going exactly fast, but Phoenixes are incredibly healthy nowadays. It's going to be a good long while until he's able to actually knock that one down. Likely force a reset here. He's got the wave right behind him. Dashes out, has to cancel it. We'll see whether or not he's safe. Will be this time. So tier 2 tower for 4. And Fire Giant, 1 traded out as well. Golden HD does fall for the first time this game. Essentially 2 versus 4, like we had said a little bit earlier. Maybe the only way he could have died, but does so. But at what cost? The entirety of the Super Soakers, as well as a Fire Giant on the belt of all 5. Now it's just time to knock down birds. There's 1 tier 2 tower still remaining. I doubt we see too much of a commitment on defense there, especially considering this composition from Super Soccer. It's just not that good at defense. You don't have a great way to keep the waves out. You don't have a dedicated like standard mage. Instead, a lot of that responsibility is going to fall towards Lycan. He's also, Lycan that is, the highest source of damage on your team towards enemy gods. So if he's wasting Spirit Arrow or Unravel on clearing an archer or clearing a minion, all of a sudden you're relying on consistent auto attack damage from Sokka, and he hasn't exactly got a whole lot of that. And the targets on the side of the Vegetos is quite elusive. Consistent damage doesn't work very well against gods that have as much sustain as someone like a Soul or HP shielding, like someone like an Odin, or the slippery nature of the Nuka Kolkin with the dash.
Basil saw Baroneri and called in the troops. Saw the Neath ultimate come out from Lycan to lock down Baroneri, but the Invis is breaking ankles and they can't find it. And that hard commit onto Loki has opened the door for the solo lane Phoenix for the Vegetos. They head right to it. They make short work of it. And Chalk is still caught over in solo because Baroneri stopped the back. So on this mid-Phoenix fight, you're missing your Chalk. You'll be late to the fight. Luckily, the Super Sokkas, it's yet to have been taken advantage of by the Vegetos. The Ragnarok will look to do it. The Fender of Olympus was enough to deter, at least for now. But damage done for the solo lane Phoenix, it's no more.
Yeah, no resets just yet, even low HP bars as they are. Angel in particular, not exactly healthy right now, but if you can split the push and maybe burn away a few more resources, a good fight could emerge. Baroneri force use the beads and Bloodforge defensively, and gains nothing for it. No footing gained for the Vegetos on the center of the map, and now too low, likely will be forced to reset. Maybe grab some of those camps on the way out, look towards some neutrals, but I don't think there's much more in these Phoenixes.
No Amantia charm for the Vegetos. We've seen a lot of the Mushroom today being what's kept the sieges ongoing. It's not there. Maybe they need the healing now. hi-rez almost poked down and dropped. Was able to get the jump off just in time. Without Unchanged, there'd be no more Fenrir. Maybe that would stifle the Vegetos, but still, Myth, nothing has been able to slow them down aside from their own hubris of staying when they're not healthy, not grouping as 5. But on this Gold Fury, which now would be an Ancient Fury, they're going to have everything locked down. They can reset and arrive full strength potentially in this game.
Yeah, had they elected to actually knock down that Ancient Fury before getting poked out so heavily, they would have had a little bit more time to play with. Seems to me they're going to play around that timer regardless. So Phoenix is now disabled, I believe. You can see that big spooky graphic on them. Just locking the birds down. It's just like Joust 3v3 and Smite 1. For now, there's nothing protecting these birds except for enemy gods.
Sandman trying to be the one to protect it, forced to use the beads early and walk away. Took half health of damage. And the Vegetos seem to be realizing just how much room to play with they have. Spirit of the Nine Winds gonna do okay damage to Basil, but still, they're standing strong in defense. The Super Sokka's not going down easy. Sandman Sam maybe off the mark there with the knockup. Couldn't find Pilot, but Pilot got stuck. Is able to be picked up by Sokka. That's a gigantic pickup in that fight, and possibly the only reason they're still standing is the missed knockup turning into opportunity.
Yeah, I think Pilot maybe... I didn't realize how far on the backline he was. He might have dashed into the backline on accident. Maybe he's just trying to pop Slipstream and unfortunately was in his own tornado or something along those lines. But putting himself so far in the enemy backline, creating an easy target for Super Sokka, and effectively ending the power play around the Ancient Fury. Fire Giant timer should be wearing out around the same time as well. So reset back to neutral, pick up some Sentry Wards, get ready for the Fire Giant dance. This time around, though, there will be enhanced mini waves working their way across that right-hand side. Right Phoenix, maybe one of the easiest to defend while simultaneously contending with the Fire Giant, but the gold is still just as bad, if not worse, as last time we checked in.
It's pretty bad.
And nobody's full build just yet on the side of the Vegetos, I don't believe, so plenty of strength to be collected. Just finish up that hi-rez there for Baronary. Golden cleans up his build on last back. Angel as well. Pilot is still working on maybe a final item, but they're approaching full build, whereas I'm looking over at Super Sokka, and they don't even have full components in their build. I mean, 4 items there for Basil. Just now finishing up an item for aggressing. Things are beginning to close up a bit, but it's going to be a while till they're fighting on fully even ground.
There is a World Stone online for Pilot, so cooldown of the ultimate reduced by 20%. We're seeing a lot of Spirit of the 9 wins, and with this Fire Giant around the corner, that is a fear that the Super Sokkas have to have, is if you run into one. Peterino maybe caught out, just trying to slow things down for the Fire, but has to use Bloodforge, has to use everything, and is somehow still able to get away. Meanwhile, Fire down to 10%. Here's the commit. Super Sokkas, can they get it? No! Golden HD, able to secure the Fire Giant. Baronary finds Lycan. The full commit, the Hail Mary play from the Super Sokka. Is it enough? No! The Vegetos shut it down quickly. Triple kill for Baronary, and the game is all but theirs. It's just aggressing standing.
Legacy game from Golden HD. You'd think it'd be Pilot securing the Fire Giant, but Golden HD says he has to do it himself. Secures the FG, takes the fight immediately afterward, transitions that damage so well into the engagement. Felt like Super Sokka is all in on trying to steal it away. Hadn't even considered what happens afterward. Even had Super Sokka gotten the objective, that team fight was not looking great. And so, the Vegetos knock down their enemies and approach the throne.
Aggressing. The hero play, the moment, not going to be there. This is the Vegetos moment. They've locked it down. That Titan will fall. A dragon to make it look pretty, and the Vegetos take this game, and they move on in this tournament, and they do it strongly, and Dougie sees us out of the game.
I mean,
call him
that
Dougie.
game, it goes long, but I don't think it was ever quite in question. I think we were looking at like an average throughout the best of 1 phase. In Europe, it was about 22 to 27 minutes, especially in those more one-sided matchups. This one does go a bit further in the distance, but looking at slash lines, looking at gold, looking at itemization, everything that goes down, objectives, it's all looking like it's the Vegetos, and they come up cleanly here. Some fight back potential, though. In particular, I really liked what I saw from aggressing. I thought some of Basil's ultimates were really well timed as well. Lycan had some really impact ultimates from the center of the map, but at the end of the day, it was just constant pressure from Baronary. It felt like he was always exactly where he needed to be. He was rotating between the towers and the soul lane. He was making sure Golden HD was playing with a lead. And when Golden HD is playing with a 3 to 4 level lead the entire game,
there's so much you can do.
It's going to look good.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do against it. Baronary performed so well, and a lot of stuff we were hoping we would get to see perform just never got to that point. The Bacchus solo, we were both excited about it. We talked about how good Bacchus has looked today, but in this instance, just could never really get ramped up. And when it did work, we saw it. You mentioned it. There were a few team fights where it was like, hang on. Is this the comeback arc? Is this the angle of how you get back in, playing off of the knockups, maybe the belch, but just ultimately shut down time and time again. And Baronary really played up, but Hitorino as well. You talked about Golden HD. There's so much to talk about from the side of the Vegetos and what they were able to put together, but I think you encompassed it best by saying cleanly. That entire game was just clean.
Yeah, the objective calls as well, I think, were very, very good from them as we jump into the bracket and get a look at how North America has begun to progress. I really, really like some of those Gold Furies. I really like the Fire Giants too. Just felt like if there was a response on one side of the map, the Vegetos were doing something more important somewhere else.
And this is a gigantic bracket. 66 teams in total for NA have been competing. So we're making our way through. It's going to be a long day of a lot of great Smite too. But I gotta say, the level of talent already, it just looked different. There's something about that game that has given me the idea of, all right, we got ourselves some games. We got some cooking going on in the builds. We were talking about the build diversity that we might see between EMEA, excuse me, and NA. And we got to see a lot of that. We even saw the different play styles. That was one of the most aggressive Lokis that we've seen today, the most aggressive Loki we've seen today. And you and I were talking about the problems of Loki at the moment, how it feels like he can't do Loki things. And Marinari proved us wrong.
Yeah, maybe one of the most successful Lokis we've seen on the day as well. I mean, that it just felt like he was fully embodying the pathos and ethos of I'm gonna one for one. I'll go
Yeah.
in. I'll get my guy. I'm not coming out alive. And they may have patched in a way for Loki to make it out alive a little bit more frequently, but it still is difficult. Again, Loki now gets that vanish reset on kill, but it didn't quite get Baronary out of all those sticky situations. But I did notice one thing on that bracket that I really enjoyed. And I know we're not supposed to be biased here as commentators, but I
Okay.
saw a team name called Talaria Boots, and that spoke to me. I'm going to be rooting for them for the rest of the day.
Completely understandable. Everyone's got to have a sentimental favorite. Pick yours. We'll be right back after this short break with more Smite 2 to see how far those favorites go. Hello, welcome back. I missed you. Hope you missed us. Still Anthony, still Myth, still more games to go on the NA side of the bracket for the Smite to Amu. Is that the correct name? Did I nail it?
Amu?
Did you not say Amu earlier? Am I losing my
What are
mind?
you? AW2?
AW2. I lost my mind.
Amu.
Amu. We work with Amu though. I don't know where that came from. You know, Dougie, Amu. We'll workshop. We'll keep workshopping. That's that. We got a long day to workshop. Thankfully, we have more games on the horizon. We've got ourselves Cowabunga, which I know everyone's been looking forward to, going up against Smoothie coming up. So I know Cowabunga has been the team. It was one of the first teams announced. It was all over Twitter. Everyone was freaking out about the roster myth. So please take us through it.
I mean, looking at it, the forecast is looking tough for Team Smoothie. I'm gonna take you through Team Smoothie first, okay?
Okay,
We're,
yeah,
we're
I
gonna
like that.
start there. Let's talk about some of these guys. Give them a moment to shine. Holding it down in the Hunter is going to be Tornby. Guardians Dig Tux. That's your duo lane. Tornby Dig Tux. Mid lane is going to be Captain Bilal with Super Chicken roaming the map on jungle, and Feeper is your soul laner. That might be one of the best names I've
That's
read
so
all
good.
day, and I have read hundreds. Um, Unfortunately for Smoothie, they have decided to meet up with a absolute stacker in Cowabunga. These Cowabunga fellers,
Whew.
this should be illegal, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hunter role, it's Yark the Shark. That's Yarkor, world champion, by the way. Guardian, he'll be duoing with Aurora, world champion, by the way. He'll be playing Paul in mid, world champion, by the way. Panatom, world champion. Goodness, I'm running into things. And Solo or Troll is going to be holding it down in the soul lane, so there'll be no trolling to be had. It's just not true, by the way. It's simply not true. He will troll, but he'll do it in solo.
Yeah, this is gonna be a game. Smoothie have a tough task, to say the least. You can see it on the bracket. That Cowabunga are looking primed. We'll say that. I think that's a good way of putting it. I am keeping my eyes on Talaria boots though, Myth. We'll,
Yeah,
we'll keep our
they'll be
eyes
fine.
on match 19 for you, just to keep. We got to keep a lockdown of how Talaria boots is doing throughout the day. It's only fair. What an item.
What an item! What a good times, God.
Can't get too locked in on it. Gotta, we're in the
Season
present, we're in the
6,
future, but man,
5.
Talaria boots, right?
So fast, so much GPM. God,
Yeah,
they're
those
different.
GPM numbers were stocks. But we're going into picks and bans for Smoothie versus Cowabunga, so we'll see what the solutions might be for Smoothie, what they choose to go. I'm assuming they're going to go the most comfortable they can in this situation, Myth, because banning, taking picks away, not going to be the easiest task.
Have we seen a Hades make his way through bans yet today? I mean, at this point,
Yeah,
I would just like to see it. I want to see triple to quadra jumps with
same.
Staff and Mirrodin. Seems like no new gods for Alpha Weekend 2. We're going back to Alpha Weekend 1 with the compositions available. Hades and Soul, both new additions this weekend, and removed in the banned column, leaving one of the highest priority picks we've seen so far all of today, Fenrir. The CC on Ragnarok has just been guaranteed kills for the first 6, 7, 8 minutes or so. Out of the jungle, it feels like that god just poses such a massive threat. Everyone does have the luxury of having beads built into their kit. Everyone spawns in with them. You've got one access or one tool to access that'll give you some CC immunity. But seems like that hasn't been enough to stop Fenrir.
It has not, and the escape potential of Fenrir has really stuck out to me a lot too. How many times in the previous game with Hitorino on that Fenrir for Team Vegeto's did we see the escapes work? It's been absurd for Fenrir, and I expect to see more of it. And we did see earlier, I've already mentioned it, but just because it's that interaction you're looking for, we saw the blink in the Ragnarok. So this is all things that have been centered around the Fenrir. Hopefully we get to see even more fun stuff. But the rest of the draft so far for Smoothie, I gotta say, they're picking a lot of big burst damage that we've seen so far today, Meth, and that might be a decent answer if you're being dove on.
Yeah, I like this draft from Smoothie. I mean, there's not exactly a ton of picks available in Smite 2 right now, so a lot of these compositions that we see are going to be largely samey, just shuffling of the same 10 or so picks, but what they have got is pretty decent consistency in damage output. Generally, when you see an Odin, you think, okay, well, what fills out the cage? And they haven't exactly got a whole lot of filling out the cage for damage. No Zeus ultimate, nothing like that to follow up. But Chalk being there is going to help out a little bit. Mage damage from Neath is going to be really, really good. Sphere of the Nine Winds, shooting fish in a barrel so long as the Odin cage is around them. So I do like the potential of this draft. The only thing I think they could struggle with on the side of Smoothie, looking at it as it stands, is ease of initiation if Odin cage is down. And there's your ease of initiation. Athena's got it every single time. Dash taunt, keep it simple. Cage can come up afterward. And now it's on Cowabunga to figure out how they're going to withstand all that damage in the mid game once the Team Smoothie's allowed to like group up and play as 5. We haven't seen a whole lot of playing as 5 so far today. It's been a lot of individual matchups, a lot of individual lane play. The laning phase much longer here in Smite 2. And as far as that's concerned, I really like how the lanes start to look for Cowabunga.
Cowabunga clearing it up with the Ymir is also big too, because you were looking for that engage, and when asked and answered, Athena popped up. But I do feel like Athena dashing into a Ymir, at least from what we've seen today, has pretty consistently been a tough ask for Athena's, because you're not getting incredibly tanky, you're not reaching unkillable marks until fairly late in the game. So if you can't get that early and confidently, then the Ymir can get the Zeus fed, get the Fenrir fed in those team fights. And then that's where you really run into problems. Because Zeus has been somebody, you get him fed, you're getting deleted as soon as that detonate goes off.
Yeah, so what version of Zeus is it going to be? Doesn't seem to matter today. It could be
Nope.
Crit Zeus, it could be Mage Zeus. You're going to delete someone regardless. So what version is it going to be? Where is it going to go? We'll figure that out as the game develops. Could be CERN mid, could be Zeus ADC, could be the other way around, could be something completely off the wall. We just don't know. Especially with a team like Cowabunga. These guys, I think, very likely to play a bit more non-standard, let's say.
Non-standard is a really good way of putting it. And the non-standard is kind of what we've been asking for, is to see the experiments. That's one of the fun parts about it being on such an early tournament in the Alpha Weekend too, is you get to see an early state of figuring out the game, which is a more out of nowhere aspect. And we've talked about that a lot. I know that's been a point we've been hitting, but it's a point that's been consistently proving itself time and time again. I mean, we've already seen the evolution of how important Soul Devourer has become. We saw, what, 5 of them in the EMEA Grand Finals? It's just this evolution and figuring out of what works, what doesn't, and what you can lock in on that makes this tournament in particular so interesting. I'm just looking for more. I want to see more items that we hadn't thought of get crazy, and I want to see as much cookery as possible.
Yeah, I've really liked Soul Devourer. You already called that one out. The Mushroom, of course, has been just ridiculous. Pick up 5 of those, walk into a team fight, and it feels like HP bars don't move until they go away. The Mushroom, of course, is essentially meditation that you deploy on field as opposed to having it radiate from yourself. That's one I've really been keeping my eyes on. I've really liked Relic Dagger still. Seems like anyone who's going auto attack is generally either first or second slotting that item. And the second they get it and they pop it, and you get the additional 60 damage per auto attack, you get the additional attack speed as well. Feels like there's a lot of kill potential on board, a lot of solo potential in lanes that's almost reminiscent of any OG Smite fans around who were playing in Season 1 and Season 2 will remember an item, or relic I should say, at the time it was starter, called Sprint. And it was essentially, once you have your Sprint upgraded, you have solo potential because it's really difficult for people to get away from you. Relic Dagger, it's not that they can't get away, it's that you just deal your damage so quickly. So there's a lot of potential for snowballing in lane itself that I think could be exploited.
And those who remember things by the call and command, that's your gas pedal from back in the day. And gas pedal, be doing gas pedal things. And there's a lot of that in the game currently. We've seen a lot of outplay with Bloodforge Blade as well. A lot of players are using it as sort of a shell type of feeling of, all right, I'm close to death. I'm not there yet. I'm going to use this to either turn the fight around, survive the last burst of damage, or to kind of fake my opponent out in a 1v1. Get us both down low. I pop my Bloodforge Blade. Ha, joke's on you. I've got a new health bar.
Yeah, and there's no like standard Sunder pickup, right? You can't just delete someone's HR shielding. So that Bloodforge Blade has seen a lot of value. It's almost the Aegis alternative since there isn't really a true Aegis in the game right now. So if you want additional safety, if you're worried about something like a detonate, the telegraphed damage from downtown that's unmissable, Bloodforge Blade seems to be the answer to things along those lines. So definitely something we're expecting to see on gods like Fenrir. We've seen it a little bit on some of the ADCs as well. It's really, really difficult to predict when that's going to come out. Sometimes we see it at the top of a fight. You know, I'm going to pop my Bloodforge blade just so I'm not trading any of my resources, and now all of a sudden you don't have one, so you're
Yep.
at 50%, and we fought, and I'm at 100.
So we're gonna be getting in here to a Garrett Gamma game versus Fried. We do have a one of the players from the match we were about to check out. Unfortunately, is powerless now. So without power, it's
Which is
kind of hard
okay.
to play into a Smite game. So let's head into the game. Let's see the action. We've got Garrett Gamma Games versus Pride. And right away, we can get a decent idea of the situation because it's calm. It's 0-0. It's not much of a gold lead. Less than 700, Myth. So closer start.
It is quite early rolling in this match. I'm liking the compositions. I mean, I'm liking everybody's compositions, so it's going to be a little bit difficult, I think, for some of these players going forward. But Hades making his way through, maybe the biggest takeaway here.
We finally get to see a Hades, not the way we expected, but we get to see a Hades. So that is exciting. We haven't seen any. They've been banned out on the broadcast games. It's not been for the Hades lovers out there. It's been tough. And we've been talking about the new Ultimate, what it brings, what that will be like to watch. We finally get to see it, if not the way we expected. I'm still down just to watch a Hades and how the action can unfold. Looking at the dual lane though, with the side of Fried getting antsy, going for the purple buff invade. Garrett Gamma Games with the response. We'll see if they're able to make much happen on the defense of their buff. They lose out on the minis. Now a Neath ultimate will be committed as well with Trent on the rotation. The dash is good though from Athena. They'll adjust, clean up the purple buff, and take a look at the soul.
Soul will be very difficult to lock down here and makes himself scarce. No cage available just yet, no polymorph available just yet either, so won't be quite able to chase him out. Has ticked over to level 5 now, so a bit stronger, but opportunities already slipped past. On the other end, I'm looking at Fried's roster. Maybe some names you don't really recognize, whereas there's a little bit more name recognition on Garrett Gamma Games, but I think these guys have done a very good job of mitigating loss in some of these engagements and even finding opportunities like that, a shutdown early first blood on an Asham.
And maybe a second blood onto the soul, who's not in the best of spots, does get stunned out against the Odin Cage, but will be able to walk away. Again, if you're just joining us, we're switching and pivoting to Garrett Gamma Games versus Fried, Cowabunga, and Smoothie. Unfortunately, had a power outage for one of the players, so we were unable to show that game. But in this one, we've got ourselves a Hades, and we've got an interesting start with the first blood already being out of the way, it being on the Kern. That's somebody who we haven't really seen be ahead so far today, Myth.
You know, not to pull us out at all and detract from, you know, the seriousness of the situation, but I really like the idea that one of the players on Garrett Gamma Games government name is just Garrett Gamma Games. Like I think that is maybe one of the funniest names I've ever seen. I'm a massive fan. It reminds me of a old Rocket Jump TV show that was produced by I think his name was Freddie Wong called Video Game High School. There was a character with like the exact same name. Sorry, I'm off the rails. What are we talking
The introduction at a DMV would be off the
about?
walls. You think they ask you for two proof now? Go and say your name is Garrett Gamma Games and let me know how it goes to the DMV. Anyway, Neath Ultimate, Storm Call, slammed on Hades. Does he drop? Torrent 2, no! Dirt gets out barely. That almost turned traumatic for Fried.
Yeah, that new HP shielding on Defender of Olympus is just ridiculous. I mean, not only is it delivering a support player to you, but it's also giving you a massive global shell. It's so difficult to find any surprise kills when an Athena's on the map.
A rotation coming out still. Bach is not wanting to leave. Just kind of living here. We'll look for the stun onto Athena, who's just trying to keep the Hades safe, trying to get some farm in the pocket of the Hades. I mean, how could you not? You haven't gotten to see one. You got to get it nice and fed up.
Look at the
And
heal.
the update for the game, as Bacchus is just doing Bacchus things in front of these two. The update for the game we were unable to show you. Cowabunga did advance via FF. Smoothie unfortunately did have to forfeit. That power never came back for their player. So Cowabunga, move on. There'll be no legacy game today from Smoothie.
Well, Smoothie will have many more opportunities in the long lifespan that Smite 2 is guaranteed to have. So maybe not this week, but next week, or I don't know when the next alpha, when AW3 happens. we'll see them again. But we got to talk about the big action, the big stuff, the big ticket items. That's Garrett Gamma Games versus Fried. I'm not exactly seeing where the lead is going to establish immediately. Feels like Fried, got
It's a lot
their
of
early
tiptoeing.
rotation over towards that dual lane, but have since really let off the gas. They've pushed the lead a bit further beyond just by collecting some of that neutral farm, but there's been relatively slow play in the PvP, and with slow play and not playing around your lead in the dual lane, Garrett Gamma Games pick up a return kill over on the solo side. Hades getting the better end of his matchup.
Do you see the Bloodforged Blade or the Kern? So a lot of familiarity already. Dash on to the Neath, just a simple backflip away. We'll solve those issues. A lot of tiptoeing in this game. It's got a different vibe than what we've seen. It feels more even in just terms of the map state. We'll see if it does turn. An Odin Cage comes out. There's a jump in. Is there enough damage, though? It might turn around with the Spirit of the Nine wins, the tower shots too, the Bacchus living on a dream. That's a sliver if I've ever seen it. The Bacchus gets away with a lot of close calls so far in this game.
Yeah, Trent can never once be accused in his life of cowardice. Just walking into the tower line to go for the double stun on Athena Dunk, goes for the flop as well. Just getting hyper aggressive on map without anybody nearby to help him out. I mean, there was not a lot of damage on field available to him. If that kill was going to happen, it was going to have to be Trent, and he tried his damnedest, unfortunately for him. Just a bit short, but does at least get rewarded for his bravery by being able to escape that situation with sub 100 HP. Good stuff, man. And it looks like already starting to pick up a little bit of damage. Speaking of, look at this damage transition for Hope on the Neath. This
I
is a
was
build that
hoping
we
you were gonna
saw.
see. I was so ready to point that out to you.
It's gross. It's disgusting. It might also just be mathematically correct, is the thing. I believe it was Venenu that had tweeted out this build. It transitions into like 3 items that you would want to pick up regardless, and it just stacks up so much power early on.
In trouble for the Cuckoo in mid. Backflip almost locks it down. Bit of a panic ult. You can see it by the Ymir's reaction. Had a nice view of it. But no death will find the way of the Cuckoo. For I don't find any either. So it's more just testing the waters, damage control so far. I will say though, Hope so close to one-shotting that Cuckoo with that combo underneath the tower that the further that build gets along, I don't think we're gonna have as many engagements where people are walking away with 1 HP.
No, we'll have a bit more secure available as Athena force use those beads defensively. Odin, nothing left in the tank there. Elects not to go for the cage, despite having so many of his allies nearby. And just Nasham says, "Okay, well, if I'm not under a threat, I'm going to go back to farming," and does exactly that. Walks through the enemy team.
Somehow this engagement's actually still going with the same health bar for the Athena, and it's working for Garrett Gamma Games. They go in, the taunt, the jump away out of the cage. Will it matter? Yeah, because Hope is able to turn it on to Nasham, who had over-aggressed and had been low for so long it felt like. It works out poorly. Goku will run down those remaining low health bars, but the Zephyr not going to quite hit.
Yeah, I think the only line
Oh no.
that Zero had there is Hope finishes off his kill as well. Ultimate off the mark there from Zero. The only line Zero had to chase out that Odin is to tornado his feet, dash forward, and pray that Zephyr had the damage to finish off the kill. Unfortunately, not quite going for that play. Maybe was a bit concerned about his ability to survive afterward, and why wouldn't you be? Dashing into the enemy jungle as a solo mid laner doesn't exactly feel great. What does feel pretty decent is the gold lead nursed and maintained so far by Fried. Haven't quite been able to transition it into a solidified lead or engagement around neutral objective, but as we start to approach that 14 to 15 minute mark, that tends to be when we see this first gold free pulled. Fried a bit ahead of schedule. Already considering it now. With Nasham so close by, I just don't think you could pull it in his face.
It's been a lot of what we've seen the dancing around the neutrals be like is you make the first move. No, you make the first move. No, you make the first move. Do it! But nobody wanting to fully commit. It's not fear isn't the right word. It's just not. It's timidness of not wanting to pick fights you can't handle. And I feel like that's why there's been so much dancing. That's why there's been so many low health bars. But eventually, Myth, right? Eventually, that stuff has to give way to actual substance after these weird engagements, entanglements, what we'll even call it.
Yeah, very trepidatious play here so far, but at the end of the day, it's Net Friday admittedly small, but still there, gold lead. Speed invade there from Son of a Boom. Able to take away that Pathfinder to maneuvers the left side of the map. That is very pushed up for Garrett Gamma Games. Defensive rotation, regardless, means that Odin's going to have a hard time cutting them off if he decides to go for this gank. But the cage could be decent. Really want to wait out that Disapparate first.
Took a long path to avoid any wards, but maybe the path was too long. Cost a lot. But without that time, not as many options of a play to make, which will force the Odin to get back. The wall not going to grab the Odin this time. So Garrett Gamma Games survive what was maybe a misjudged gank. I do like taking the long flank to avoid any wards, but knowing what we know from Spectator that there wasn't one there, it turned into more of just a bit of a waste.
I mean, that the rotation path as well. I mean, if there were a ward, the path that he takes, or took rather, would not have avoided it. Still, though, it seemed to me he's just trying to figure out whether or not he wanted to make the gank or if there's any farm on map that he'd rather be doing. He's been splitting a lot of farm with this Bacchus. Trent's been doing a great job just farming up on map, so Son of Boom been more so hovering in that soul lane. Small fight over the beacon here.
I love a good Warhorn fight. They're so good. It's you can tell how aggressive it is. Like, no, it's mine. We talked about it earlier. I want those compliments in the comms. I want them.
And it's so much easier to disrupt than like a Totemaku. A Totemaku has only got such a long shelf life, right? It only has so much HP that either side could pump into it. Whereas the Warhorn, you could fight indefinitely. That could go literally forever. And I'll sacrifice my life so long as I don't have to give it up and hear about it from my allies.
I can't wait till the time we see somebody go for a Warhorn contest and somehow, some way find themselves stuck in the wall by Fire Giant because they are so close. We were talking about that earlier. That wall that closes on you does kill. So it could always happen. And, stranger things have happened.
Really happening on the map
Yeah,
just
it's
yet.
so much
Higher.
dancing over it. It's a lot of where do I go next? It's definitely not efficient. So I feel like there needs to be a bit more stepping up in the comms of we go here, we go here, we go for this, we look for this, and so on. And there just doesn't seem to be a lot of that from either side.
I think if either team would feel confident in just forcing a fight, it probably would be Garrett Gamma Games despite the gold deficit, just because their initiation is so much easier to execute on, but haven't quite seen it just yet. So often we see Nasham throwing out that ultimate defensively. Oh, my ADC's in trouble. My mid laner's in trouble. I need to get to the other side of the map as opposed to looking for opportunities to utilize it for damage or dive potential. That said, it is a scaling composition for Garrett Gamma Games. You've got the Soul starting to build up a little bit here. We haven't seen Azarian leave his lane just yet, but Hades has been a menace when allowed through. It's a lot of damage that will be cooking up.
Bacchus did get hit by the shards, but not going to go down. A lot of trouble, though, for Nasham. Will fall to Noberlin. We've got some action. Going to turn into 2 deaths as the soul will go down to Trent as well. Spirit of the Nine wins. Does it find a home? No, it doesn't. And now that Cuckoo has stepped too far. So he can be set for Trent, though, as the Ymir is able to bring down the Bacchus. Without the Bacchus, you've got less engage, but doesn't matter if you've got hope. Hitting big-time numbers. We'll see you later, Ymir. One of our first engagements, a true engagement at that, and it heavily favors Fried.
Yeah, Fried playing really well around their lead and global potential. Now trading damage back and forth in the Gold Fury. Is this back? Can we do this again? Does it not have a long range ability? It doesn't seem like it.
Okay.
Classic.
It's going to work out. The Torrent will secure it. Gold Fury goes the way of Fried. One of the most confident gold leads that they've gotten to have.
Oh.
The dash won't catch the chalk. I bet that was a desk slammer if I've ever seen it. The kill reads 6-2-2, favoring Fried as well. And it's fairly spread. 3 on Hope, 2 on Noberlin. So it's where you want him as well, Myth.
Hope not sharing any of those kills. 0 assists. Little stinky mid laner that he is. Won't ever share the wealth. The animosity between mid laners and junglers transcends games, and I will be holding it against him. His selection of role. Regardless, though, performing well in it. 0, on the other hand, has maintained, I suppose, a relative state of parity, only about 2 levels down, considering how poorly engagements have gone on the center of the map. I'd argue 0 deserves a little bit of credit on being able to maintain at least his head above water, so to speak. Nasham dash forward, takes the stun, but Hope so far away, no follow-up to be had. neither side able to secure any sort of real advantage going forward. That gold for you might just be the last bit of action we see for a while, unless
Maybe
I thought
so.
I thought
Ah,
maybe there'd
no.
be an ult over the wall, maybe something crazy, but not this time.
Bacchus? Something? The mushroom in response? Lots of shields as well, gonna make life tough for Trent to make a kill happen. Does jump, the Spear of the Nine wins. Probably would have missed anyway, but eventually falls down to Nasham. Another trade across the map as well. That brings us to 4-6, still favoring the side of Fried, but these fights have not been there's not been full committal. They're not aside from the gold fury, it doesn't feel like they're to advance position on the map. We might be in just a bit of a odd stalemate of who's going to actually take advantages and make things work the later that we get. Although I do want to point out that that Neath build or Hope is still cooking. It's just going in directions I didn't really expect. I do love the Eldritch Orb, but the Dreamer Idol, that's a fun pickup.
Yeah, Dream Idol is a fun one. As long as it's int, Anthony, as long as we're getting magical items and it's a Neath, I'm generally pretty happy with it. But I'd agree that maybe you want things like, and this item has been largely absent so far. I've been a massive fan of Staff of Mirrodin. I just really like the passive on that item. Soul Devourer as well just seems to be foregone a bit so far in North America. I believe Nazarian, the only one holding one. Excuse me, Zero has picked one up himself as well. So a little bit more dot damage on the board.
Hades saying, let's make this fun. Let's look for a fight. Going aggressive. There's that Hades ultimate. We'll see how it works out if there's any additional steps to it. Not this time. And it does work out to an extent, but Hades sacrifices himself for it. Ymir will fall up and get trapped in the Odin cage. Will he go down? Yeah, on the landing. That's another one for Dirt. Fried make that work because Garrett Gamma Games just seemed to get overly ambitious. They saw their Hades go in and said, this is our go button. But maybe it should have been the retreat button to look for something better. And Fried are taking advantage and stepping right back up.
Yeah, but Fraud's low HP and separated now. Didn't catch the memo. Left
Oh, no.
alone. That dash won't take you too far.
Not at all. The Soul will be the one to lock down that kill. And now look at Fried. They've been caught in the mid lane that it seemed like they were so far away from. But Garrett Gamma Games couldn't lock down enough ability hits. Whirlwind? Surely? Another 1 HP escape. Will we see another one? No way. The dash in from Athena will lock it down with Soul getting that final hit. Bacchus will jump in afterwards, see what can be done. Trent will set up for Hope. The damage real good from the Neath, but watch out, we're sort of Amulet. Putting things right back positive for Garrett Gamma Games.
Could be in some trouble here. That taunt's coming up really soon. Connects with Hope. Stuck in the tornado. Backflip. Would have maybe got caught by Spear of the Nine Winds, but just barely able to make himself out of range there.
All right, time to go, guys.
Surely we don't overstay on the third fight. Neither team will this time around. With objectives on the respawn, each one of these fights starts to gain a little bit of value, but I don't know if you've noticed this. Garrett Gamma Games bring it right back to even and even push it slightly in their favor there. The exchanges from behind where you trade out evenly are just so much better than otherwise because the bounties at play, how gold moves, the waves being pushed so far to their side of the map. Garrett Gamma Games had a much more lucrative last 2.5 minutes than Fried has. And now all of a sudden, what was, okay, let's wait for Gold Fury and then Fried's going to pull it and they'll have an advantage in the team fight is maybe that's not the case anymore. Maybe it's Garrett Gamma Games that's going to get active.
You would think this would be the opportunity. Having some momentum, having some fights that worked out, turning that gold lead around so you're catching up in items. We're starting to see some decent power spikes show up across the item board. But I feel like Garrett Gamma Games needs somebody to push them. It was the Hades initiating. It wasn't. I don't think that was anybody's favorite call from the Hades to stand at the tower line and take a lot of shots and a lot of damage for not too much return. But it did get Garrett Gamma Games going.
It's evocative, it gets them going, and that's all you need. I've been thinking a lot about this Dreamer's Idol pickup that you'd called out. Maybe it's so you could just pop it when you ult, right? Charge it up, get the additional power. I could see that being the answer. Just all right. And what is it? An additional 10% if memory serves. That's a lot of scaling when you pick up items like that Doom Orb lookalike.
Yeah, the Eldritch Orb could do a lot to add on because you've got the stat pads from Eldritch Orb, and then maybe even Myth, end with the Soul Devourer. So you pop it, get the Soul Devourer proc.
Is this the new one-shot Neath build? Is this the modern day Mannequin's Hidden Blade full ability Neath?
You got the
We'll have
World
to see.
Stone, so 20% ultimate reduced, or a percent cooldown reduced on your ultimate. So this entire Neath build for Hope is just centered around the idea of getting those ultimates to be big time ults for the team.
See how that plays on the initiation. Generally, you want to make sure that's reserved. You can either send it towards the back line on the off rip on a fight and just say, all right, well, all of a sudden now it's a 5 versus 4 because they're not quite able to keep the soul around, or maybe you want to use it off first initiation instead. Speaking of initiation, it's Dirt in first, locking down the Ymir.
That Ymir did not have a chance to do too much, but the Spirit of the Nine Winds popped a lot of damage through, followed up on by the Soul to bring down Odin. The Whirlwind did catch the Chalk, but he will do plenty to help the escape some more 1 HP getaways for Fried. It did, however, back them off the big stuff, Myth.
Not for long. Gold Fury pulled once more. This time, Garrett Gamma Games at the helm. It's dropping low, but so are Garrett Gamma Games. Forced to reset with just a few members of Fried nearby, enough to dissuade them from looking towards the objective. If the Gold Fury does go over towards Fried, just gets them one step closer to disabling some of those structures, whereas Garrett Gamma Games haven't found one just yet themselves. But we're starting to approach that 24, 25-minute mark, and that's the point of the game where Gold Fury can be traded for Fire Giant. This is the point of the game where either side, left alone with maybe 30 seconds of time, could just shred that massive neutral objective. So these fights may be happening around the Gold Fury, but they could very well lead to Fire Giant conclusions. Find 2, 3 picks, reset. You don't exactly need gold if you can go ahead and grab the biggest buff.
You have the Soul as well, if you're Garrett Gamma Games. That's been a strong advantage for structures that we've seen a lot of. It feels like everybody has been leaning towards a strength build, looking at some crit. We haven't seen any blaster mage oriented soul builds today. So they do have that to work with when that time comes. We'll see if they make use of it. And that's kind of the task for everything. We're still very close to tied up. The gold is no discernible difference. It's 8 to 9 in kills. And the items, as you can see, they're stacking up 1-to-1 with the biggest cookery. We talked a lot about the Neath. These fights have been few and far between. We've got one now. How big will it go? The damage is decent onto Fried, but not enough for either side to want to commit still. There's still no true confidence, no pull to want to overengage.
Yeah, I'm thinking Cuckoo needs some penetration. That ultimate clips a tank for about 5% of their HP. Level 15 on the Cuckoo, so plenty of scaling to come, but you want some of that damage sooner rather than later. It can get to a point where Nashim loses confidence in his ability to just go in and taunt if there's not enough damage behind him. So we'll see. Some of that starts to line up. Zephyr, though, still very impressive. Able to pepper in that damage pretty consistently. So long as you're hitting anyone besides Dirt, should be able to keep that damage sticking, too.
Another chance at an engage. Garrett Gamma Games may have overcommitted. The Athena gets stuck in the Odin cage, will instantly pop that ultimate to get out, but won't get out in time. Trent's able to clean it up. Dirt just looking for an escape route, but might need to get back to the main fight because it's going well for Fried. If they have their chalk, it could turn even more. That's 2 picks. The Spirit, the 9 wins, not going to find a home on the right. The center fight, the Hades, will find a pick under the Kern, who was doing so much damage but somehow got left out to their own devices, and Hades took advantage. Oh, this is a chase waiting to happen. Hit the music. Oh, no need. Zephyr locks down Trent. A pickup for the Cuckoo.
Poor Trent just says, he's faster than me. What do you want me to do? Slipstream, so good
He has
at
a
chasing
dash
out.
now. I can hear
It
it.
does have a dash, too. Oh, it's tough.
I can hear it in the comms.
What do you mean he could just get that close? Exactly that. Dirt able to at least stop Gary Gamma Games from knocking down the Fury afterward. All these fights happening around the Gold Fury, none of them are resulting
Yeah,
in a Gold
none at
Fury
all.
just yet. I mean, it's tough. We're seeing 2-for-0 trades, and then the fight continues beyond that point, and all of a sudden it's 2 returned as a few members of Gary Gamma Games are able to reset themselves, find their footing, get some of those cooldowns back and available. You got to think, had either one of these teams off of these one team fights just reset, moved back in, went back to base, gone to Gold Fury again, or gone over to Fire Giant, they'd have an advantage on the next rotation. But instead, it seems every single time they find those advantages, it's so exciting that they have to do something immediately. It costs them significantly. Both sides. This is true of Gary Gamma Games and Fried. Both teams reset now. Beads still on cooldown for Fishy Flakes for another 2 minutes. So an easy target, I think, for Fried. If they want to go ahead and jump onto him. Plenty of CC to play with on their side of the map, but jumping onto a tank, never an easy decision to make.
Tower defense will come out from Fried, just trying to back Garrett Gamma Games up. Trent will jump forward to see if there's an opportunity there, but if we've learned much from these two teams and their team fighting style, it'll take some serious engage to be the true call to action. Fry do seem to be at least lurking and waiting for someone to overstep. It's just who's that somebody going to be? Trent goes past the Athena, looks to find the Cuckoo, who positions pretty far back, but the Neath ultimate might be enough of an opening. There's the Odin Cage dropping down, but that Athena ultimate, that shield, a bit too much to get through, at least for the moment. The Storm Call, can it keep the Cuckoo safe? No, it will not. Dirt gonna find that kill. Hades is here and doing their own numbers. Might be a solo difference for this battle to make the real difference overall. They're going to split up, but the chase onto the Odin's going pretty okay for Garrett Gamma Games. You've got the Ymir leading the way for the Soul. That Stellar Burst not going to hit. That could be the biggest problem because now Odin's going to have jump up.
Wall's good, buys a little bit of time. Jump back into the waiting arms of the Athena and knocked down. Soul, credit for the kill this time around. So it's 3 dead now on the side of Fried.
I just expected him to go. But that Ymir wall through the entire equilibrium of Son of a Boom got completely thrown off from that Ymir wall and just made it feel impossible. But a Gold Fury call from Garrett Gamma Games. Can they lock it down? Dirt is on the way to contest. It's going to be close, but Dirt hesitates with a backstab. Now tosses the axe. No. Soul secures the Gold Fury for Garrett Gamma Games.
That was close. Fortunately, chalk damage pretty low for Garrett Gamma Games, so not exactly overly concerned with that steal potential, but with the timing of it, I mean, that could have gone either way. Fortunately for the Order side, able to confirm their objective this time around. Thinking now, I mean, the gold is not so separated that you can feel really, I suppose, comfortable to look towards Fire Giant, but maybe in the next few minutes, if you can find at least one more pick, and finding picks has been a strength of both of these teams. Neither side has struggled to do so. You could look towards that larger neutral.
We are going to actually take a pull out here of Garrett Gamma Games versus Fried, and we're going to take a look at some other games happening around. Anthony Miff still here with you. That was a wild one. I feel like we got to see some interesting styles of team fighting we haven't seen. We've seen more of the passive side of Smite 2 and how it builds up, and I think the biggest takeaway is the more passive you're playing, the builds are coming online around a similar pace, which left for a lot of weird team fights where it was turning back and forth pretty quick.
It was. I mean, I don't even know if it's a build issue so much as it is a decision-making issue in that
Yeah.
there was an unwillingness to back up on either side.
An unwillingness indeed, but with that, we are going to head to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Stick around for more of the Smite 2 Alpha Weekend 2 tournament. Be right back.
Got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. I got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. Got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Let me free your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Let me free your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Let me free your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Let me free your mind. Your mind. Your mind.
Immortals have invaded my realm, and my children rebel against me. Dark days these are. But my strength shall bring resolution, and my lightning illumination! Zeus!
Bologna.
Anubis!
Kukulkan.
Saturn!
Thank you once again to our friends over at StarForge for creating such a masterful PC that you can get your hands on. Whether you just want to pick up the case or get a full-blown PC and one of the best PCs in the universe to play, Smite, Smite 2, and anything else out there available, make sure you go over to StarForgeSystems.com and pick up one of the brand new cases or PCs available. If you want to game and feel as godly as the very gods that you are playing, then jump on over there and pick one up now. Thank you so much to StarForge Systems for providing such wonderful cases and PCs for Smite and the Smite theming and branding. I'm J-Mac. I got Trelly back here joining me as we get ready to hop into our next big matchup. And Trelly, we've got a really big matchup on our hands here. We've got Cowabunga versus Dinga. And if you don't know some of the names on here, this is SOT's powerhouse team on the side of Cowabunga, the one you may have seen on Twitter. We're going up against Noggin El Leon squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got lucky just getting some banger sets for us to cast, right? We got the EMEA finals just a bit ago. It was an absolute banger, and this one seems like it's shaping up to be just that. I have been noticing pretty similar tastes in the P's and B's from just watching some of these NA sets, just sitting back and chilling here. So I expect to see not only a pretty contested set, but also one that, you know, may shock some people. I don't know. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, the meta hasn't really shifted too much between them. We're seeing maybe a little less of one, a little more of another. Hades seems to be the common ban through everybody. We'll see if that kind of remains the common trend in this set. Remember, it is best of ones because we're not in the finals right now. We're still going through the bracket. I think this is even through a round 4, which I believe puts us somewhere around the quarterfinals at this point. So we're starting to get some of the big hitters here in the North American region. And between Dinga and Cowabunga, this set, honestly, Charlie, could go either way.
I mean, it certainly could, and that's sort of the benefit of getting to watch a matchup like this, is because just because you were a powerhouse team or some powerhouse players in Smite 1 doesn't necessarily mean that you adapted to the meta in Smite 2. It's still a lot to be determined. And actually, Loki and Fenrir are going to be the bans. So Team Dinga, they have the option to just first pick that Hades, which would definitely be my option, and it will be their option as well. So Team Cowabunga, they don't value the Hades too much or don't fear it. I was watching some streamers' POVs, and I heard some people saying that Zeus is more valuable than Hades. I don't know if I agree with that, but Zeus is definitely a threat, especially if you have someone on your team that knows how to play him. So we'll have to see if Team Cowabunga, after the CERN lock-in, wants to grab something like the Zeus, or maybe not.
So I'm wondering more than anything now, with both of the, more traditional junglers banned away, usually if Loki's banned, it's, first pick Fenrir to the other side, or if Fenrir's gone, you pick up the Loki. We've seen the jungle work. The Chalk jungle has done really well. We saw that in the EMEA finals just a little bit earlier on today, with Chalk being probably the next premier of jungle. What do you go beyond there? I mean, I think earlier in the day for the EMEA region, we saw a little bit of Odin jungle kind of pop up. Anubis sometimes can kind of jump in there. Or maybe what comes to your mind if the Chalk is picked up for that next best jungle?
I mean, I'm liking the Ymir personally. I think face punch Ymir is extremely viable at the moment. Assuming that the more popular picks are already taken away, but there's still some viability there, especially depending on how much CC has been impactful, and Ymir has a ton of it. So I'd be looking at Ymir. Bologna is certainly not out of the question as far as I'm concerned. Bologna can definitely still clear the jungle quite quickly. Still better with some of these tanky builds, but I think tank style junglers are also in a solid spot, right? Like even when we saw like adapting go for his Fenrir build, when he didn't go a couple tank items, I feel like it struggled a bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're in a bit of a tank meta just in that regard. But yeah, those are the few picks that come to mind, and even Odin himself, I think, could be a pretty solid jungler given the race situation.
Well, Cerberus, Odin, Bacchus, and Zeus so far for Cowabunga. For Dinga, they've gone with the Hades double hunter style with the Neath and the Soul. So curious to see which build paths we'll be seeing out of those. Though we've been seeing a lot of the traditional Neath and strength style of Soul, but some variants could be coming that way. And then Kukulkan and Shock round out the roster. So now I'm kind of sitting here wondering, Charlie, where some of these picks might be going. I mean, obviously earlier today with genetics, we saw the Neath go over into the support role. Is that something you would like to see from Dinga this time around, or would you rather see maybe Chalk or Hades go to that spot?
Looking at these rosters, I think what jumps out to me most would be the Hades support. I don't know, man. It's just the Neath, sure. The Neath is certainly possible as well, but Hades being able to cast your 2 twice means so much CC. You're going to get pressure over in duo lane, and I've seen a couple teams try and play through duo, but I mean, all 3 of the picks could play support at this point. It's really just creating your own meta where you're like, hey, we're going to walk up to lane, we're going to get more pressure than you, and we're going to be able to roam. It seems like Team Cowabunga is either going the Odin or the Bologna in that support or in that jungle role. I'm thinking it's probably the Odin, and so you got to be able to contest with an Odin, which can be very annoying. The Cuckoo doesn't love it. The Soul doesn't love it, right? So you got to watch out for the cage. But what we did see earlier on today was that if you get late game and you just get that Phantom Ring, you don't have to worry too much about the Odin. So Team Cowabunga maybe just trying to roll this game over and not let it go to late.
Yeah, running out their draft with a Bologna as kind of a final pick here. So you get a little bit of a tankier style of roster here with the Bologna, the Bacchus, and the Odin. I'm kind of sitting here wondering, this is a best of 1, Charlie. You don't got to win a couple of games or, go the full distance of 3 to 5 games, depending on how sets go. This is a one and done. So I'm wondering if this is maybe a draft that Dinga is putting together to maybe try and cheese out at Cowabunga a little bit, or maybe just try and get that really quick early, catch them off guard and try and take advantage of the early game style situation.
It's possible they either A, didn't expect to get the Hades and tried to build a draft around it, or B, they did exactly what you said, just trying to throw them off, throw something they wouldn't expect. Team Cowabunga goes with a pretty traditional draft here, considering your traditional junglers Loki and Fenrir are banned. So just slotting in one of the warriors, which in this case Odin, or the Chalk was already taken away. So I like what both of these squads have done. Team Cowabunga definitely more traditional, but if Team Dinga gets late game, I mean, they look pretty nasty.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup, to say the least, with some big powerhouses. So let's delay no further. Let's shift ourselves right in to the match between Dinga and Cowabunga. We got to check in on our good friend Doug there. That's a nice little intro to every single game. But man, just going through the rosters of these teams, you have Eleon, Tuba, Nog, Nolarun, and Slash on one side here for Dinga. Cowabunga, this is all SPL powerhouses on this side. Paul and Aurora teaming up together. SOT getting to team up with Panatom once more, and then throwing Yarkor back with some of these players as well. These are some dangerous rosters, and I fear for just about anybody who has to run into them in any lower stage of the bracket before this.
Well, they're running into each other right now, J-Mac, and we get to watch it here firsthand. And Leon will be taking that Hades into the support role. That's what I expected. I mean, it's just one of those picks that, with how much CC Hades can provide, the ult pulls faster. You can cast 2 silences during the ult at this point. It is going to be pressure out the wazoo on this side of the map. Not to mention, we've already seen how lethal this chalk can be. So I'm pretty excited to see how they decide to play. They're actually just proxying the wave here. It seems like no one's going to rotate in. Tuba is the target, but LAO has the body block. LAO might be in some trouble. Had to level the 1 just to make sure he got out of trouble. Remember, health potions very powerful early on. We need to get some beads here, though. I'm going to hold on to it. Yeah, it seems like Yark didn't have the follow-up. I like the idea, right? You have superior lane clear, so try and just proxy. Doesn't work out. You lose some potions for it, and Leon's forced to level his dash, but should not be the end of the world.
I'm just confused why they even went for the proxy when they knew that Elion had already taken his first ability. You know, he runs into Yarkor at the Pathfinder buff before it even had spawned at that point, so gets caught out behind a wall, has to dash over it. At that point, I'm just wondering why you even go for the proxy. Like, I understand if you have your third ability on Haze, that Devours Souls, you're going to power clear alongside a soul, but when you have your dash, you just don't have that same level of burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, even at level 1, it's not as if Devour Souls is killing archers, so you still have to sit there for a while. So I don't think it was going to be the greatest play regardless, but just trying something, invading a purple buff, clearing the way before the enemy gets there. I think they were just, you know, seeing if they were going to line up at buff or go to wave, and ends up they find him, get a proxy down. Doesn't end up working out. You lose a little bit of your health potions, but hey, first blood's still on the table. Little bit of a gold deficit so far, but not going to be the end of the world. I did notice a bit of invade coming from Team Cowabunga towards the red buff, and that could be where a good portion of that gold lead is coming from, because Panatom already level 3. This Odin is going to be a threat once he gets level 5.
Yeah, Panatom has been power farming just about every single camp he's been able to get his hands on at this point. We'll go up towards that speed, that Pathfinder buff as well, just be able to clear that one for himself. Should be close to hitting that level 4, I believe, once he clears that out, as he's already taken all the back harpy camps, gone over, helped down near red as well. Phantom's getting as much farm as he can. Elion dashes in, stunned out by Aurora after, but not quite enough follow-up from Yark just yet. It's been a struggling dual lane for the side of Dinga since essentially minute 0.
Yeah, and if I'm reading it correctly, which I believe I am, yeah, Noloron is neath jungle currently, and that's the reason their camps are not safe. If you want to walk up to an Odin at the beginning of the game here, it's going to be threatening, not to mention Paul on the Zeus. It looks like Paul might be going, I mean, that's the lifesteal tree, right? So maybe a Bloodforge start? We'll have to see. Auto attack Zeus at least a little bit has been the call, because if you can get those 3 charges, Zeus gets the stun off. You get Staff of Mirrodin, he gets 2 stuns off. You get 2 stuns and an ult. You will be able to cook. So I'm keeping a close eye on Paul's build, see exactly how much attack speed he wants to go.
I've been seeing some fun stuff with Hades as well. Whether you play him in support or mid, you go like Staff of Mirrodin with him. You can get 3 silences or like 3 leaps. You know, whenever you can consider factoring the ultimate. I've also seen some where you go like the Screeching Gargoyle defensive item that has the silence. You can get like 4 silences if you're able to time everything right with a Mirrodin. But Aurora utilizing that teleporter is rotate over towards the right side to find Slash. Will we get the ultimate? We will, but Aurora will jump right over it with an Eagle's Rally, and first blood goes to Solo or Troll for the side of Cowabunga.
Wow, and you know what? When I first saw the teleporters added to Smite 2, the first person I thought of was Aurora, because he loves going for these wraparound plays. He loves ganking you where you're not expecting it. And great call. Unfortunately, the Odin Zeus combo may be a little bit too much for Nog to handle. Just needs to detonate. Paul got the auto attack.
Doesn't have the cooldown. Already used it.
Oh, I was waiting. I was holding my breath for it, man. Did not have enough.
I was waiting too.
You can see Paul's monobar there in the bottom right. Not quite enough, or the cooldown was already used. Either way, Nog gets to live to see another day. That was a close call for sure. But either way, that teleport from Aurora, real unfortunate there for Slash.
Well, ultimate used on Paul, little World Weaver from Noloron. You even see Elion stepping up, but without access to that ultimate yet for the Hades. Not nearly as threatening on the Zeus's life. Does pull Purification Beads, a massive relic to be pulled away from Paul this early in the game, because now once that Hades does hit level 5, or once that World Weaver comes back up, Paul's going to be in a lot more danger.
Yeah, this Zeus does have some extra movement speed baked into the kit, but you gotta be careful when Thunderclap's down, and of course, if there's a Hades or a Neath nearby, your CC immunity is going to be very important. Leon trying to go in for the invade here. Doesn't do enough damage. Bramble Blast could steal it away. And Yarkor shows up, tries to chase down Leon. He's going to run away. I love the play, though. This is another thing that hi-rez can do that other supports can't, is actually just clear buffs pretty easily, right? You have the damage, so why not try and use it?
All beads from Elion. He's still trying to steal the camp. Panatom can jump over the wall, charges up the stun, lands it. One more in hand. Puts number 2 on the board for Cowabunga, this time in the hands of the jungler and the rotation from Yark to defend that Pathfinder buff. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nog wanted to go for the gold, but Panatom shows up, stops that in its tracks. And Cowabunga now sitting at nearly 2,000 gold up, Trelly.
Yeah, they have been dominating the map, and it's all thanks to the early aggression from Panatom. This Odin just affords you so much. Just starts the Jotun's Revenge. Again, same style of jungle that we saw from April in their finals game. Just go a warrior jungle and get Jotun's Revenge, spam some abilities, that sort of thing. The Tekko Kagi, also a great starter item if you are going towards one of these warrior jungles. That was also picked up. So keep that in mind. Works very well if you're able to just spam those abilities. And of course, in this case, get kills and your cooldowns reset. That also helps. So Panatom just wants to, you know, chain kills together early on. That's what I was talking about. They're not really playing to get late game. They want to win early on and not have to question about, hey, do we win in 20 minutes or so? They don't want the game to go that point.
I wonder if Paul's maybe going towards a more in-style of Zeus as opposed to the traditional auto-attack style, because this is Bloodbound Book, which is the equivalent to the Blood Forge Blade, but usually for the more intelligence-based users. So maybe instead of Paul going for autos do big numbers, he wants the snap to be the one to do the big damage for his kit, playing more like the traditional Smite 1 style Zeus.
Yeah, him and Nog have the same exact build, actually, both just going for that Blood Forge Book. So want a little bit of survivability, which of course is going to be important, but some life too. Maybe a Typhon's Fang later on, just to make sure that he can heal after dropping that Lightning Storm down. I love the aggression that I've seen from Aurora, though. Just starts with a Ruinous Ankh, gets some AoE anti-heal right out of the gate. Understands that he's up against a Hades, a Soul, a Chalk, a Neath. There is going to be some healing, but has been jumping in constantly, not afraid of anyone.
Oh, Eagles rally up over the ultimate from Slash. Dash in's gonna slow him down. Panatom drops the cage, but Slash was able to teleport away. Nolarun's trying to get out of the cage, but the bullet is standing in his way, just disrupting everything. And with the slam of the bludgeon, the intoxicate following, that is one more kill for Cowabunga and maybe another. I don't think Slash can go too far. Aurora's gonna tank the tower just in case Slash was gonna teleport. Will use the belch, and that's gonna be enough with Sot to take him down. 4 kills now for the Chaos team.
Wow, I mean, Aurora just tanked that up for so long, and then SOT said, I got you. Look how low SOT was, though. Very close margins there. Unfortunate for Slash. Not going to make it out of that one. The Chalk falls down once again. 0-4 start. Not the end of the world, though. We have seen a lot of early aggression that hasn't amounted to too much. Double death metal pickup for Yarkor and SOT. So it seems like a lot of these teams have figured out these active items can be used to really destroy some of these objectives. That may be the call here for Team Cowabunga. Group up on Gold Fury, you know, use those death metals, use those daggers of frenzy, and just explode these objectives before anyone shows up. I gotta say, I like the play. If you're trying not to get late game, then yeah, going an objective-based composition is definitely solid.
Yeah, it's not just that death metal. Like you were just mentioning, the dagger of frenzy doubled up for the team as well. So if Sots are on cooldown, then Yark can use his and vice versa. Or they can just use them right one after another and really melt down one of these objectives. Or just maybe try and go for an outright win in a team fight. Belly flop in by Aurora. Tuba trying to get to the sap right. Is stunned out. One more in-hand would have done it, but Aurora can wait through the mushroom. Not quite enough. Aurora drops Intoxicate and takes him down. But now Nolarun on the way. Aurora and Yark gonna have to be a bit careful, but Aurora doesn't care. He'll walk up, go with a belly flop on both of them, and force the backflip out of Nolarun.
Yeah, Aurora is showing exactly why I think Bacchus is one of the top supports in this tournament. So tanky, so much disruption, and not a fear in the world. I mean, that was through the Amanita Charm. I really thought that LA... He flops it again!
He goes in, Nolarun low, he gets taken down, Leon's trying to hold him in place, but he dashes away from his tower and right into the hands of Yark. What is happening in this dual lane? Speaking of, Panatom rotating over, catches out Nog in the jungle, takes nearly 40% of his health.
Yeah, no fear. Like I said, Team Cowabunga, I think they only have W keys, and so far it's been working out for them. Left lane, bloodbath. Mid lane, bloodbath. And over in solo, also a bloodbath. Phantom just taking up all the damage in the world. Sure, Nog has plenty of farm. Level 10 has a level lead over Panatom, but in the grand scheme of things, not going to imagine too much. This Odin is going to be quite tanky, especially just with the shield resets. So yeah, they can really do no wrong. About a almost 5,000 gold lead so far here for Cowabunga. And they've had their neutral farm. Their invades have been on point. And honestly, haven't been able to see too much so far from the Hades. I mean, LAL once again getting chased down. Should be stunned here, and there it is. Plus the thunderclap, not enough damage, but still, that's like 80% of a support's HP.
That Amanita Charm might have just saved his life, even through some of the anti-heal that the Bacchus just has making in his kit. So T, able to take down a tier 1 tower on the right-hand side of the map. Will strike first when it comes to the towers, but just feels right now Dinga is just playing on the back foot constantly. Every time they think they can step up and get some ounce of farm, somebody on Cowabunga is rotating, whether that be Aurora just waltzing over back to the dual lane or the solo lane, Panatom just roaming through the jungle, finding anybody at this point, and now sets up a Fury start for Cowabunga, and that's the death metal from Yark and the Dagger of Frenzy. That should all but guarantee at this point now that Cowabunga is just cementing their lead forward. 7,000 gold up. We're only 11.5 minutes in.
And it doesn't seem like they're laying off the gas here. I mean, itemization-wise, SOT goes into the Typhon's Fang. My goodness, the amount of healing that we are about to see unfold is going to be disgusting. So far, Team Cowabunga, they put a lot of pressure towards the anti-heal, right? And again, Aurora has that onk. But besides that, not too much built so far this game, which means you're going to get a lot of value just from spamming things like lifesteal, like more healing.
I wonder if Yark is going that way too, sitting on the lifesteal tree himself with that tier 1. So far, they've been mirroring each other's builds. It wouldn't surprise me if Yark decided to go for that Typhon's Fang. Just double up on that, give yourself an immense amount of healing. We'll have to see. It's been sticking around this lane for a little while. I'm going to go ahead and clear these out. Meanwhile, for Elion, just falling so far behind, trying to get any ounce of farm that he can, but he's 3, nearly 4 levels down to Aurora at this point.
Yeah, and you can see why Aurora has been so mobile, right? He's been all over the map at this point, a part of so many kills. 1-0-6 for this Bacchus, and does not show any sign of stopping. Another Amanita Charm picked up. Aurora picks it up, and look at this. Phantom surging forward. He wants to try and get a kill on the Nog. Where's the follow-up, though? Finally, there's the Zeus. Out healing for a bit, but once that detonate comes in, Noron falls down as well. My goodness. That is a bloodbath. 3 kills for Paul. Whew. I told you earlier on, J-Mac, there are T's and B's. There was going to be a toss-up between the Hades and the Zeus. Paul's showing us why the Zeus can be that option, especially if you get the Odin.
And has opted for that in-style build. And again, going into the Eldritch Orb now, this all but cements, or this, I should say, cements his mark of going that direction. You saw that Lightning Storm drop down the middle of the Odin cage. Hey, I felt like I just got transported 10 years in the past, Charlie, because that's just a combo that's been as old as the original Smite 1 at this point.
Wow, you made me feel really old saying that, man. I had to take a
I
deep
dated
breath
myself,
before.
dude.
Yep, not a big fan, but either way, Paul, big fan of this guy and his damage. Holding his own so far. Aurora's on the way. Paul's full health, by the way. Yeah, you know his health bar was not there. You can see the bottom right. Leon in a bit of trouble, turned into a pin because Aurora has the damage. Someone's got to find it. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be Aurora. Leon, fine for now.
Oh, Yark gets taken out by Slash, though. So finally, Dinga on the board, waiting to maybe get Aurora or Paul. They drop a mushroom down for some extra sustain. It's keeping the Bacchus alive a little longer. Jumps away. Tornado. Not quite enough to take him, but Nog does have the shot with the sneeze. But now it's Paul in the middle of 3. Pops the beads, walks forward, takes down Nog, and is still fighting against 2. He's got some backup with Panatom this time. And Slash, who just picked up a kill for the team, will go down in a double kill for Panatom. 15-2, 10,500 gold up for Cowabunga.
Yeah, and they can do no wrong at this point. All the while, SOT was pushing over right lane, about to grab a tier 2 tower. That 10,000 gold is about to grow even more. Not quite Fire Giant territory yet. That's about to spawn in. but I wouldn't be surprised if Cowabunga was in a position where they want to go for it. Looks like SOT's just going to try and tank this one up. He was not full HP. Yeah, I was going to say, he wasn't full HP when this fight started. And he got shut down, giving the kill over to Leon. And the tier 2 did not drop. And he lost beads. That was just real bad by SOT.
Yeah, a bit questionable on this issue. Oh no, Panatom. They're just trying to get jungle farm, man. They're just trying to farm wherever they can, but it's just unrelenting from the Cowabunga squad. They're just waltzing through any farm, any jungle that stands by. Panatom's just gonna keep going. Tuba didn't even get a chance to go for a camp. Panatom gonna get some backup from Aurora. Intoxicate Belt on top of the Soul. Tuba's low. Not gonna try and bail them out. Does land it and ultimate onto Aurora, but there is the lightning storm from Paul, and might as well just count everybody dead inside of this jungle. 2 down, make it 3. Double kill for Yark, and Slash just waltzing by the corpses of his team as Cowabunga head back to the Fury.
Yep, they've got all the time in the world. Remember, 3 Furies is the magic number. That's when Ancient Fury will be the call, but so far, they gotta go in for the second one first. Second goal goes in, and Leon goes forward, doesn't quite grab it. Can he find anything here? Probably not, just finds death, even with the charm. Paul picks up another one. That's his 8th kill, by the way. And this is exactly what I was talking about bill-wise. Bloodbound Book, Staff of Mirrodin, Eldritch Orb. It's just a ton of intelligence, some survivability, and now you got the double snap. Totem picked up as well. That's one of your 2 magical pen options. It's either going to be the Valor's Eye or the Totem, both of which are great. Just depends on a play style. And yeah, if you're just trying to snowball, I like the Totem pickup. So Fire Giant better be on the minds of Cowabunga with a lead like this, and they're on that side of the map for a reason.
Yeah, I think they're going straight to it. I mean, at this point, who on Dinga even steps up to stop this one? El Leon's just respawning, but he's level 10. It's going to be hard for him to fight against anybody at this point. Slash is level 13. He's going to try and get this red buff. I don't even know if Dinga is aware that this Fire Giant is going down. Lightning Storm dropped out by Paul. Fire Giant at 17-12 going over to Cowabunga, and they can just continue roaming across this map. Slash is over in the Soul lane just trying to deal with some minion waves. Nope, the entire Cowabunga squad is just going to show up to try and stop this. By the way, that tower, 100 HP, now none. Cowabunga can keep pushing forward.
See, you could tell SOT was really thinking ahead. That's why he got it so low for this exact moment. Sure, he lost his beats and died for it and gave a shutdown, but hey, it ended up working out. But with that, stepping forward, remember, active items down. They were just using Fire Giant. Fire does help, but it still takes a bit to get these birds down. Right, Phoenix should drop him, but Elion goes forward, tries to force up, but the bird's already done. He's got to get out.
Phoenix is down. Oh, Elion went right to your core. Paul not able to get the stun this time. Wild Hunt's good for 2 on damage, but not for kills. Cowabunga get the right side Phoenix 18 minutes into the game. Dinga are playing so far behind at this point. We were just talking about 5K gold lead earlier, 10K. We are now sitting 15, nearly 16,000 up. It's essentially almost 1,000 gold a minute at this point, Trelly.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of questions. I mean, actually, Eagle rally forward, and there's the Supernova. A lot of damage coming on the Nog, and they're not done. They're still pushing forward. Lightning Storm gets some value. Luckily, wait, hold that thought. Flash goes in.
It's almost done. CC me up. Phantom from the beads. He's able to walk out of this one. Middle Phoenix defended. A lot of ultimates thrown out there on the side of Cowabunga, but that one big slam, at least from the Kukulkan out of Nog, able to really halt that team fight in its place. Cowabunga now forced to retreat after a bit of a questionable engage in mid.
Yeah, so I mean, Leon finally does have that Phantom Ring, so the cage is not the end-all be-all engagement that it once was, but still, quite the long cooldown, which means Team Dinga has to stay back whenever that's down, because Phantom has no threats on the map currently. He was able to finish that blink. He's going in constantly. He's 3-0-10. This Odin has been an absolute threat. Not to mention, Paul picked up Valor's Eye. Said, you know what? You guys are going pretty tanky. I want double pen now. And I'll be able to shred through just about everyone. Consider this, though. We have been questioning a lot of the magical ADCs, right? I mean, Tuba's on the Soul. We've seen, the Neath play more of a mage-style build. But Yarkor just goes Death Metal, Kins, Bloodforge Blade, the Dagger of Frenzy. Like, straight up just all the active items you can plus Kins. And he's just trying to play like a traditional carry auto attack style build, shred through objectives. No crit chance just yet. That's what I was expecting, but there are some anti-crit items that are very strong on some of these tanks. So it does seem like you don't want to build in too much crit chance if the enemy team knows what they're doing, because you're just going to lose a lot of value on your autos.
I think the one thing I'm looking for on the side of Dinga, which I know at this stage is hard for them to come by farm, with Cowabunga literally just deathballing through their jungle at this point. But there's still no anti-heal. I mean, we're looking at double, triple lifesteal on some of these carries, that the sustain options that are dropped down by Aurora in the way of the mushroom, but there's not an ounce of anti-heal on the side of Dinga just yet. Meanwhile, Aurora, who's going against not a lot of lifesteal on the enemy team, has picked up double anti-heal, Divine Ruin, and that Ruinous Ong. Aurora is essentially just an anti-heal bot for a team that doesn't really have a whole lot of healing.
It really sounded like someone asked you what your fighting style was, and you said, "Oh, I train in the way of the mushroom." No one says in the way of the mushroom, man. Oh, actually, SOT did pick up some crit. This Bologna could be chunking. Mid Phoenix still not quite committed to yet. Looks like Cowabunga is just sort of testing the waters. We've got plenty of time to see this one through. Neithel sent out just for fun at this point. There is still plenty of regen. Finally, Phantom seated forward.
Jumps into the back line, locks the carries in. Kukulkan ultimate misses from Nog, and now the flop in by Aurora. That should be too dead. Nog pops the bloodbound just to stay alive. Able to dash away. Jump just off the mark by Panatom, but walk up, toss the spear, and knock him down. Nog down for the count. The mid Phoenix still standing for Dinga. Cowabunga is just going for these fights, and for SOT, might not be the best option. Dies in the back line. The three healthier members. Paul ups the lightning storms, triple charge on El Leon. Gets onto the chalk. Doesn't matter. He gets taken down in an instant, along with El Leon and Slash now gone. It is just the jungle Neath to hold the front line up against these Phoenixes that are just getting melted away, as Panatom clears that one out. It has the cage back up already. Throws the stun. A couple of in-hands should do the job. Jump away is not quite enough because the cage was still there, so the damage follows him through.
Yep, and that's the benefit of this Jotun's Revenge and the Tekko Kagi combo here from Panatom. And not to mention the Hydra's Lament. Like plenty of damage, but the cooldown, I think, is the real kicker. Panatom keeps getting kills, keeps resetting those cooldowns, makes it not a threat at all. Like I said, I don't think Panatom's been close to dying yet. And sure, he's got low health, but he was never close to dying, and he was never a target. Still, Paul, 9-0-6. One of the best positioned mid laners we've seen in Smite's history. Smite 2 seems like no different. You cannot get to this Zeus at the moment.
And even if you do, drops ult on it right at his feet, and then you just don't get a stick by him at all. I mean, Paul is playing
claps and
perfectly.
runs away. He's so fast too.
Oh, God, he gets so much movement speed, the attack speed on top.
And he's taking speed buffs, man. He's got Pathfinder.
Yeah, he's just zooming. He just wants to be roaming around as fast as he can and not have a care in the world or regard anybody's life. Speaking of, Tuba might want to take care of himself. He's being chased out by Panatom, jumps in, gets the damage on Tuba, and now he's stuck inside of an Odin cage all by his lonesome. Yark shows up, takes him out with the Bramble Blast, and Slash just trying to run as fast as his little legs can take him. Tosses out the axe, goes for the ultimate. Does hit just Paul, but Paul is fine. He's walking forward at the chalk, walking forward at the Kukulkan that's there. Walks up, Thunderclap, and that'll be the end of Slash's life.
Yeah, Leon is pushing between Phoenix and tier 2 right now. And it seems like Noloran is also just clearing lanes. Guys, your Titan may be the target. Cowabunga is sieging into the base.
Cowabunga's got 3, make that 4 there now with Panatom dealing with the mid laner. 2-man defense from Dinga, but there's a lightning storm from Paul, and this one might just be cooked. Cowabunga nearly take this game. The Titan only about 1,000 HP left, and it will go the way of Cowabunga, who pushed through around 20 minutes of play to end this one out.
Panatom and Paul, undying. Aurora, 3-1-19. 7-0-13 for Panatom. I mean, just an insane game played here by Cowabunga. Just goes to show a team that really knows how to play the map. They understood their game plan. I have no doubts their plan was to ban one of the 2 assassins. Hope the other one was banned as well. And then just make sure that Paul can't get dove, right? If you have this Zeus pick and there's not enough dive to deal with him, he just free casts. And Paul is one of those players that knows exactly how to pilot a pick like this. with not enough pressure to get towards the Zeus, like without Fenrir to pick him up, without Loki to get that confirmed stun, it can be very difficult. I'm baffled that Ymir wasn't on the table because I think that's one of the best ways to deal with the Zeus at the moment is, you know, bunny hop yourself in there, use the wall to catch him. It doesn't matter how fast he is if you can't run away, right? So I think that would have been a great option, but maybe the Hades just, I think I would have went Hades solo and then thrown a Ymir in there somewhere, but hey, I did like the game plan at the start. Just Cowabunga, they just played the map so well.
I think it almost even felt like Dinga fell into a trap. You know, they got the Hades. The Hades has been banned out all day long. They get the Hades, like, cool, we got it. And then it became the question of now what? I mean, you see double Hunter style play get pick up. You see the Kukulkan drafted as well. And you're sitting here going, okay, so where are all of these picks going? Well, I'll have to think about that another time. They've been knocked out of the bracket by Cowabunga. And speaking of, we can take a look at that bracket. Cowabunga moved themselves up into the semifinals, and we got some teams that are still sticking around over in the quarterfinals matchups to be played. We saw Viejitos a little bit earlier, Bad News Bears 2. I wonder if the 2 is just because we're now in Smite 2, or if it's the second incarnation of the Bad News Bears.
Well, it's just the sequel to the movie Bad News Bears.
Oh, see, I was hoping it was, you know, they were the Bad News Bears back in Smite 1, and now they're back for Smite 2, so now it's the second run of them. But I know it's also a reference to the Bad News Bears.
I think they're just upset the Bad News Bears 2 never got made, and if you win Smite 2 Alpha Weekend 2 tournament, it could be a pretty big, you know, publicity stunt to get Bad News Bears 2 made. That's all I'm saying.
Then you got Let's Have Fun, the Cuddly Rabbits, J-Block, and Fried all still playing out there in the quarterfinals, which means that J-Block or Fried are going to have to go up against Cowabunga. And after a performance like that, I'm a little terrified for any team having to go up against those guys, Charlie, because, I mean, you saw the opponents that were up against them. I mean, Elion, Nog, Slash, these guys who have been around the scene for such a long time. But it seems that the former Smite 1 SPL powerhouses are just a bit too tough for some of these teams to deal with.
Yeah, when I saw Roar take the teleport and then just gank solo at like level 5, I was like, this is going to be rough. You know what I mean? Like, it just shows that he knows the map so well. He knows exactly when he can use that teleporter to make your life miserable. You're not expecting it. I would keep your eye on the teleporters if you're facing these guys later on because they know what they're doing.
Yeah, keep your wards up, keep your vision ready to go. And we want you guys at home, go ahead and take yourselves a little break while we also take a break. And when we come back, we got some more Smite action for you here on Smite 2. Hello, everybody, and welcome into the Smite 2 Alpha 2 tournament here on the lovely weekend on Saturday. We're in the quarterfinals still. We just watched one of the quarterfinal matchups play with SOT's squad there of Cowabunga taking down Dinga, but now we're moving into a little bit more of this quarterfinal action. It's J-Mac, it's Trelly still hanging out here with you, and we're going to have Cuddly Rabbits and Let's Have Fun facing off on this one. Now, a little bit of a forewarning is this game is already slightly in progress, so we're just going to go ahead and jump right into it. No picks and bans, and instead we're already 4 minutes into the action and almost right into a team fight already, going in with the bludgeon swing. And good damage coming out of the Bologna. It takes a little bit longer, but Ladude's able to get first blood on the side of Cuddly Rabbits and pick up a nice little kill to start this game out, Trelly.
I like getting into the action. This is nice. We don't got to wait for much, right? You just open up the game and instantly get to see 0-1. Cuddly Rabbits obviously starting off with, you know, if I'm giving anyone a kill right now, considering how impactful soul laners can be, I don't think I'm too upset about giving it over towards Bologna, because she can be super oppressive, especially if you're starting that meteor item. It just really helps proc off those auto attacks, and I just want to stack as much protections as possible. Looking at the other team though, Sanford Soccer gets his hands on Loki. That's scary stuff. Odin as well. Cherry's taking, man. And Ladude gets another kill, man. I was looking at builds, man. I'm sorry, I was zoning in.
Shame on you.
A threat.
Shame on you for looking at an item when you should be looking at the most important thing on the screen, which is this Bologna currently. Ladude 2-0 up over Let's Have Fun. Though, on the counter side of it, Let's Have Fun better at the farming game so far. Down 2 kills, but up nearly 1,500 gold over Cuddly Rabbits. And, well, if you take a look at the roster, you know, kind of looking down the list, Snop, yeah, that's Snoopy, by the way. Sanford Soccer, Cyclone Spin, Cheerio, and I do believe that the soul laner playing this time for them is Kiki So Cheeky. So a little bit of old and new talent popping up here from the former Smite 1 Pro League days on the side of Let's Have Fun. But Cuddly Rabbits, doesn't matter. They don't care who you are, what you used to do, how pro you used to be. It's all the dudes right now.
They don't care where you've been. they are here to frag, and Lay Dudes is the fragger at the moment. Beats down, forcing the ult. Man, Zeus just clearing essentially. Snoopy had to just drop it to, you know, try and clear waves, but without the beads can be very scary. Bacchus, Athena, if Lay Dudes rotate, there's just so much. Wait, this man is so clean. Did he just start Musashi's dual swords?
He did.
He started Musashi's dual swords, crit and movement on auto attacks.
He just wants to keep it going.
Yeah, and I'm ready for it.
Oh, Cobra wasn't ready for Cheerio to step up in. 1 kill, but are you ready for Ladudes? He's back for round 3. Sam wisely gonna step away from the champion of the Cuddly Rabbits, who's just here to make sure that the dual lane gets defended. Quick little port over. You actually see that the support, Hazen, has walked over to the solo side just to get a little bit of farm. Sam wants to defend this Pathfinder buff. Throws out the decoy, but with 3 people there, not much of a chance he's going to have to steal this one away.
At the moment, I'm really interested to see exactly how Sanford Soccer pilots this Loki build. So I've seen a lot of Fenrir, I've seen a lot of Chalk, some Odin. I haven't seen the full damage Loki just yet. Yoden's Revenge is a start. I'm Hazen. Able to pick up a kill there onto Ymir. Deadly Guppy. What a great name, by the way.
Fantastic name.
Yeah, big fan of Deadly Guppy. Unfortunately, 0-2 so far. Something to keep in mind as we see a 1 HP Bacchus that should go down here. Yes. Sam, you good?
Sam? Oh, okay. Teleport out with ult. Okay.
Yeah. Something to note if you haven't played Loki, you haven't seen Loki. Stealth actually resets on kills now. So that first ability vanish, you can go in, get a kill, and then use it to escape or use it to kill someone else. Could be impactful, could be important. Just keep that in mind whenever you see Sam go in for a play like that and then goof around under tower.
Sorry, I was mistaken. Hazen is, I believe, just the outright solo laner for this team, the Athena support, and then it is Ladudes going for the jungle Bologna, if I'm not mistaken, in this one. So makes more sense why you go for the dual swords this time. Jump in by Cherry, finds the cage on top of 2, and a lightning storm from Snoop. Just gonna decimate the health bars of the Cuddly Rabbits and show just how potent Zeus is in Smite 2.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact that we get Zeus Odin back. It has been a minute since I saw some nice Zeus Odin combos. Snoopy certainly knows what he's doing. Going with the Soul Devourer first item. That's been pretty prominent across just about everyone. But 2 Titans Conch is already picked up as well. Those are the Crab Rave items. Gonna be giving lots of stats to your whole squad when you're around someone who has that item. Your strength and intelligence buff just passively. So keep your eye on it. Sanford Soccer once again over in solo, looking for a kill on Hazen, and he'll find it.
Gonna take that one, no problem. Use the ultimate just to get themselves in there. And let's have fun. Now pulled the kill lead back for themselves and a pretty hefty gold lead to start out. 4K here at the 9-minute mark, and Sanford Soccer will go ahead and cap up the Warhorn, or at least get that one started, and hopefully empower those minions a little bit later down the road. So, charging up the World Weaver on the side of Galaxy. Thought maybe we'd see that one rip, but not going to fire it off this time around. Not really any great targets for their mid laner to scope out with that ultimate.
I wanted to follow Cherry, though. This Cage, again, early game, gets so much value. You find someone who gets in trouble with it, drop that Cage, look for it immediately. Trading well with Les Dudes. Again, Musashi's Dual Swords is a nice item to have when you're scaling, but I don't know if it's my favorite start. You know, the more you auto attack, the more you crit, the more you're benefiting. You're getting increased crit chance and movement speed the more you auto, but you know, what helps you auto attack more? Attack speed. What helps you crit more? Crit. So usually it's better a little bit later on in the build, but with 2 kills early on, it seems like Les Dudes didn't care too much. By the way, might be the toughest name in Smite 2, Musashi's Dual Swords. That's just me personally, my favorite. What about you?
I'm trying to think. That one might be it.
I've got a bit of a tier list here. Eye of the Storm is
Solid.
the one that looked like Runeforged Hammer.
Okay.
The Cosmic Horror.
Cosmic Horror is good.
Cast. And then Helm of Darkness, which is just active item, gives you stealth. Those are some of my favorites.
That's one of my favorite ones just to pick up and play is the Helm of Darkness. You can get a lot of silly stuff going with that one. We'll see. Rotation over
a
the
lot of silly stuff.
a lot of silly stuff. Look, I'm just a silly guy, Trully. Look, we got done doing the Smite 2, the devs 2. You know the silly stuff that I like to play. What's not silly is having to deal with an Odin cage. Luckily with an Athena ultimate, it makes it a little bit easier to handle this time around. Stun is good. Jerry just keeping them busy here in the jungle, not letting this Athena get back to lane, just trying to deny farm wall. I'm Hazen. You know, Ledudes was the champion of the early game. Right now, I'm Hazen, the champion of the solo lane with some assistance over there. Picks up another kill onto Deadly Cuppy.
Yeah, it doesn't have that much damage online just yet, but the Ymir unfortunately cannot hang, especially when Ledude shows up. I'm excited to see how this box build plays out. I'm also excited to see how this Gold Fury plays out. Death Metal pop, attack speed coming through. Dagger Frenzy also pop, and the Gold Fury goes down. So let's have fun. Massive gold lead, by the way, for Let's Have Fun currently. For a 12-minute game, being up 6, almost 7,000 gold, it's pretty ridiculous.
And we'll see Caustic Buff dropped and picked up for I'm Hazen, who's just been destroying over in solo lane. Got a little bit of help from Ledudes to pick up that kill that direction, but still falling behind across the map where the kills are going fairly nicely for Cuddly Rabbits, getting it onto some of the premier targets you'd want them to have them. Let's Have Fun is just controlling the map, controlling this farm, taking down Gold Furies, constantly going for these invades to either force Cuddly Rabbits to 3 or even sometimes 4-man split them. When Let's Have Fun's able to just pick up anything by themselves, and that's why you're even able to see Cyclone Spin so far forward alone, is because there's nobody that could probably kill Cyclone Spin if they don't get help, which is why they're expending so much to get it. Purification Beads not only stops the knockup from that supernova, but also prevents the Neathult from catching him.
I thought maybe they'd still dive. The dudes thought better of it, gonna back off. Another item that I expected to see a lot of so far this weekend is the Spear of Negation, which is the second item Hazen picked up. Well, it looks like old Bobble from Smite 1. Hold that thought. We do have another engage onto Snoopy here. Got the beads last time. Drops the ult, but Galaxy able to pick that one up. You have to watch your positioning on Zeus. And Snoopy knew, by the way. He looked over to the left, saw 3 people diving his ADC, and still stood up that far in lane. That one's just unfortunate. But yeah, just big power and big magical protections for Spear of Negation. I'm telling you, Bacchus is going to be an absolute unit once he actually decides to rotate out of lane.
And another invade at this Pathfinder. and stuck inside of the Odin cage, channeling the Athena ultimate to try bail out, but Cherry takes down Ledudes. The People's Champion is gone. Cyclone Spin gonna be able to push down a tower all the while, but still standing there. Even goes back to the tier 2 tower. There's 2 people standing right next to him in the jungle, and his priority is just to keep getting farm and keep just proxying up at this wave.
Yeah, so far Cyclone's full HP, so nothing to worry about. But Cobra and Galaxy recognize they're a little bit annoyed with how this Cern's playing. They want to try and threaten him, but yeah, Cyclone doesn't care. He's gonna dash in. You're dead. Galaxy, you might just be next, but Cyclone did not have the HP to play, so Galaxy won't get the trade, at least for their fallen comrade. I tend to agree though, J-Max. Cyclone needs to relax a bit. I do like the aggression, but hey, they are living up to their namesake. They are having fun.
I mean, going for that Dagger of Frenzy in the pocket of Cyclone Spin. Magic had that one there. Just wanted to hold on to it, and they're just vibing at the moment. Still holding on to a nice lead over Cuddly Rabbits, who are taking advantage of whatever situation they can get. Sometimes that's what happens when you get some of these top-level players. They kind of get that thought, you know, they think, you know, we're a bit better than them. You know, we can kind of mess around a little bit, and then sometimes they get caught with their pants around their ankle, and they say, okay, well, we might need to dial it back a little bit. Let's have fun. Might be in that stage going, okay, they can still kill us. We can still die. We should probably wait to group up and try and, you know, make a play this way. Taunt in from Fury. Eagles rally from Leduc, but he gets stunned inside of the Lightning Storm. And it's the most unfortunate spot for him to have landed there. Sanford Soccer gonna take down Galaxy inside of the jungle. Let's have fun. Push it up to the tier 2.
We'll see if they're done, though. Cherry does have an ultimate. Deadly Guppy goes forward, tries to find a freeze, but gets taunted out of it. They do have a big minion with them, so tanking up just fine. Deadly Guppy, you gotta back up, though, man. Don't want to be under that tier 2 for too long. Cherry, even though the cage is available, doesn't find a good opportunity for it, decides to back up. Probably the smart call, by the way. Try and keep it for that Zeus Soul. That Lightning Storm really is your best combo with the Odin cage. The Ring of Spears can be powerful, but I think you want to hold on to it until Snoopy groups up.
Do see rotation to this dual lane. Cyclone's been gone immediately with the Athena ultimate on top. This should be a kill on a Cherry with 3 people plus a Neath ultimate. This should be enough CC and damage to take him down. Dash in by Fury. Misses the mark. Stun. Not going to land by Hazen. And Cherry's out despite the Neath ult landing right on top of him. 3 people chasing him down. Cuddly Rabbits just don't have the damage to go for the kill. So instead, going over to the Fury, I don't think anyone on Let's Have Fun realizes this is happening.
Deadly Guppy's on the way. Probably won't make it there in time. Yeah, the Fury definitely drops, but do you find the fight after the fact? Galaxy backflip right into Deadly Guppy. Doesn't seem like there's enough damage, so the rest of the team is so split up.
Deadly Guppy just going back and forth and back and forth. A Lightning Storm and a triple charge on 3 people means a massive stun for Snoop on the Zeus. Gonna keep chasing out is the Ymir. See if they can find Hazen. Catch him with a good wall in place. Goes to the Glacial Strike Slam, and that's enough. Ultimate used just for the CC immunity, but now with Galaxy standing around, I'm sure that's the end of the call and the end of the push for Let's Have Fun. Back up. Get your minions farmed up, and maybe just be a little bit more careful.
You know, J-Max, something that we haven't seen too much of so far is the Amanita's Charm. Only one that I can see on Fury, on the Athena. This is an item that has been entirely spammed by just about everyone. No way.
Fire Giant.
They don't have the HP. The team's on the way. But yeah, Deadly
Guppy's trying for it? He needs to back out. Give the
dead. Oh, the zoom.
Who does this move over to, though? They take it. Doesn't matter. Fire Giant, 17.5 minutes for Let's Have Fun. A bold call, but it pays off for Let's Have Fun. Not a single person on the team drops down there, even despite the low health bar stopping it.
Yeah, I expected Hazen to at least walk up, but looks like was not nearby. Snoop wants to find the kill, or at least some damage onto Hazen. Waiting for him to jump over the wall. Blue buff would have been the call, but here comes Athena. Maybe they get 2 free kills, and it looks like they just might.
I get the one. Cyclone Spin gonna stand his ground, and he is chunking through Fury. That's a kill for the ADC. Even dropping down the mushroom from the Amanita's Charm, not gonna be enough to save this Athena's life. Let's Have Fun with Fire Giant, and 2 heavy damage dealers and in-hands are gonna be able to melt through this tower.
Yep, tier 2 should drop no problem. Cherry and Sanford Soccer hanging around the mid lane. Which Phoenix do they go for is the question. And all the while, Soul is being dealt with. Deadly Guppy stopping backs over in left lane. So this should be at worst a 4v4. Leduc jumps in, but remember, Leduc isn't that tanky.
Yeah, Eagles Rally used. Can he get the crits he needs? No, he will not be able to. Snoopy on the Zeus takes it down to 1. They get the Phoenix for Let's Have Fun, and the Lightning Storm is enough to take down Fury. Snoopy with the double kill on the mid lane Zeus. And Cyclone Spin's just going to go ahead and clean up any of the jungle farm that's there. Cuddly Rabbits now falling dangerously behind and without a bird.
Wow, all the while, I watched Deadly Guppy just chase down Cobra on the left side of the map pretty much the entirety. Completely committing to the auto attack, strength, crit build on the Soul. So far, 1 and 3 hasn't been working out too well, but Phoenix is the target. Oh my
no,
goodness, goodbye Galaxy.
Stun into stun, a wild hunt thrown down by Cyclone Spin. Not going to get the damage they're looking for. Omlek popped. Deadly Guppy gonna go down. Mid Phoenix should still stand, even with Cherry tanking that one. Eagles rally in. This is a good chance for the dudes to fight back, but there is the restoration just keeping them alive. Snoop's gonna take down Ledudes. Cherry jumps in. Not quite enough for the kill yet. Misses the spear toss. Snoop's just waiting for the snap to get the kill. Doesn't even need it. Walks up. Thunderclap takes down Fury. And 2 low health bars in Sam and Cherry. Just gonna stand around at the mid lane Phoenix for now.
Yeah, but they want this bird bad. Everyone low HP except for Snoopy. Cyclone Pin, the second tankiest, but they can't bounce this back and forth. They don't have the regen, even with Fire Giant. It's not going to be easy to step in here. Hazen hasn't reset. Cobra hasn't reset. Still 800 HP. They should be able to grab it, but Galaxy picks up Cherry. And that should be all she wrote. Team Let's Have Fun grab 2 birds off their first Fire Giant, and they head on back to base. And that's about exactly how as well as that can go. I can't imagine you're ending the game off a 17-minute FG. Cuddly Rabbits, don't get me wrong, they have a long way to go gold-wise if they want to be back into this game. They still do have a good bit of damage, so pushing into them like that is a risky gamble that ends up working out for Let's Have Fun.
And lose Fire Giant on 2. Should only have that buff for about another minute or so before that one should fade away, and then they can go for another. Meanwhile, Cyclone Spin's going to solo the Fury. Gold Fury down, second one of the game for Let's Have Fun. With the build that Cyclone's gone build. Yeah, I mean, having the Reaper in there as well for the extra sustain just means that Cyclone Spin can do just about anything he wants on his own at this point.
Full Deathbringer just bought by Cyclone Spin, by
and
the way.
more.
Yeah, he hovered Musashi's dual swords, then said, nah, I want Deathbringer. And I gotta say, I respect it. Looking at the damage he just did to Gold Fury, I'm expecting to see more of that as we continue. Fire Giant should be spawning up here shortly. And Let's Have Fun already in position, or at least trying to get some vision down. Has anyone upgraded their wards? Yes, Cherry and Deadly Guppy have both upgraded their wards to the Sentry Ward option. That's a 300 gold upgrade you can get in the shop. And that just means their vision is going to be that much better. Not only do they know you don't have vision, they can also destroy your wards, which helps a ton. Look at Deadly Guppy. You see? Okay, he's teleporting. I thought he was hiding, waiting for an ambush, but did decide to teleport to the other side of the map. Has options, but I think Fire Giant seems to be the call here for the squad.
Yeah, probably just going to keep this push up. Force Cuddly Rabbits to stay at their base and defend. Meanwhile, a little bit of a skirmish around mid. Cyclone's been destined by himself. Gets a little bit of extra help from their jungler, jumping right on in with that Odin. Cherry going to lock 2 inside the cage. Deadly Guppy wraps around, and that's 2 dead in an instant from Cuddly Rabbits. Now the team's got to regroup themselves at their own Titan at this point. We're 22.5 in, and Let's Have Fun are just jumping into the throne room. Titan pulled. Reset, though, by Let's Have Fun. Still might want to try and retake down this Phoenix as it's about to respawn on the right-hand side. One more Phoenix still left, but also Fire Giants respawn. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Let's Have Fun go for the objective once more.
Yeah, I think that's probably the call. I thought they were really going to go for the end there, but 5v3 does not seem easy. And now you're just waiting for respawns at this point, so it's about to be a 5v5. No way you feel confident. They're going to go for it.
Lightning Storm down. Titan at about half HP. If you can just keep Cyclone Spin there to get damage with Snoopy, that should be all she wrote, and it will be just enough. Let's Have Fun in under 25 minutes. Takes the game and moves on to the semifinals.
Man, this Zeus pick, I'm telling you, if you're able to keep the dive junglers off Zeus and hold on to your beads in particular. Build some movement speed, hold on to the beads, build some cooldown, hold on to the thunderclap. It is scary what can be accomplished. Shouts out to Sam for Soccer. Well played Loki game as well. I was a big fan of how active he was getting on that pickup. And yeah, Zeus is definitely one of the scarier picks I've seen. I'm not ready to completely write off Hades, but still, those are definitely two of the higher contending picks that I've seen so far in this tournament.
Yeah, so now we'll have to see how this maybe affects the remainder of the tournament. Does Zeus ever make it through for the Let's Have Fun team again? Does Zeus ever make it through for, the Paul team that we just saw a little bit earlier with Cowabunga? Do we ever see them get that kind of a pick again? After a performance like this, Trelly, I think I'm just perma-banning Zeus the rest of the way if I'm up against anybody. Or if I'm not first pick at least.
Yeah, if I'm first pick, I'm probably banning things that deal with Zeus. And if I'm second pick, I'm banning Zeus. But again, if you're able to pick up something like Loki or Fenrir, I think there's options there. Or Odin. I think those are your three pickups, right? Fenrir, Loki, and Odin all have good matchups into Zeus. But letting Zeus and Odin exist while taking away Loki and Fenrir that's criminal.
Yeah, it's a scary combination that has now net this squad a spot up into the semifinals. We can take a look at the bracket, see how the rest of our event has panned out so far, and we actually do have our next matchup that will be ready for that semifinal side. Viejitos. I think I'm saying that right. God, I hope I'm saying it right. If I'm not, I apologize. And let's have fun moving into the semifinals. And Cowabunga is still awaiting their opponents in J Block and Fried to see who they're going to be facing off up against that one. So we're going to have to see exactly who is going to have to face off against the Wrath of Cowabunga. But after a performance like we've seen from Let's Have Fun, we might be seeing potentially a team that can make their way all the way to this grand finals, Trelly.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if any of those semifinals teams make it. We have seen some good Smite 2 so far. And what I look for immediately in judging these squads is who comes in with a plan, who has adapted to the meta that we've seen so far this weekend. And I've seen a lot of that where, we've seen the Amanitas Charms. We've also seen answers to it. The anti-heal has been very important still. The Soul Devourers. A lot of these high pressure early damage guardian / warriors have been very pristine as well. So just keep your eyes on those things. But so far, the top three teams that we've seen so far all have ample opportunity to make it to the finals, I think.
Yeah, I think finals is going to be really good here on the NA side of the bracket for this event in particular. Remember, it's a best of 3 for the finals, but it's still best of 1 up until then. So you just got to get that one big win to find yourself and maybe get your point up into that finals. But we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we've got the semifinals right around the corner.
do. She's got a hold on me. She knows how to drive a truck, but she lets me pick her up when we're going dancing. My heart stops beating when my headlights shining on her. She's my country girl. I couldn't tell you what she's doing with me. She's so damn out of my league. She's a little bit crazy on the weekends, dancing in her red dress, and I love the way she looks in my eyes. And I'm feeling like midnight's getting closer, and I just wanna hold her in my arms till the sun comes up. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. She can let her hair down, but got her feet on the ground. I can't get enough of her. She can drive me so wild, just with that sweet smiling. There's nobody else for me. My heart starts racing every time I'm looking at her. She's my country girl. I couldn't tell you what she's doing to me. She's so damn out of my league. She's a little bit crazy on the weekends, dancing in her red dress, and I love the way she looks in my eyes. And I'm feeling like midnight's getting closer, and I just wanna hold her in my arms till the sun comes up. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. Guitar. Yeah. All right. Wouldn't lie to you.
That is my fans, and welcome back into the Smite 2 Alpha 2 tournament. It's J-Mac and Trelly chilling out here still once more as we're getting ready to jump into the semifinals here in the North American side of our tournament. We've already had some great games all up until now, but now we sit at the top 4 teams of North America in this bracket. And after just the last couple of matches we've watched, Charlie, I've got no idea where this tournament's going to be going and what teams are going to be rising up to the top at this point.
I mean, it's going to be a tough call for sure. There's been some upsets, I suppose, as well as some teams that I thought have looked very solid. I'm definitely a little bit partial to Cowabunga and Let's Have Fun, but that's not to say that Fried and Vijitos has not been performing extremely well. I haven't been able to watch their matches, both of them. I haven't been able to see Fried, that is, so we'll have to see exactly what kind of meta they can bring to the table. That's the benefit, though, of a best of one. You don't really give the other team that much time to figure out your play style. You just come out absolutely swinging. So definitely should be interesting. I'm with you, though. There's a little bit of bias, but that does not mean that I am completely one-sided in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and speaking of Fried and Cowabunga, that's going to be our next matchup here in the semifinals that we're going to sit down and watch through. Well, if you hit those and Let's Have Fun are going to have their matchup going on around the exact same time. So sticking through with the semifinals, it will be that bottom side of the bracket there. And then remember, winner of this best of one moves into a best of 3 grand finals to see who will be the champion of North America here for the first Smite 2 Alpha 2 tournament. I'm going to see what our champion of North America is going to look like, but I'm also curious to see what gets let through at this point, because we saw not only in our quarterfinal match before, Trelly, but the second quarterfinal match that we got to tune into, Zeus Odin makes it through to a team 2 times, and both times it just completely steamrolls through the competition. If Zeus gets let through, you cannot give Zeus and Odin to the same team.
Yeah, I think that there are a couple ways to deal with Zeus. I think a damage-dealing Hades, a nice tanky a nice damage-dealing Loki, a sort of hybrid Odin, or a sort of hybrid Fenrir. Those are all good options. But taking away 2 of them and getting them for yourself is that is worst-case scenario. So there are still ways to play around the Zeus for sure. But if you're not having a solid dive on your team, and if you have immobile carries like the Kukulkans or the Anubis, for example, you really got to watch out for that Zeus Odin combo. It is extremely lethal.
We'll see if that combo makes it through. Picks and bans for our semifinal now ready to go between Fried and Cowabunga. Fried will take that first pick spot, so an opportunity to leave the Zeus open, take that one for themselves, or do they take something, ban something else away, maybe just ban the Zeus outright? They will do just that. Not going to give Paul any chance to play against the Zeus, or maybe worried about what kind of counter matchups that Cowabunga has already been working on. Toss a Fenrir ban in there. This is another round that we get the Hades let through. We'll see if Fried puts that priority that direction, Trelly, or do we see this Hades move over to the Cowabunga side?
We'll have to see. Nope, Fried gonna lock that one in instantly, which means Cowabunga can certainly grab the Loki or the Odin or both. I'm not exactly sure if they would value the Loki and the Odin, but one or the other. Remember, Bacchus still top of the tier list for sure. I think Neith, despite being on the losing end more often than not, there's a reason that she's picked so highly. Could also be an option here for Cowabunga, or just, you know, grab Bologna. There's so many options that you can go for. We'll have to see exactly what Cowabunga is looking for. Remember, this is the semifinals. There's money on the line. So just because we saw them play some of these picks before does not necessarily mean like, oh, I'm going to play something else. I want to play something different. They want to play what's best. So we'll have to see exactly what picks they value this highly in the draft. For my money, though, the Odin or the Loki has to be one of them, right? I would think Bacchus, Odin, maybe one of the stronger top twos they could go for, just judging by what I've seen from them in the past. But I'll have to see exactly what they go for.
Yeah, and there's enough carry style gods that I wouldn't put a ton of value on getting in the top two, is what I say. But apparently a lot of value thrown Kernanos' way. That'll be picked up by Cowabunga. And then will be the Loki. So not going to see Bacchus or Odin drafted this time around. Instead, it's just going to be a little bit of damage on the side of Cowabunga. So now an opportunity for Fried. They can take away some of those big picks. I agree that taking Bacchus might be one of the better calls right now, just for how much pressure that god grants you in the lane, for what we saw with Aurora doing it on the side of Cowabunga. I think if anything, I'm picking it so that way Aurora just can't touch that god again, because that guy level 4 decides, I'm going to take a teleporter, go to the soul lane, get a gank, and then go back to my lane immediately after. Might be something that Fried, if it's not drafted here in these next two, take that one away from Cowabunga.
Yeah, I don't know if I love the Neath Soul. Now your team just looks very squishy. You already have Loki let through, and you didn't take away some of the scarier picks here from Cowabunga. You still do have the option to go towards the Bacchus, of course. Athena is a great option as well. Athena is one of the best initiators that you can really go for in this meta, and Fried, I would imagine, because they've got two, big burst mage style plays with the Soul and the Neath, and throw Hades in the mix as well. Having that taunt would be a big deal. So taking that away, which could be what Cowabunga grabs here, would certainly be their option. The Chalk is still slept on at the moment. We saw that be very impactful in the EMEA section of this tournament just earlier today. They have a lot of options here. And Cowabunga, a team that likes to use all of their options. But if we're looking at what Paul wants to play, I can't imagine he goes towards like Anubis. So I'm thinking you grab the Cuckoo, or you take like one of these picks that have already been grabbed. That's where my mind goes. We'll have to see what Paul's thinking though, because with the Zeus taken away, I'll have to see where his mind's at.
Yeah, I'm also wondering on the Anubis, because it was what? Gunter is really the only big Anubis that we've seen so far this tournament, and that was in the EMEA side of things. So haven't really seen as much priority towards him mid. There's the option for Kukulkan if you want to go that way towards Paul in the mid lane. Maybe you just give him the Loki and let somebody else run something in the jungle, like you mentioned. Maybe you pick up the Chalk on the side of Cowabunga. But for now, it will be a Bacchus, so going to be going back to Aurora, a menace on this pick. I mean, this is a god, a play style that dates back all the way to the existence of Bacchus and the introduction of Aurora to that god. Couple that one with a Bologna. Still have a little bit of flexibility as to what you want to do with the Bologna. Probably into the solo lane, at least depending on where this Loki is going to go. So now it comes down to Fried with what you draft up here. Odin could be an option if you want to drop that one. Athena, you need to get some tankier targets out there unless you're planning on building this Hades tanky. But Hades as a tank hasn't been as impactful as we've seen whenever he gets to go just full brunt damage, grab that mirror, and just go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I definitely prefer just full damage Hades at this point. Like, Bloodbound Book and Typhons, as far as I'm concerned, are like staples. Even with full lifesteal, you're going to get a ton of value from it. But Chalk is a nice pick. Chalk Ymir, wow. Okay, so they do have enough frontline. I was worried when I saw the Hades, the Neath, and the Soul. Were they going to have enough frontline to back this up? But Chalk and Ymir can certainly provide it. I'm honestly, if it's not Cuckoo, then I think Paul's taking either the Cern or the Loki. That would be my guess if that's what Cowabunga decides to draft in their last slot here. It is going to be Anubis. Would Paul take the Anubis though? I kind of feel like Panatom would take Anubis before Paul would. I don't know. I mean, hey, it's Smite too. Maybe Paul turned over a new leaf, but I'm not. I think I'd see Paul on an assassin type play before I saw him on Anubis. But hey, this is also, you got a good front line. You got Bacchus, you have Bologna, you have plenty of dive with the Loki. It could just be a traditional comp and I'm getting baited.
Yeah, that's kind of the question I was wondering was, if he doesn't go Anubis, what does he go in place of this? Because like Loki is probably the next answer that Paul might go for this kind of selection. I mean, obviously you could go Cernanos, but then you're not putting a traditional, hunter style of god over in that lane. So I'd make it a little bit more difficult in the dual lane unless you just want to have an absolute run it down style of composition, but probably not the call there. So maybe this is traditional for the side of Cowabunga. You throw the Anubis in the mid lane for Paul. We get to see what Paul gets to do with a pick like this, something that I don't think have ever gotten to see during his competitive history in Smite 1. I mean, when we think of, the Paul style of gods, Anubis was never one really to kind of pop up in that conversation. So who knows, maybe Paul's been getting a little practice on the pick and we get to see what it can do out here up against Fried. But at least for the side of Fried, speaking of this team, Charlie, we got the Chalk, we got the Ymir. Do you expect this just going to be Hades solo running kind of that full damage style and then throwing the Chalk over into the jungle for the squad?
That is definitely what I would do. I like maybe one tank item and then just full damage Hades solo and then a hybrid like tanky Chalk that doesn't just get owned by Loki. I think that would be the best allocation of the resources provided. But, from what we've seen so far today, there's a lot of, ambiguity to all of these picks. There's some different builds that just make picks much better in other roles as well that we haven't even seen yet. So I'm not going to say that it would be bad to go otherwise, but that's probably what I would do. Again, I'm not saying that Paul doesn't have an Anubis. I'm sure he's great at Anubis. I just know that doesn't really fit his play style. I would seriously put Panatom on Anubis and Paul on Loki just before I flip them. But hey, again, we could still be getting bait, or I could rather. And this could just be Paul. I just want to play some Anubis, and that's totally fine too. If you look up the matchup, he's either against Soul or Neath. More often than not, it's been Neath. You're not going to get too much value against Neath as Anubis. You kind of just go for the wrap. She backflips, then clears and runs away. But Hades, if you can out damage him if you get ahead, Hades is kind of just in pain every time he gets near you. If the roles are reversed, though, if Hades gets ahead, Anubis has such a rough time, it's not even funny.
Yeah, kind of that interesting little matchup dynamic that depending on where, you kind of drop this Anubis, where you put the Hades at, if they're matched up against each other, if the Neath is the one thrown into the mid lane up against the Anubis, kind of get to see the back and forth. Fairly similar levels of clear between the two of them. Once that level 2 is hit at the very least for Neath, it'll be like a rough level 1, but then a better level 2, level 3 to kind of even themselves out there just because of how Neath's clear goes now. With the Unravel now dropping a weave on the ground has just made it so much easier for Neath to be able to clear out these waves. So, well, we don't got to worry where everybody's going or wonder what's going to be happening anymore. We can instead just jump right into game between Fried and Cowabunga and check on our good friend Doug here chilling out at the fountain while the rest of the team does go through. It will be Paul on the Anubis immediately starting out into that lifesteal tree as well. So looking for that sustain early in the game, Trelly.
Certainly is. Looks like a Bloodbound Book star. That's what we've been seeing more often than not. Looks like I'm just doing a survey of the map so far. Aurora on the Bacchus, chilling over by the teleporter for now. I like how everyone kind of just picks a bush and chills in it. Like, that's usually how the early game begins. You get your ward vision down as soon as possible. Make sure you know where everyone's chilling. Then Aurora's worried about like an invade from this way, or maybe he thinks someone's going to teleport. Maybe he wants to teleport. That's the thing. You never know what Aurora is thinking. And that kind of makes me happy. I like not knowing what Aurora's doing.
Do see dirt on the Hades. Throws up a ward at blue buff, maybe wondering if they can spot out a rotation from the jungler. I don't think what he realizes is the Blown's chilling out on the opposite end of where that ward would be. I was wondering if Aurora was going to stick around, if he was going to help clear out the buff. And one of the things that we've kind of been seeing over the evolution of the tournament, of the evolution just of Smite 2 in general so far, has kind of been how do you really start the game out, Joe? You know, where do you stand first? Do you go to the waves? Do you go to the camps? Camps spawn almost the exact same point whenever the waves meet, so the jungler always has to make that awkward decision of, you know, where do I start? Do I help out my mid laner? Where do I go at this point? Seems, at least for Cowabunga, putting the Loki and the Anubis together in mid has helped him kind of power farm and keep this Neath pressured under the tier 1.
That's the benefit of it. I mean, you got to watch out for exactly how much damage Neath is able to do. Again, she's been more often than not on the losing side of matchups today, but I think that's just because you're giving up something to get Neath, and then that thing you gave up is usually a bit more impactful. But full intelligence Neath can be an absolute monster if given a lead or given space. So I don't hate bringing just a little bit of pressure towards mid. I'm going to keep my eyes on Panatom, though. This Loki has been banned away from him for some time. Over in solo lane at the moment, but now rotating towards mid. This Loki could get active early. You want some itemization first, either the Teko Kagi or the Yoden's Revenge has been the option. After that, you essentially have kill potential across the map.
Aurora and Yark going to get some pressure in the dual lane. No surprise, given this Bacchus pickup by Aurora. Second game now. He's getting a run with this one. I'm keeping my eyes on him to see how early it is that he uses that first teleport. That he goes maybe over to the solo lane. Maybe we don't even see the teleport this time. Maybe he's given up his hand already in a quarterfinal match, and teams are going to be expecting it here in the semifinals. Got a decent gank opportunity going to the Hades as well, especially one that's sitting at around that half HP. No more health potions available, but still plenty of just inherent sustain in the kit. Instead, Aurora looks to be going for an invade. He's going to realize real soon that no camps are there, but he can just wait out the timer. 4 seconds, yeah, backpedals immediately, says, okay, well, I guess I can just go for these now instead.
Such a nice little invade to go for. Like, you just use your burp, easy clear. Goes, grabs the other backs as well. Not bad at all. Aurora understands that I don't have to babysit my lane. You're going to be completely fine. Like, Yarkor has plenty of clear on his own. He can just roam and get as much done as possible. And while doing so, give solo farm over to Yarkor, which certainly helps. But doesn't really have any buffs to go for. The camps aren't really in value either. Looks like that's going to be it, but Sanford Soccer is going to the right side of the map. SOT, not very healthy, but in a 2v1, surely you can find first blood here. And yeah, put dirt in the dirt. No problems there. And Aurora kills son of a poop on the other side. Unfortunate, but hey, Cowabunga comes out swinging.
First 2 kills of the game go over to the side of Cowabunga, and also the first 1,500 gold to start this one out. Cowabunga already making their presence known across the map. A kill on both ends. Just leaving Paul by himself here in the mid lane. I don't imagine we'll see too much different from Paul, at least for a little while. Wait to get those first items online. Get that ultimate, more importantly, for the Anubis. We see a little bit of rotation over here to the dual lane, stealing away that first buff spawner. I should say, actually, I believe that's that second buff spawn for the side of Fried. That's going to get a level 2 camp for Cowabunga now for that purple buff.
You get to finally drop a buff at that point, which is always what you're looking for. It feels so underwhelming when you drop your buffs the first time. You're like, I'm so sad. I want a buff. Well, guess what? Now they have them. Level 2. When that kicks off. Sanford Soccer was going for a back camp invade as well. This Loki. I said Sanford Soccer, meant Panatom. I don't know why I was locked in there. Panatom goes for the invade. Want to know already? Goes in for the invade.
It's all right.
We just no fear in the world.
It's all right. We just watched Sam earlier. I understand. We don't get to see the Panatom Loki very much.
Yep, we don't. And it was banned away for a good reason. Our quarter starts off with death metal, by the way. And look, SOT has the dagger of frenzy. They're
going to swap again.
Yep, they're going to group up on objectives and just absolutely shred through.
And there's the power of Anubis clear, no matter which iteration of Smite it may be. I can imagine Paul's leveling up that first ability for him to be able to full clear it so easily over there in the mid lane. Does go for that Bloodbound book, so can have a good amount of lifesteal already in the build. With this damage that's already been done over into the dual lane, falling a little bit behind his Son of a Boom, falling victim to a rotation. There goes a roar. Rotation over to the solo lane. I imagine we're going to get a big amount of action over that way. Keep eyes on that teleport. Keep eyes what Aurora wants to do. SOT already fighting up against 2, and here comes Aurora to wrap around the back side. The Warhorn has been signaled. Aurora dives in, finds the plump onto one, but it's met with an immediate ultimate in response. And look at Panatom. Goes right into the back of the Assassinate, but it's not enough damage. Neath ultimate charges through, only hits the Panatom. Axe toss is good, but not enough to go for the kill. No blood spilled in the soul lane, but plenty of ultimates thrown out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think if Fried was a bit more aggressive, that would have worked out a lot better. SOT?
He jumped over it.
On the dirt? I mean, yeah, why did Dirt go in? He was so weak. Of course SOT's just gonna hold that. That's a free kill. Unfortunate there. I was gonna say if Fried was more aggressive, that gank from Aurora works out so much better, but diving the tower is a bit risky. They decide to go against it, and then of course Dirt says, I don't care about that. I'm going in regardless, and SOT gets essentially a solo kill there. So unfortunate or fortunate, depending on if you're a Cowabunga fan or not. They're starting off real strong here in the semifinals.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Aurora is one of the only players utilizing this teleport right now. Like, in a lot of the games that we have seen, nobody's really been using that. I mean, we've been seeing, Athena solos and whatnot to just utilize, global movement, but nobody else is really going for these teleporters. I'm a little shocked with how powerful it is just to be able to essentially instant transmission to the opposite side of the map and go for ganks like that we're not seeing it more often.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Benko or Deathwalker did teleport. He ulted over and then teleported back once. But that was about it. It's not used too often because you're giving up a bit of farm on your side of the map. Still extremely valuable if used at the right moment to give solo farm away, things like that. And yeah, Aurora is definitely showing exactly one of the benefits of that pickup. Once again, though, Ruinous Ankh, first item for Aurora. Worried about the anti-heal? Chalk, Soul, Hades, Neath, all going to get value. But it is just an AoE. You don't have to do much. You just walk near them and it's passive. And that is going to stop your healing by 40%. Helps out a ton. Something Bacchus already did quite well.
Goes towards back camps. Gets the timer on him at the very least. Says, okay, keep the mental note, about 30 more seconds. Walk back over, see if they're still there. Or just go for some fighting here in the jungle. You mentioned just passively having that anti-heal, and that's exactly what Aurora's doing. Just walking through, seeing who he finds. Found 3 just a moment ago, but with only Paul here, maybe not confident enough in going for that immediate early kill. There's that mental timer that Aurora's keeping track on. Right on cue. Goes to the back Harpy camp. Is going to deny that potential second level up. You do see the Amir rotating over from Son of a Boom to try and stop it, and Panatom just going for a kill under the tier 1 tower. Aurora might be going for more than just Harpy camps. Gets frozen out of the belt. Son of a Boom trying to fight back. But it's a fight for Harpies, and Panatom will gladly join this fight along with Paul rotating over. A 2v3 inside the jungle. Make it 3. A backflip out from Hope. Keeps himself alive, but stunned. Death Gaze out there. Not quite enough to take down Trent, but a double flop from Aurora. Intoxicated Panatom. Take them down for 1. Hope. Low. Backflip out is enough to save their life and does quite a bit of return damage to Panatom.
Yeah, but went over the wall. Aurora going to chase this one down. Unfortunately, the minions are following, so everybody knows that Aurora's on the way. Should be just fine. Hey, you at least left your back cams up, and Aurora is going to make those every single time.
Oh, not that one.
Walks up and got the big boy. SOT gets a solo kill. Aurora takes the minis from Red Buff. My goodness, man. This team, they know exactly how aggressive they can be and continue to exploit the weaknesses of the enemy composition. Fried knows that they can step up when they're grouped. Besides that, they are under tower consistently. They just can't fight.
Now, right now, Aurora is rewriting Merriam-Webster's dictionary, putting his picture next to the word annoying, because that's exactly what he's encapsulating here on this Bacchus. Taking every bit of back farm camp, taking minis away from Red in that instance. I mean, only just now has Fried been able to get that level 2 on their caustic buff at this point. So it's just such a difficult spot for Fried to be in. They're 7,000 down and only 10 minutes in the game to Cowabunga. Aurora has just been preventing as much farm as possible on this Bacchus. I don't think he's stuck to a lane for more than 10 seconds. I show up. Is there a kill? Nope. Cool. I'm going to the next spot. And that's exactly where he's going this time. The Soul's got nowhere to go. The Amir wall traps them inside, and Yark is able to punish because of it. Ultimate used by the Amir. Not quite enough damage, maybe. With the help of this Chalk, they can take down one. Yark cannot live through the belch from Aurora. Takes down the Amir under the tower. Trent Gonna try and fight back against Panatom, but Panatom is just too far up and too much damage. And not just 10 kills now for Cowabunga.
And every single time we see this tower dive play from Panatom, you can see the addition of that extra stealth when you get a kill. He ults in, uses the stealth to kill, immediately picks it up again, and then uses it to escape the tower, so he's not staying for too much. It really does benefit to make sure you're the one getting the last hits. So if anyone ever steals Panatom's kill, just know that they are actively trolling him. He's got 5 so far, half of the team's total kills, so I don't think he's going to be too upset about it. Panatom started the Yone's Revenge. That makes sense, but then goes into the Reaper. He's going more of like a heal style build here for Loki. It helps out, right? Without any starter items, you got to get your life steal, your healing elsewhere in the jungle. And it looks like Panatom values that as well as the health potion, so it's going to help out when he's just clearing camps constantly.
There's that Eldritch Orb for Paul, so a lot of int already stacked up in the build. Cosmic Horror could be next one on the call. We'll see where Paul continues to go with the rest of his spot. But for Fried right now, I think the ultimate question that I'll toss your way, Charlie, is what do they even do at this point? I mean, they can't get their back camps. They can't take team fights right now. What is the call for Fried to try and weather the storm that is Cowabunga?
I mean, they do have this late game style composition. If they can just wait it out, their best option is to ward up towards these objectives, not let them just walk up with Death Metal and Frenzy and burn them before they show up. You can't commit too much to it. There's Death Metal already. Dagger of Frenzy coming through as well. You see that Fried is nearby. Will they be able to make it in time? I don't think so.
And not quite enough. Roar takes down the Gold Fury, but maybe the counter fight after going to be great for Fried. Wild Hunt used, belly flop in with Intoxicate. The soul's nearly done. Hope's trying to get what they can. They backflip out, but Paul is already taken out. The support for Fried. Trent now in the middle of 3, and that's not a great place to be. Panatom takes him down. Kill number 6 for the jungler of Cowabunga, and a Gold Fury on top of that has put Cowabunga in a commanding position.
Then we are with a lot of damage heading towards Snoopy. Not gonna find Paul. Man, I keep doing it. Why do I get that mixed up? They were playing similar gods and it's killing me. Towards Paul. I am going to be locked into Team Cowabunga eventually. SOT. I know that one. Got the solo kill over and right. Dirt, unfortunately, cannot hang at the moment. And this Bologna is becoming an ongoing threat. Essentially just copying Yark's build. They both just went Death Metal and Frenzy. When they group up, it is going to be even scarier. You saw how quickly that Gold Fury goes down? If you see it, how they can do it when they're both grouped up together. Plenty of auto attack damage coming in from Cowabunga.
Do you see me use Death Metal and Frenzy? Want to see me do it again? I mean, that's exactly what's happening right now with Cowabunga. We'll see. Maybe if those get put to use, or Cowabunga can just continue steamrolling through without even the need to utilize both. I mean, I don't think Sot has been a part of a fight that hasn't just been in his lane at this point. Aurora is solo walking up to the enemy carry. And Soul gonna throw that Stellar Burst back out. Aurora's unfazed right now. He's got an Amanita Charm. He's got the Ruinous Ankh. He's tanky enough, has plenty of sustain. I don't think there's a single individual member of Fried who can really threaten this Bacchus right now.
No, I think Aurora does what he wants on this map currently. As you said, the Amanita Charm helps with any bit of sustain if he does get into a sticky situation. So that is going to be his lifeline if he ever needs it. But they'll probably just save it for the squad if he just continues to jump and then just disrupt. Can't even go for your speed buff without Aurora hanging around. It looks like Yarkor will join him. And they go into the invade though. Speed gets dropped very low. Here's the whole squad though. You see Chalk roll up, things get a little bit more dangerous.
Ultimate used, but a belly flop over. Aurora goes to the Intoxicate, and one more shot from Paul takes down Trent. Chalk now in the dirt as well as his solo laner, SOT, is just not giving them an inch to breathe on the opposite end of the map. Panatom walks up, 2v1, about to be 3 with the Neath showing up, gets rooted out. But the Ymir wall used defensively just to disengage and keep Son of a Boom alive. Fried, they're able to get 1 kill so far this game, but every time they think they've got another one, another member of Cowabunga shows up. And like I said earlier, SOT is not leaving his lane. If there's a fight happening and SOT's getting a kill, it's because they brought the fight to Sot.
Yeah, remember when Sot died for the tier 2 last time we were watching him? Like, I really expected him to just commit to that tier 2.
That's some growth.
Yep, they didn't. Well, they didn't stop him. He got the tier 2 anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. Dirt just does not have much going for him with this build. I mean, I told you I am a big fan of this Gear of Negation. Big intelligence, big magical protections item, but Sod doesn't care about that. Sod is Deathbringer. You think Gear of Negation is going to do anything? Already, they went for a 17-minute Fire Giant last time. Damn, like they're grouped up for a possible 15-minute Fire Giant, but maybe they want the pick onto Hope first. Doesn't seem like it's going to be too hard to find with the rotation for Panatom. They'll grab it now. Double Frenzy. Double Death Metal. Fire Giant. Let's see how quickly they can do this one.
Oh, and I believe just jumping in there for Aurora. He'll tank this one up. First Death Metal used for the team. Anubis Ultimate on top of it in 16 minutes. Cowabunga knocks down the Fire Giant. Gold Fury on the opposite side of the map, going slowly but surely for Fried. If any member of Cowabunga shows up to see this one, it might be Yark who spots it out. They've already used the freeze. Son of a Boom is taking this one up. Yark can just walk up, take both of their lives, and maybe even steal the Fury away. Does take down the Amir. Supernova in. Yark gets the Gold Fury, gets the double kill. It is payday for the carry of Cowabunga.
I mean, you kind of cast a curse, though, man. You said he could walk up, kill them both, and get the Fury, and he did just that. Unfortunate for Fried. Unfortunate for Dirt. Finally, SOT falls down. Diving the Phoenix is what did him in. But with the Warhorn minions, Paul is pushing forward, trying to grab the tier 2. And it seems with a little bit of help from Aurora, he'll be able to do just that.
Is it really a caster curse, or was that just a prediction at that point?
No, you're right. You're right. I mean,
yeah, a curse would be, oh, Yark can show up, double kill him, and get the Fury, and then Yark just dies instead. That would be more of the curse his way.
Right, but like maybe he kills one, doesn't steal it, the soul gets out, you know, like your prediction.
Then my prediction was only partially right, and therefore completely wrong. Oh no, so boom, he's level 8 on the Amir. He can't even get farm.
Ooh.
Paul twice his level, just drops the stun, drops the grasping hand to kill.
Paul are all about twice his level. That is some farming. Or some lack of farming, whichever you prefer.
Oh, well, Dirt's down once more. Left side Phoenix is about to meet the same fate at the hands of Cowabunga, though. It's going down fairly slowly without minions here. This is taking quite some time, even with this Fire Giant buff. But with an Ammonita Charm, that'll heal Aurora up to continue tanking Phoenix for a little while longer before the bird goes down. Root is good on Panatom. Maybe a kill will be there. Hope gets it on the detonation of the Weaves of the backflip. That's 3 now for Fried. Loses their bird, but gets a big kill on Panatom to shut him down.
Yep, shutdown. They're working on putting a dent into everyone's column so far. Paul and Aurora, only 2 that have been able to elude it so far. Fire Giant still on 3. Cowabunga looks like they're going to retreat for now. 1 bird down, though. That was the target, right? They wanted to at least break the base, and it has been done. Will they be able to continue their push?
Oh my
Probably
lord.
not. Will not be able to get the kill? Probably.
Well, misses the Eagles rally, but still gets the bludgeon slam after it walks back into the Pillar of Agony from the Hades, but we'll just be able to march away. There's 4 people there. Probably doesn't want to stick around too much longer, but does get caught out, spotted out, and Dirt finally gets to return the favor to SOT and put him down. 4 kills now for Fried. Dirt picking up his 2nd of the game.
Yep, thanks to the World Weaver, able to chase down SOT, no problem. Already used the beads as well on the first Pillar of Agony, so a bit of trouble there. You can tell Paul's looking for an ambush somewhere, but Pride has already left, and they are nowhere near. 20,000 gold lead, 19 minutes in. Cowabunga, I expect them to wait for Fire Giant, but it seems like they do want to step up, see what they can find. Right now they're finding Dirt, but it doesn't seem to be what they're after. They'll push up right lane for now. Remember, Panatom, despite getting shut down, still has tons of damage. This Loki, with a caustic buff in tow, can 1v1 just about anyone he finds in the jungle.
We'll continue walking up onto the right side of the map. SOT a little far off after his previous death. Will take a bit of time to reunite with the squad, but it's a 3-1 split for Cowabunga. Will Weaver hits Yarkor. Supernova slams as well, but Paul's already taken down the Amir. Son of a Boom out of the fight. Paul pops the beads, and a wild hunt on top of the soul will keep Fried back. Right side Phoenix still standing strong. Yarkor taking a bit of damage as Aurora walks in, gets the stun on one. Soul trying to resustain through. Bloodforce just enough to keep him alive, but Eagles rally from SOT. Dives right to the back line. Scourge right after will get the kill, and well, Sot's not going to pay attention because he's going to focus on the Phoenix while Panatom takes down the enemy jungler. Trent down, Phoenix down in mid. Right one, next on the chopping block.
Yep, all three birds should fall here, but there's some low health bars for Cowabunga. Not as if they want to go in for the end call. They're going to retreat. We may see one more Fire Giant pull before a full-on attempt at taking down the Titan, but look at the builds, man. Yark and Sot both went into the double crit. I talked about it earlier, how anti-crit items are so impactful, so maybe people are straying far from it, just a little bit against it. But not the case this game. You got to watch out for how much burst damage Yarkor and SOT are doing. Not to mention, Panatom is just going to be doing true strength damage, which hurts so much when it's a level 20, 10 and 1 Loki that's been level 20 for like 5 or 6 minutes at this point.
Cowabunga is in such a dominating spot on the map right now. It just feels like all Fried can do is maybe wait for the inevitable. I think it's steal an objective away could slow down Cowabunga. Not by much, but still adding a speed bump in there could certainly help them out. The biggest problem right now is they just got to get some farm over some of these lower XP members right now. Son of a Boom hasn't even gotten their third item online. Meanwhile, you look across the board and some of these players starting to hit 6 slot. SOT nearly 6 items deep into the build. Paul is nearly there as well, sitting at a tier 2 or a tier 1 for his final item. Plenty of gold in pocket. Fire Giant's back up, so Cowabunga head straight that direction, and unfortunately for Fried, I don't think there's many ways that they can try and steal this one out, especially with death metal on SOT. They're just gonna walk right in, take this one down, and notch Fire Giant number 2 for Cowabunga.
Yarkor with the last hit. They're able to siege 4. Grab some buffs before you go in for the Titan siege. Why not? One more Phoenix that has just spawned back in. They don't even need it if we're honest. Protect Paul, protect Yarkor, put your damage into the Titan, or play with your food. 28 kills, you're 2 off of 30. That may be what they're after as well. Point is, they have options here. You see, Panatom was able to upgrade that blinking amulet, so a blink into some damage, into Loki ult out, double invis if he gets a kill. A lot of shenanigans that can happen. And I think Fried is playing the right call. Let that bird go. Doesn't matter anymore. Just sit under the Titan and get ready for the defense of your life.
Jump in from Aurora. Beads down. Wall used by Son of a Boom, but it's an Eagles rally to follow in. Backflip out from the Neath. Gets him back to safety. Apollo's already removed the Ymir from the map and make it 2. Chalk is down. And that's going to be a near full team wipe on the side of Fried. The Fountain is your only saving grace right now. Hope while the Titan is just being battled away. They take down SOT, but there's just enough damage in hand. Cowabunga 23-20 will end out this game and push themselves to the grand finals.
My goodness, Cowabunga was definitely a team that we knew we'd have to watch out for, but quickness. They confidently pull these objectives. Fire Giant at 17 minutes last time we watched them. This time at about 15:40 or so. And, you know, keep in mind, the CERN, the Bologna, Death Metal, Frenzy, they're just stacking active items to try and be able to burn through the objectives as quickly as possible. And we haven't seen too many answers to it just yet. I would imagine the benefit is you sit there, you wait for those actives to be popped, then you show up and you say, oh, you just used all your stuff. We're going to try and fight you. That could be a good way to try and counter what they're doing. But as it stands, when they go in for these objectives, there's no one quick enough. There's no one with good enough ward vision. There's no one who's even, you know, close enough in gold to try and contest those Fire Giant objectives. So it can be scary stuff. If I'm any of the other teams watching those semifinals or getting ready for the semifinals, I'd be considering either A, trying to match pressure with Cowabunga, or B, trying to fight around them once those objectives have already been used.
Well, Charlie, speaking of semifinals, we still have one more that's actually going on right now, and I believe that we're able to just hop right into that one and kind of catch up to where they are in the action. 22 minutes in the game. This is a much closer semifinals here between Let's Have Fun and Vejitos. We do see Deadly Guppy in a bit of danger, hit by the Chalk ultimate, and a World Weaver just slow down. Hitorino able to get 1 kill. Now, Cyclone Spin split pushing on the opposite side of the map. All right, we jumped immediately into a big team fight. Maybe now this tier 2 tower is going down. Take a moment to kind of take in everything that's been happening so far. Some of the build paths as we get a moment to now maybe breathe a bit, Trelly. Maybe.
The Soccer's invis wants to go for a kill on the golden HD, but can't find it. Ulton anyways finally gets it. Now he can stealth out if needs be. That's one of the benefits. Here's some more damage. Cyclone spin back, and he wants to chase these kills down.
Went for the tier 2 tower, backed away from the Phoenix, comes back in, helps pick up a couple kills. Let's have fun. Lose out on their tier 2 tower in mid. They're sitting even in the tower count up against their opposition. 23 minutes in, it's only a 3, not even really 3,000. It's closer to 2K right now for Let's Have Fun. A much closer competition, and seeing what didn't get picked up, I'm going to just make the guess that hi-rez and Zeus probably banned away on the in this matchup. But now it's right to the Fire Giant. 3 from Viejitos showing up. It's the 4 from Let's Have Fun trying to push this one down. Make that 5 with the Loki just around the corner. Everybody from Let's Have Fun wants to get this Fire Giant, but Fire Giant's got hands at this point. Cyclone Spin takes down 1, and it's right back to the fire for Let's Have Fun.
And yeah, you see Deadly Guppy on zone. Dude,
Cherry just
still
leave.
nearby. Another kill, but they're not done, man. They want to still commit. They grab the Fire Giant 23 minutes in. They want to pick it up on all 5. I did expect them to try and retreat, but look at this. Aim for Soccer. Deadly Guppy surging forward, even with the rest of their team at some low HP bars. That aggression. Let's Have Fun does not seem to want to back up here.
Let's Have Fun gonna continue to push forward. Fury is up. That might just be the next call for the Let's Have Fun roster. So a little bit of time on the cooldowns for that Frenzy and for, I believe, that Death Metal as well on Cyclone Spin. It just seems to be the combo right now for the carries. They're not going to even need those cooldowns at this point. By the time they come back up, the Gold Furies are going to be down. That's going to be 3 now on the board for Let's Have Fun. Next one to pop up is going to be that Ancient Fury, a very sought-after objective to disable those structures and make your sieges just a little bit easier.
You know what's making me mad? The fact that while I was calling Paul on the Anubis Snoopy and Pantom on the Loki
Sam. Now they're doing it this game.
Playing the same gods. Like Snoopy's on Anubis and Sam's on Loki.
Turns out you were just casting this game while the other one was up. Like you were just watching both at the same time. You got to remember to snap back to the one that we're on.
Got my wires crossed a little bit there. That's my bad.
Yeah, never cross the wires.
Yep, Cherry actually picked up Stampede. Haven't seen this item yet. Has a similar picture to Arc Druid's Fury from Smite 1. Just more movement speed for the squad. Another great pickup if you just want to get your team to run in, run out. Haven't seen Stampede yet, but I did expect, it would be prominent in these builds. That's an Odin support. And so far, Anti-Heal, Blink, the Neems, and Stampede. Not bad.
Get a little bit of Anti-Heal. Get your immediate initiation with the Blink. Get your get in or get out button, like you said, with Stampede. It's working out well so far for Cherry. 2-1-8 on the Odin. Sam for Soccer 8-1-5 on the Loki, sitting at level 19, highest level on the map, alongside Cyclone Spin, who's going for his final item. Picks up that Executioner along with the dual swords as well. On top of that, so a little bit of extra crit for Cyclone Spin. Tier 2 tower. Well, that one did not stand a chance to the might of Let's Have Fun. They walk up, take that one, no problem.
Right, so far, they haven't had too much to deal with Phoenix. That's the hard part, right? Breaking the base here is going to be what's been such an issue for so many of these teams, even with leads like this. Let's Have Fun. They got some good auto attack damage. If Sam for Soccer or Cyclone Spin can close gap and actually get onto these birds, could fall down. But the Viejitos, they have options as well. They've got plenty of clear. Mid Phoenix, right Phoenix are their targets so far. Remember, Baronary has the option to just brutalize, try and pull some beads off someone with Ragnarok. There's a lot of movement available to this Fenrir pick. It's been banned away a lot, so I haven't seen it in a while, but beads is still a very important factor here, especially when defending Phoenix.
Pick stun on Pilot, but no follow-up from Snoop this time. Sam for Soccer kind of bouncing between the two lanes. Was sticking over in mid for a little while with Deadly Guppy, but now it's kind of bounced over closer to this opposite side over on the right hand of the map. Ragnarok used 2 sets of beads burn on the side of Let's Have Fun from some of these frontliners as well. Supernova used defensively, And Snoop's going to go down to Pilot, jump in with the Ragnarok. It's going to be quite enough. Hitorino able to take down Cyclone Spin, but San for Soccer returning the favor. Able to zoom himself on out. Deadly Guppy gets belly flopped on and is still holding true. And Sam goes down. Pilot has found 2 major picks in this fight, making a 3rd one. Deadly Guppy down. Viejitos on the defense have taken down 4 members of Let's Have Fun.
Yep, Cherry doesn't know what to do. It seems like he's running up mid lane. Can't decide if he's going to try and push or what. But the Viejitos, they have won the fight. And yeah, looks like Pilot will back up and try and stop the split push at the very least while they run it down right lane. Tier 2, Phoenix. Those are the targets. I can't imagine Pilot wins this 1v1. It's not as if Cherry's going to stand here for long, but you don't want to stick around. Help your team push or at least save the Phoenix. Can you stop the back over the wall? You can.
We tried.
Yep, Cherry gets back to base and should be able to keep the bird alive, no problem. But already, Snoopy has arrived. That was just stalling out Fire Giant, essentially, is what we just witnessed there. Which is a big play, because Fire Giant does not mean a guaranteed Phoenix so far. Defense is certainly an option here for Smite 2.
Cyclone Spin rounds out the build with a Deathbringer for his final item. Warhorn now capped. We'll set up that enhanced minion wave while Cherry is he gonna actually use this teleporter? Seems to be the call over towards left side. Fury is back up. Could be the call for Let's Have Fun to go for. Remember, this is an Ancient Fury. This is an important one for both teams. For Viejitos to stop the momentum of Let's Have Fun. For LHF, wanting to make sure to try and make their siege a little bit easier this time. Allow them to dive under these birds to try and go for those fights, go for those engages. And we're going to have a bit of a standoff now around the objective. Cyclone Spin pulls it back with Deadly Guppy right alongside. Teleporting with the Torrent by the Chalk. The Fury down to about a 3rd HP, but reset. And the Odin Cage comes in. Freeze is good by Deadly Guppy. Cyclone Spin dashes away from the Storm Call that comes out from Hitorino. It's just a retreat call now for Let's Have Fun. They're in a bad spot, and the Supernova is good on to Deadly Guppy. Ragnarok picks them up, but gets the beads immediately in response. And a big ultimate from Cyclone just to zone out Viejitos. They can just go right to the Fury.
They can try. It doesn't seem like they're in the mood to try and pull just yet. If anything, the Viejitos seem to be on the run here. They got some good ultimates down, but low health bars and Baronary used just about everything to try and confirm a kill there. Does mean a full-on retreat call has been made. We're 30 minutes in. Still gold lead, yes, over towards Let's Have Fun. They were just trying to get late game. That was their idea. Keeping Snoopy alive has proven to be easier said than done, right? This Anubis has plenty of damage, but not a lot of survivability. Once again, Gold Fury's being looked at here. Deadly Guppy tries the zone. Looks like that one will go down, but the teleport in. Can they find anything? No. Hitorino, if anything, is more of a threat. He's walking forward.
He's just walking at them. Deadly Guppy slows him down just a little bit with that Glacial Strike. And immediately, Let's Have Fun, after getting that Ancient Fury, will back themselves away. It means structures are disabled for a little bit. Fenrir Ultimate picks up 1, and it's going to be just enough to take down Cherry Baronary with a big pick for Viejitos. Fire Giant is up. This could be the call to head to the objective.
And they certainly are. They're walking that way, grabbing all the farm on the way. Look at the top left of your map. You
Taking
can see
so long.
Yeah, it is taking a very long time to try and grab that Phoenix. All the while, Fire Giant shouldn't be a problem. Baronary actually goes back and says, you know what? You're taking so long. I might as well stop you before you go in for that bird. And it looks like Deadly Guppy, Snoopy, they want to put a stop to this Fire Giant push, but can they even step forward?
Fire Giant, 3rd HP, being bounced back and forth between the 2 carries, but they're taking a lot of damage from the objective. Now it's Let's Have Fun moving in. Supernova's not enough to save Golden's life. Cyclone Spin with a nice pick for Let's Have Fun. Takes down one of the carries on the side of Viejitos. Do still have Pilot alive on the Neath. They're just going to go ahead and deal with their red buff, grab that Costa buff. Able to drop that one out, no problem for themselves. Let's Have Fun. I mean, they had a really strong comeback after that team fight in mid, just earlier around their tier 2. Gets that Fire Giant, gets a couple of Furies. Viejitos, their defense is what's been keeping them in the game.
Certainly has. I thought we were going to see a little bit of an ambush there, but Fire Giant could be pulled immediately here, but Let's Have Fun. They've got some time before the enemy squad can get close. Viejitos, it's been Hitorino. He's been the first one in. Too tanky to just blow up immediately, and if anything, has no fear dashing forward. Look at that. His dash is in, no problem. Taking some easy damage. Getting low, but it looks like still not threatened quite yet.
And he's fighting 2 of them, and he's got the back of the Baroniri. Able to go for 1, a trade out between the 2, but a big Anubis ultimate into the back line is doing quite a bit of damage. Not quite enough, though, from Snoop. And in fact, for Sam, he's going to need even more. Cherry's chasing out Baroniri, who does man save him down. Pilot, can he get the kill? No, he can't. It's a double kill for Cherry on the Odin. 3 versus 2 now, as the Soul is just getting back in. That was a 4v5 that Viejitos took, and for a moment there, we're winning that fight.
Angel very low. If he actually gets caught out, this Bacchus has about, I would say, 200 HP. Can anyone
there's
stop
a tower
this man
there
from just running around the map? Yeah, eventually. The freeze should confirm it. The tower, I assume, will be able to confirm this kill. Yeah, this stalling out as long as possible is the call. And I think Golden HD made the right play as well. Just get away. Just get as far away from the Bacchus as possible, because we don't want you to get caught out next. Unfortunately, with the auto attackers down, it's not as if Let's Have Fun is going to be able to go in for the Fire Giant here. You need Cyclone Spin, you need Sam for Soccer. One or the other would have been enough damage to try and pull a Fire Giant, but it's just not available. Now we get to see, is Golden HD going to rotate over to Fire, or just split push on the left side of the map? It seems like this set so far has been a lot of split push.
Yeah, it's mostly been Cyclone, and for a short while there, we saw Sam trying to split push, but without minions, it's so hard to take the Phoenix. Who cares about split pushing, though? It's to the Fire Giant for Let's Have Fun. They haven't even used the Dagger Frenzy or the Death Metal. Now using them both in combo with each other. Let's Have Fun melting the Fire Giant. Cyclone Spin gets it. Can Reno get out, though? Stunned out. Polymorph can't even get a chance to fire anything right back at them. Ultimate is down. Wall keeps the Ragnarok from pulling anybody in. It's a double kill for Cyclone Spin. Let's Have Fun. I've killed off 2 of the members of Viejitos, who are going to try and run as fast as they can, but Cherry catches the last 3 inside of the cage. Stampede pop to get the team just a little bit closer. Golden HD gets 1, but Cyclone Spin's going to get a second batch of double kills for the team, and Let's Have Fun have taken all 5 off the map. Viejitos, 35 seconds till the next respawn. Let's Have Fun. Once they get this Phoenix, you just walk in, take the game, and move on to the grand finals against Cowabunga.
My goodness, just walls for days. Shouts out Deadly Guppy. That was a beautiful wall that made sure the Ragnarok did not just whisk the team away to safety. And of course, Cherry covered the option, stampeded forward, made sure the rest of the team was able to follow up there. And we have our grand finals matchup. And this one is going to be intense. I've liked a lot of what I have been able to see from both of these squads. And I think picks and bans is going to be very telling, because I haven't seen Sam for Soccer on something other than the Loki. I'm sure he's got many other picks. It's not as if he only likes to play those assassins, but we do know that Cowabunga's strategy is to take away picks like the Loki, so I think they've got quite an interesting matchup versus each other in the finals. Here, J-Mac?
I think the Cernados is also going to be something to keep your eyes on, because both Yark and Cyclone have loved going for this style of pick. They both rush into immediate that Dagger Frenzy, Death Metal combination, just to make sure that they can get that immediate, burst control style around these objectives. He's sought going forward on the Bologna as well. I think this is going to be a very interesting grand finals, not just for the gods that each individual has been playing on the teams, but the amount of crossover that we have seen with them so far means that I think we're going to be seeing some pretty interesting drafts pop up for that grand finals. Jumping into the bracket, we've only got 1 more match to go. That's the grand finals between Let's Have Fun and Cowabunga, a best of 3 to see who is going to be your Smite 2 Alpha 2 tournament North American champion, with just up to 3 more games to go. See who's going to win out and be the champion there.
And J-Mac, after we got to watch the EMEA finals earlier today, I honestly think that the team that better utilizes Chalk, like may be the one that comes out on top, because Chalk has been, I mean, even hi-rez in that set just went to show exactly how lethal this Chalk pick can be. But if you're banning things like, the Fenrir and the Loki, and you see picks like the Odin succeeding, the Chalk jungle could also be extremely impactful and has gone under the radar. No one's banning Chalk right now.
Nah.
So, there's a lot of picks, like sleeper picks like that if you get the most value from, are going to just take your gameplay to the next level. So that's another pick that I might watch out for, but I'm excited. Can't wait to see this finals.
It's going to be an intense grand finals. One final best of 3 to see who's going to be your North American champion. Will it be Let's Have Fun? Will it be Cowabunga? The only way to find out is to stick around. We'll be right back after this break.
Got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. I got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. Got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you. I got this feeling inside that I can't put aside because I want you. Although I thought I was fine when I left you behind, I know I loved you.
Rated T for teen.
Enough talk. Let's fight. Open the gates.
Smash you like a pancake!
Murder and seduce. That's what I do best.
Apocalypse awaken! Onward to victory!
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back. It's been a long day, but it's time for the big one. It's time for the grand finals for North America. And as you saw, Smite 2 Founders Pack, the Founders Pack's available. And don't mess around with it. Don't wait on it either. The value is insane. It's available to purchase everywhere. And with that Ultimate Founders Edition, the amount that you can get is asinine. Full game access, alpha weekend access, the ability to play in tournaments in the future should those arise, the tier 5 Zeus skin, you've got cross-gen, you've got boosters, not to mention all of the cross-gen skins. It's so great. The Ascension Pass as well will be unlocked for all 23 Alpha Gods. So don't wait, grab that Founders Pack today. Make sure to rock your Cacodemon Ymir skin in-game once you get it. But Mifflin, it's time. It's grand finals. It's been a long day, but we made it.
We did, and you know what? Not to pat myself on the back or anything.
Go
I
ahead.
would
I knew
never
you were
do
gonna do it.
that. I would
ready.
never
ready.
do that.
I
Look,
was ready, you know?
I am the most humble. Okay,
Go on.
I am. But
I'll wait. Go.
I called this bracket. I called this.
You did call the bracket
13 hours ago, and now I'm ready. I self-fulfilling prophecy. I like to think I manifested this.
You did. We have been together all day waiting to see how it play out, but you've been calling it from the start. Let's have fun in Cowabunga. Have made it through to the end for North America. And the rosters for these two teams, you've seen them. You saw them in the semifinals with J-Mac and Trelly. The talent on these rosters, the history in these rosters, it's genuinely unbelievable. It's a surprise to nobody that they've made it to this point. The best part about it, Miff, it sets us up for what's surely to be an amazing best of 3.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. Massive names on both sides. We've seen, I think, a good portion of both of their runs through the bracket as well. Being able to follow both of these squads,
Yeah,
the
a
best
lot
of
of
one
it.
format really does lend itself to this. But it's a bunch of players you've seen competing at the highest level for a long time, but maybe not this amalgamation of these players.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they're all SPL talents or have been throughout the years, but have never quite been on rosters like this.
I know I'm excited because, you know, throughout the day, there's been the names that I've gotten to recognize both in EMEA this morning, a lot of names I recognize from the SOC, from the amateur. Same thing with the North American side. A lot of names and a lot of hope. We saw the dream run from Baronary and the gang. I thought they might have a chance there for a few months. We were both watching, constantly gasping and saying, wait, hang on. Is the myth bracket busted? Never ended up being, as you could tell from the humble brag in the beginning. So we didn't get the storyline of the Cinderella story I was rooting for, but what we get is just an out of this world matchup that I'm excited to be a part of with you. But looking deeper at it, looking at the actual characters we might see and the bands we might see, Trelly and J-Mac were right on the money. They were talking a lot about the mid focus and the combination of if you are getting Odin and Zeus, you're setting yourself up for success.
Yeah, I think Odin Zeus is maybe the most sought after combo, but individual picks that are standing out to me, I'm immediately going towards things like the Fenrir. I think the Neath is still a primary standout as well. The damage output from that god, as well as the global presence, fits into literally every composition. You don't need to, if you need an auto attack hunter, she can do that. If you need a long range magical nuker, she's got the longest range, and her nukes are pretty good too. So I think Neath definitely a pick I'll be keeping my eyes on. But something Trelly had hit on just briefly towards the end of his cast was the prevalence of chalk throughout the entirety today. And I know it's strange to say the prevalence of any individual pick when there's only like 10 picks in the game right now. You're bound to see a few of them pretty frequently. But that chalk really has been a dominant force out of the Soul Lane. Feels like of the other soul laners available, things that we've seen frequently, Hades doesn't count because he's banned so often. The Bellona's really struggled in that matchup. It's not as if the Odin's going to stop the Chalk either. So I think you just run the Chalk. You have the potential to go full physical, become an auto attack menace, / your axe does a lot of damage. You can go this full tank build, or what I've really been liking is the hybrid tank intelligence build that has made him so hard to shut down.
While we're giving Trelly praise, we have to mention the Ymir as well as being the underrated pick that Trelly was talking about. I know we touched on it earlier today. I believe it's been a long day, but in the morning during EMEA, I remember us saying like that might be one of the most underrated picks and undervalued picks for that matter that we'd see throughout the day in the tournament. And when we're seeing Ymir, what he's bringing to these fights and related to the Zeus and Odin conversation, what Ymir is bringing to Zeus is bar none one of the most important things to consider as we do get closer to that pick and ban phase for the grand finals.
And I think something that's really going under the radar is how disorienting the knockup is from Ymir. Sure, you can get walled off, and anyone's going to think, okay, well, I'll just jump over it. We've seen so many people, oh, they'll just jump over the wall. No, they got knocked up by it. They don't know what's going on anymore. They're looking around confused. They jump the wrong way now because they're knocked away from the wall a bit, so it feels like their range isn't as good, and it's just so difficult for especially these OG players, these guys that have been playing Smite for 13 years now, to lock in against a god that they've been playing against for the entirety of Smite's run. Ymir was one of the original 6 in Smite 1, and have to wrap their head around these new mechanics on that pick. It really is difficult. I mean, I'll tell you, every single time I get knocked up personally by the Ymir wall, I think to myself, well, surely that's a bug. I've almost bug reported it. I promise you.
Almost bug reporting the rocket jump is definitely on my myth bingo card I've had internally running. I'll show you the rest after. Yeah, I've had one.
Specific.
I've way more checked off than you would think, honestly.
Predictable.
A little bit. But we saw it earlier. We saw an Odin running away from Ymir. And I even said it. I got totally baited by the same thing. I said, oh, the Odin has jump. Ymir just has a wall. It's no problem. Odin got knocked up, like you said, completely disoriented, turned to the left, and jumped right into an enemy Neath that was rotating over. It's little things like that, the little differences of Smite 2 that go against the muscle memory, go against the grain, that can throw things for a loop. And when you've got 10 players going at each other who all have that same level, things start to get a little more interesting in how they actually will look to diversify, be unique, and in particular, the building paths which has been a bit of an interesting topic and an issue for some players today. I expect to be a little bit less of a problem area for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, they've had so much time now to watch it and see what everyone's been building throughout the day. So I think we'll probably see some repeat builds. I think some items that we've seen become more and more prevalent throughout the day. I think we'll certainly be locked into some of these builds as well. I do want to shout out for some of the participants in this tournament. They are streaming right now on their personal channels. So if you guys are interested in hearing the comms or anything like that, twitch.tv/Snoopy or Solar Troll, both available for you guys to go check out and see their POVs. I've been watching them all day today, and the comms are either ragey or hilarious. That's the variance, depending on whether or not they're winning or not. So we'll get to check in with them throughout. I will say it has been very funny hearing, especially Snoopy and his squad, try and come to terms with some of the changes. I mean, I think I heard multiple times today, how is this Hades jumping so many times? Like, what's going on with that? Or even the Ymir knock-up like we were talking about. Or why is this Neath doing so much damage? Where are these weaves coming from? Stuff like that. So it's really fun to hear their perspective.
It is, and on SOTS, which I was listening into for a bit, I noticed a real big point of emphasis on how you started that instant laning phase and where to put wards, try to get some vision, and prepare for any potential invades. But let's stop waiting. Let's figure out what's getting picked, what's getting banned. P&B's time for the North American Grand Finals. Let's have fun versus Cowabunga. No one's surprised they're here, but will the pick surprise us is a big thing. We talked about the bans we expect to see. There could be the Odin Zeus discussion to be had. We could also be looking for the Hades that's been banned seemingly all day long, and Myth was calling for the Fenrir. So there's a million options on the table.
First things first, we'll get back right to that standard that Hades has been banned. I mean, I'm making up numbers, and that is a bit of honesty. I don't owe anyone in the audience because you wouldn't fact check me. You would only respect me. That god's got to have been banned at least 80% of the time today. I mean, it is so difficult for him to make his way through Cowabunga. will elect to take the God of Ragnarok off the table as well. So Fenrir, these are two of the biggest CC burners in the game right now, or beads burners, I should say. Hades' Fear has been one of the most slept on abilities throughout all time. Smite 1 and I'll say Smite 2 now as well. Fenrir's Ragnarok gets additional value with everybody having beads and it being the longest CC in the game. It just means when you do finally burn through some of these beads, Fenrir guarantees that kill, especially throughout the early. So you really don't want to deal with that. We've seen so often the team with Fenrir find those really early game leads.
The Odin taken away. Loki picked up from Cowabunga. I'm curious if this will be a Zeus or if they're going to risk. If Cowabunga will say, hey, let's take that chance of letting Let's Have Fun get the Zeus, and they go somewhere else. They go with the Kernanos. So now is it a Zeus insta-lock? And what can you grab around it? Because you could also grab the Ymir. That has been a notable counter to the Zeus play of being able to run at him. So there's a lot on the table to have here, but for Let's Have Fun, looks like Bacchus is actually the interest. See, that makes a lot of sense to me. Because what we've seen with Bacchus is the undervalued hybrid build that you were talking about, but the Ymir locked in with it. So if we're going with the Zeus overall, myth.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very tanky composition in the top 3 for Let's Have Fun. This is run it down all the way across the board. I mean, I couldn't tell you exactly who I would want to be playing with this composition. I've seen a lot of, I mean, maybe too much as well. Anubis from Snoopy, he's really been liking that pick. Typhon's Fang having 40% lifesteal on it just feels like Anubis hits his stride really, really early on. What is really standing out to me, though, is the absence of Neith. And maybe I'm a broken record, and maybe my feel on the pulse of the community isn't quite correct, but it just feels like that god has been winning the entirety of the day, has been one of the highest performers on the day as well. So a bit of value left on the table.
I loved the ultimate just World Weaver blaster build that we saw earlier. Grabbing that World Stone, getting 20% off of the ultimate alongside the Soul Devourer, and just being able to blow up anybody and at least half health most targets just to start out a fight. It was really well done and it worked well. So I'm right on board with you for wanting more Neith, but Cowabunga definitely taking their time, making sure they grab that perfect selection. But is there really a perfect selection? It's more about, in my brain, with the limited god pool, controlling it, and they want to control the Zeus.
Yeah, but the Zeus is in an awkward spot. In the late game, Zeus is great at just dropping ultimate on his own feet and saying, look, you're probably going to knock me out, but I'm going to take 2 people with me, or potentially even more with that persistent damage on field. But looking at the composition already established for Let's Have Fun, I'm seeing Bacchus leap into Ymir wall right behind you. You have to use whatever version of Phantom that you elect to, and then Odin Cage is right there. The dive potential, the stick potential for Let's Have Fun already is very scary. And Zeus, although relatively mobile thanks to the movement speed in his kit, not exactly a safe pick.
And it begs the big question of who's going where for Cowabunga. Are we looking at Zeus mid, Soul, ADC, Kernos jungle? Is the Loki going solo? What's that last pick going to round out? An Athena could make a lot of sense because it seems like they're lacking a severe amount of initiation. But then what's your solo lane situation? Let's Have Fun. Currently with 2 picks up, they can control a lot of that too. I mean, it'd be gutsy to go another tanky front line, but it could control a lot of the draft, and that's just what they do. They lock in the chalk. Cowabunga's running out of options.
I mean, Let's Have Fun, living up to the name, I
world is
suppose.
no bigger
And
to
do
me.
find the Neith to round out that draft. It is a king protection composition, but not the same way we used to say it. Usually when you say king protection comp, it's like 3 frontliners and one of them's a Geb, or one of them's a Kepri. But here in Smite 2, that's not exactly an option, so it's just 4 incredibly tanky Stonewall frontliners. Good luck getting past me, with the Neith just raining fire from as far away as possible. I like the composition. I think it could potentially work out, especially if you're running like 4 mushrooms to make sure that Neith is alive when she gets dove onto, or maybe some of the purification items that are available as well. There's a lot of ways for these tanks to go all in on utility. And as you said, denying some initiation from Cowabunga, pretty decent. I really think the only way they can round out their draft now is with that Athena.
You've pretty much run out of options. And for Let's Have Fun, you have now set yourself up to dictate the course of everything in this game, in my brain. Because this Neith, we've seen how much damage Neith is able to do. You're doing it early, you're going to do it mid, and then late game, you can blow up anybody. The damage from Ymir, Bacchus, even in the hybrid builds, has been immense, and that's without mentioning Odin and Chalk. It's just offered such a control of the map for me. The only thing that I am a little bit worried about is the objective situation and how those fights will play out for Let's Have Fun, having gone this, as you mentioned, the protect the king, the guard dogs for Neath composition.
I think their objective burn potential is decent. It's not great, but it's decent. Any team composition that has Odin on it, with Gungnir's Might giving as much attack speed as it does, Ymir's passive allowing him to make pretty decent use of his auto attacks. If you elect to go for a strength scaling Chalk, he actually does pretty decent auto attack damage as well. And I'm always going to assume, until proven otherwise, that Neath is going to be a full nuke style pick. So I'm assuming that's going to be a mage. So confirmation. Neither here nor there. Cowabunga's got a good deal of burst potential as well with their side, but as far as actually knocking down neutral objectives, I could see Let's Have Fun having a pretty decent go of it. It's once we start getting towards those permanent objectives that I think they're going to struggle a bit more, actually dealing with some of those towers, especially with all the damage output and space control that Cowabunga's composition has, could really make it difficult.
Full tank, full we dare you to walk at us versus full damage, full blow you up. That is as much of a contrast as we've seen today. We've been begging for comps like this all day long. It feels like the go against the grain, try something new and figure it out. And this is one of the first times today where I've truly looked across the board and had a hard time guessing and figuring out who's actually going where, because the options feel limitless.
Yeah, I'll get ahead of it for you. Bacchus jungle, Chalk's going somewhere. Odin's going to be there with him, so duo lane, Ymir solo, Neath mid.
You cooked.
Got it. The other one's easy, right? I mean, the other one's obvious. I mean, you got it. You got Cowabunga.
Totally. I'm going to go Loki solo. I'm going to say Anubis support be the different one here. I'll go Kern jungle, Zeus ADC soul mid.
Zeus ADC soul mid. It says CERN jungle.
I'm going with CERN jungle.
Okay. I can get
feeling
behind that. I can get behind that. I do think it's Loki jungle, personally. But
I'm kind of
else...
on board. I've got my dream composition ahead. I'm not saying it's guaranteed that's how they're walking on the battlefield. I'm saying that's what would be the most fun to me to see, and the most out there too, and potentially throw off. Let's have fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking everybody's thrown up already. Just looking at
yeah, as thrown off as you can get.
It's so weird. All my Smite knowledge, meager as it is, leads me to believe, and I'll pull the veil back completely. Coming into this set, I had Cowabunga 2-0. I just don't see this Cowabunga draft, unless they out-mechanic Let's Have Fun in every lane from minute 0, I just can't see it forming up into a cohesive unit. Who's keeping the Zeus alive? Who's the Loki even trying to dive? It's got to be the Neath, but she's always going to have a pocket tank. It just looks tough.
Meager since eager. That's what they call a myth. Let's head into game number 1 between Let's Have Fun and Cowabunga and see where things go. But first, we got to stop and say hello to the crab. Good old Doug, the crab, and the cam in the sky. Anthony and Myth with you for game 1 of the grand finals. Best of 3 between Let's Have Fun and Cowabunga.
And maybe a bit of an invade here as well. Bacchus leading that charge, but with nobody near him, I think it's just a scouting mission there for Cherio. Instead, will back himself up. Just wanted to get a ward out, get some vision on who exactly it is he's playing against. Already, I was wrong on my allocation of Let's Have Fun's draft. Looks like we will be looking at a Cyclone Spin Neath with Cherio holding it down in the duo lane. That leaves Chalk in mid. But we got the jungle and the solo lineup correct. Hopefully. They could always make a last-second swap, but Deadly Guppy has been playing solo for them throughout the day, and it seems like that's going to be the continued case.
I cooked with the Anubis support, and honestly, that's all I care about.
No, you nailed it. I would have never got there in 100 years.
I guess that's what I'm here for, is to figure out the Anubis supports among the rest. That's where my expertise lie. But the laning phase, Myth. What are we looking at? Because a lot of these matchups, I mean, not traditional doesn't begin to describe it, especially on the duo side where Bacchus is already looking to get aggressive on Anubis. So how can we try to make some sense of this?
For the first, 2 item slots, you'd expect Let's Have Fun to at least have pressure in mid. Zeus takes a while until he's comfortable clearing out those waves. Duo lane, pressure probably belongs to Cowabunga, but kill pressure, I would assume, goes to Let's Have Fun. Their ability to PvP is just a bit higher thanks to having a standard initiator in that lane, but if Cowabunga so chooses, they can just clear out those waves ad nauseum without even really exposing themselves to danger. Solo lane, on the other hand, I think probably one of the most interesting lane matchups, just because junglers will have the potential to get involved, and anytime I'm playing jungle, I see a Ymir, that's generally my target. It's pretty easy to shut down that god early on.
Close call there, speaking of which. It looked like Let's Have Fun. We're trying to make some kind of play onto Sot to really keep that soul down, keep the soul from getting online quickly. The few times we've seen soul really pop off today, it's always been souls that are getting ahead and becoming a problem. So probably a good call from Let's Have Fun to focus that out. The rest of the lane so far, though, a bit less action-packed. That pre-2-minute mark so far today has not been too out of control. A few times we've knocked on the door, but never really full-on bloodbath prior 2 minutes.
No, it's really difficult, especially with everybody having beads early on, and you just don't have access to your entire kit. So even if you are a heavy CC team, you don't have all your CC. Makes it really, really hard to find those early kills. Paul won't die. He's Paul. He's Paul.
He's Paul. Gets away. Almost a bad situation, too, for the Chuck. Snoopy was ready to dive all the way past that tier 1. You see how low Sam got on that Odin. Panatom lurked just in case somebody stuck around, and it sets up a decent pathing towards those back camps as well for Let's Have Fun for Cowabunga to steal away, but Panatom will run into that Odin eventually from it.
Peels away the one back camp and immediately disengages, so...
Smart.
Good farm there from Panatom, picking his opportunities. Does slow down his own farm a bit, but that seems to be the case. When we see these really high-level junglers, it feels like they just trade roles. They switch sides of the map, trying to deny as much as possible. Beats force, but he should be fine.
Another escape. Will it be the same case for? Yes, it will. Another close call, though. And seemingly, we talked about the lack of bloodbath, but the willingness to fight is starting to show up. You pass that 3-minute mark, and that seems to be the cue. Sam getting deep into that Cowabunga jungle, and they're aware and making a play at it. That's going to be 3 around Sam, just looking for a way out at this point, but the only way out might just be a good old Graycation. Panatom on the rundown, but Yarkor will be the one to grab first blood.
That's such a feels bad for Cyclone Spin on the other side. Just watching him, watching his ADC rotate back towards lane, except he gets a first blood bounty just for free. Doesn't even have to really work all that hard for it. Good cut off from Yarkor, but Sam was dead regardless. The Loki is just so much faster than Odin. He was out of resources, so it would have been dead no matter what. Snoopy, in a similar situation, goes back in.
Looking for the kill on Paul, who was fairly healthy. Does find some damage on the way out. Just limit testing on that chalk mid. I mean, if you're going to go chalk mid, you can try to make plays like that. As long as you're able to disengage and keep the health up, seemingly more than worth. They got Paul the back, and Snoopy was not in as much of a risk as I initially thought, looking over at the health bars.
Maybe we'd see Paul just immediately turn and start auto-attacking with the damage output from Snoopy. Enough to keep him at bay, and I believe he even popped an HP pot alongside his 3, so had a lot of sustain rolling his way. I believe this might be the first time we have legitimately seen a physical chalk today, at least the first time I've got to cast one, so be excited. See what that damage curve looks like. You'd think around second item, so when that axe toss is really going to start applying some of that poke, but if you're playing that poke style, you'd think maybe some of the magical items a little bit better. We'll have to see as this game develops. This does mean that he's going to get a little bit less healing overall from that third ability unless he starts moving in towards some of those more intelligence-focused items. But, seems to me, with how he's been playing, it's all about dealing damage, and this is the way to do it.
Definitely worth noting that Panatom did pick up a kill on that Loki. So even more golden pocket for the Loki, who we have seen Loki perform really well today a couple of times. There has certainly been instances where Loki has not really been able to get the cogs turning, so to speak, start performing at too high of a level, kind of gets caught out. But there's been exceptions earlier on today. Baron Airy performed out of control on that Loki, and a lot of it was due to not being afraid to really try to utilize the reset on Vanish and get more invis to be able to position aggressively as opposed to using it defensively.
Yeah, the best Lokis are always willing to trade themselves for their targets. Haven't seen the need just yet for Panatom to get that active on map. Has done a great job keeping Sanford Soccer in particular behind here. Still sitting at level 4 on that Odin. Just simply not ideal. Need that cage. That's the impact you bring to the map. That's why you picked this character. Lagging this far behind, 2 levels so early on, he's just struggling to find any farm.
Could be in trouble in mid as well. This run into Panatom. Has backup in the form of Snoopy, who goes in aggressive onto that Loki. With Paul waiting in the wings. Wisely not trying to overcommit. Tower in the soul lane goes the way of Sot as well. So the gold lead now, coming up in 7 minutes, is already getting pretty decent. 3K for Cowabunga. Not the biggest we've seen today, but in a game of this caliber, it's definitely worth taking of note.
Yeah, it's a matchup for the Smite historians over in the Soul lane. Those of you who have been keeping track of Smite throughout time know that some of the most significant lane bullies in the Soul lane that come to mind, Game Hunter in the very earliest seasons, Omega kind of took up that mantle for a little while, Kiki So Cheeky counts himself amongst those, but in the modern day, it's SOT. And this is Kiki, by the way. Deadly Guppy is going to be Kiki, Alice Soul lane, so his willingness to just take fights, even if it isn't recommended, has always been there. And he's certainly not the type of player that's going to back down to SOT, I think. There is potential for sparks to fly continuously in that lane. Fortunately for Kiki, SOT haven't taken the tower so early, means that he can essentially freeze that wave at his tier 2 if he so chooses. But if he does choose, opens the door for exactly this. Cowabunga getting early on the rotation to gold.
Making use of what they can, the freedom that they've gained to get aggressive onto the gold at 7:45. Will it work out? Seems so. So far, no interest in contest from Let's Have Fun, and it will go to Cowabunga free of charge. Not a drop of sweat from that play. And instantly, 3 of Cowabunga head over to that duo lane. They can't find Cyclone Spin, but they certainly will find Cherio. The wrap will seal the deal as Sot picks up a kill over in duo. So cross the map, coast to coast, 2-0 for Sot.
Solar Troll on tour, and doesn't even necessarily need to stay here all that long. He'll make short work of the tier 1 tower, but those teleporters are available. Could decide to head over back towards that soaring if he so chooses. Jump in from Sam for Soccer, drops the cage, but damage isn't there. Cyclone Spin makes the rotation in, but too little too late. Cage broken. Tower barely standing still, and Cowabunga not letting up the pressure.
You mentioned the level leads, and they're really hurting here for Let's Have Fun. It's going to cost Snoopy his life, but an engage from Let's Have Fun just hands Solar Troll a triple kill at the tier 1 tower. It's not even 10 minutes, and Sot's on a rampage.
He refuses to leave. He's still going. Does finally pay the price, but that is hubris that cost him his life.
Aurora just trying to escape from the chaos and enjoy that 7-kill total now for Cowabunga. I giggle because this game feels like it's a speedrun attempt from Cowabunga in certain aspects. The gold is insane, but it's coming from all these towers. They got the tier 1 in solo, now the tier 1 in mid. They arguably got better than a tier 1 in duo. Who cares that it's that one hit when you get now 5 total kills into the pocket of Solar Troll?
Sot is just about unstoppable. With the Frenzy Dagger ready, as long as that relic is available to him, he's going to win every single 1v1 on the map that comes his way. So don't expect any boxing matches up against SOT that are going to go well for whoever decides to make that decision. Otherwise, Paul allowed to free farm that entire time, puts himself in a very good position, starts to stack up some of that power, sitting at around 200, 250 power already in the build. Snoop makes an early rotation towards that duo lane, does get there before Paul, who elects to just hang out in lane and doesn't seem to make any more impact than Paul did in that team fight, considering how quickly he had fallen down. And there's just nothing left on the left side of the map. SOT can go back to soul lane because really, what are you fighting for? Defend a purple buff? I don't even think that concerns Cowabunga, considering how far ahead they are as a team.
Some trouble in mid. The Doug Cam on the way. As soon as we get there, you can see the storm in the sky and the damage finding the way of Snoopy. Will get dropped down by Paul. It's not working out much better for Sam for Soccer. Has to just look to escape, utilizing the shield. And good timing, at least. I mean, at this point, it's looking for some positives for Let's Have Fun to turn around and try to make bigger gains off of it. But again, the pace of this game for Cowabunga feels just unbelievable, the control they have.
No.
Come on, Kiki. Dodge those autos. They're out of
it's
range.
out!
Sot not going to find that one. And Sot took a lot of tower damage. Now it's a Neath ult. Now it's Sam for soccer. Here to try to bring Sot down, but the Disapparate will go off. He comes out. Is there a chance? Death Metal proc.
No way.
Sam gets dropped by Sot. Come at me, I dare you. Sot doesn't need a health bar in this instant. You're not killing that soul.
And he's still alive. Cyclone Spin gave up on that chase. Sot was sub 10% HP round 2. Kiki, do you have it?
The freeze is good. The glacial strike, but still not dead. The Sapperate comes out for Sot. No way. Surely not. There's no way this is going to happen again. Cyclone Spin saves a travesty on the right-hand side of the map.
Oh, Sot is out of control. I mean, there's really no other way to describe it. And even in dying, this is something we had seen in Sot's year 10 career in the SPL. He's putting out so much pressure on map. He's forcing so many rotations. Sure, you shut him down. He was at 6-1. But meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Yarkor is getting to free cast and do whatever he wants. Panatom is stealing away your farm. Paul is still farming up. And Paul's going to be Paul in the late game, no matter what. He's just going to do more damage than anybody expects. So SOT, Justin turning his brain off and walking down the lane, has bought so much space for his team.
Yarkor able to get a dash away, and Aurora shows how to bring down Snoopy. Panatom also taking down Sam for soccer. So just the kills are piling up for Cowabunga with no signs of stopping on the horizon. And careful where you go, Cherio, because Sot is always lurking in that jungle now on the Soul. The amount of space that's been created, it's tough to deal with, and Let's Have Fun are just looking for anywhere to find farm, but it's so hard to do when you've got Cowabunga lurking at seemingly every corner. The shadows are just not safe.
If everybody on Cowabunga is capable of winning a 1v1, and I think that is the state of the game that we're in right now, it makes it nearly impossible for Let's Have Fun to find any breathing room on the map. You can't be left alone in a lane. We can see what's happening on the right-hand side. Kiki's already getting ran down by SOT, and he's, again, forcing a 5-man rotation to his team, and I'm not even sure they're going to be able to save Kiki.
The sirens are being rung to try to bring down this soul. Will it work this time? Surely there's enough bodies over there to throw at Sot. Oh, the ults too! That was payback if I've ever seen it from Let's Have Fun. But that was all committed onto one singular human, Solar Troll.
Fortunately, though, Kiki does make it out alive. Doesn't do great for his farm that it took all of his team to get there. Still 2 levels down on SOT, who has essentially just died 3 times back-to-back. But the most ludicrous aspect of it, the thing that's really starting to grind my gears, is that had there not been utilization of both Cyclone Spin and Snoopy's ultimate, I think Sot might have been good for 2. Maybe just 1, guaranteed 1, but he might have been good for 2.
Oh man, 100% with you on that, Myth. I mean, even with, like you said, the deaths are coming quick. It's starting to allow some room for catch-up potential to be there. I'm just not betting against that soul. Aurora in some trouble. We'll see if there's enough damage around to turn the fight, and so far that is the case. No more Kiki, as Paul will get credit for that one, and credit for Cherio. Cowabunga just seemed to make every fight work somehow, and now Solar Troll is here, coming for the flank, coming for the heads of Let's Have Fun. Paul combines, they drop them all. Deicide.
Double for Paul out of the mid lane. You spent so much time hemming and hawing and considering your options to deal with SOT. You allowed Paul to free farm for 15 minutes. That could just be GG in of itself. This is a team that is comprised of 5 win conditions as far as I'm concerned. Aurora, Panatom, Yarkor, Paul, Solar Troll, all massive threats in their own right. But allowing that much space for a player that has been largely hailed to be one of the best who have ever done it in Smite 1, doing it again on one of his best picks in Smite 2, I mean, it was written on the wall. You had to deal with Paul, you had to deal with Sot, and you couldn't do both. And now Let's Have Fun are suffering the consequences.
I want to go back in time to that tweet of the roster announcement, and Type-I was here.
Historic, really.
It really is. Now 15-50. As we come up in 16 minutes, there's 16 kills for Cowabunga to the 5 of Let's Have Fun. They're going to look for more. Maybe another collapse is imminent. Bacchus is in mid, but the rest of Let's Have Fun are really looking for anything on Panatom. But with the invis, just a bit too much to deal with. And of course, Solar Troll on that Soul. There's so much damage coming through. Close catch there, almost on Yakor, that you just have to pay attention to it. The Neathel out. Let's Have Fun. It's so bad, but they can't chase all that way. They're a bit too slow to begin it.
Oh man, I'm just looking at the builds and getting excited for the fun to be seen. SOT's got tons of sustain now. His damage output's getting ridiculous. Typhon's Fang gonna put in a lot of work for him. Mirrodin means we could be looking at a double detonate world for Paul. Yark, I mean, Yark's essentially got a free ride, but his free ride has been well earned as well. 1, and 8, 9 out of 16 affected. Out of the dual lane, not an easy task. Panatom going undying, top to bottom. They're making it look easy. And these are two of the best teams in the bracket. They're in the finals for a reason. Let's Have Fun and Cowabunga both have made short work of all of their opponents up until this point, but Cowabunga, it seems like they're just not slowing down.
Certainly not in the chase of Cheerio. Panatom gonna hit the ultimate, which will spell the end. That's a killing spree for the Loki and the end of Bacchus. And you know, talking about builds, since you brought it up, looking at Solar Troll, we've seen a lot of different Soul builds today. This one, a hybrid, rocking the crit alongside, going a lot of lifesteal with the Typhons into the Reaper. I love the look. Don't love the situation for Kiki, just attempting to get away. The Deadly Guppy, at the moment, just a Guppy, working on the Deadly, but at least surviving that instance.
Yeah, a bit of a misnomer in Deadly there. Should probably just shorten that one for now, the Ymir. I mean, he got the Ymir treatment, happened in the early game, was able to fight back with the help of the gank, but once left alone with SOT, that's just a matchup that you don't expect to go very well for him. And he was left alone with Sot for a good long while. Sot continuing his onslaught on structures. Seems like he's got a vendetta against anything that has a ballista on it. He's going to knock down another one here in mid. No defense to be had for Let's Have Fun. And no chance they could stop this Phoenix Siege, I don't think. Only thing that stops Cowabunga is themselves, and they will be falling back. Why risk it? You got neutrals to collect.
It's just the patience. It's a bit too much for Let's Have Fun to overcome so far. And Cowabunga are a bit too tough to fight into, for that matter. Gold Fury time with Fire Generator on belt. All the positioning they've gained. It's going to be a risky call to try to contest. Sam gets cut off in doing so. So Gold Fury does go to Cowabunga, free of charge. Maybe they'll find an Odin too. Panatom will lock it down. Gets a stun on 2. Is this enough for follow-up as Aurora shows up and Yarkor not far behind? Maybe so. The rocket jump, not enough. Deadly Guppy goes down, follows suit, and Cowabunga continue to make these team fights look beyond crisp.
Anybody who's having the pleasure of watching the perspective of the pro players here, again, they're streaming on both sides. You can go hear their comms. I just wonder what's going through the mind of Cheerio in a situation like that. Cherry was clearing out the enemy back camp. Just one of them. Couldn't clear both. While his team is getting dove at their Phoenix, essentially. Snoop trying his best to collect whatever farm he can on the map. Needs it desperately. 3 levels down on Paul. Instead, collects himself his fifth death of the game. This one's chalked, man. It's chalked. I'm calling it 99.9 odds for Cowabunga.
Those odds aren't great.
So you're telling me non-zero, huh?
Not a math guy, but those odds don't sound amazing for Let's Have Fun. And it's evident from the kills to the gold to the situation across the map state. You mentioned desperate for farm. The levels for Let's Have Fun were, for a while, looking better than they should have. I remember at one point we were freaking out that Sot was level 13 at the same time as Cyclone. Still not that bad, 15 to 16, but everything else just feels like it's gotten completely out of control for Let's Have Fun, and we saw what happens when you try to find some farm to catch up. You turn into what happened to Snoopy in their most recent death. It's no bueno.
I'm with you and I'm not with you in that we're comparing apples to oranges. When we talk about Cyclone, you talk about Panatom, and it's only a 2-level lead. That's not the worst. Oh, that's gone to 3 now, 18 to the 15. What you got to compare Sot to is his lane opponent. He's 5 levels up on Deadly Guppy. Yeah, I mean, this Ymir is wet paper mache. He's a rusted bronze rod. He's perhaps like a flimsy paper bag with a hole in it. Like he's not gonna have an easy time doing just about anything right now.
Best part about that Fire Giant was it opened up other spots on the map for farm. But when Snoop takes the turret, Paul was waiting. Fire Giant around the battle of Cowabunga once again, and everything is looking like a Cowabunga world that we just have the pleasure of living in and watching for the time being. Everywhere you look, there's a Let's Have Fun member just trying to escape somebody. There's one in mid, there's one in duo, there's about to be one in right. No escape for anybody.
I mean, they're getting sheepdogged, legitimately. Cowabunga could group up and go knock down a bird. Instead, they're chasing kills and corralling Let's Have Fun towards each other. It's truly just a unfortunate circumstance that Let's Have Fun have found themselves in. And that's the diplomatic way to word it. Cowabunga is just having a field day.
Well, 99.9% of a GG go next, but you got to play for the 0.1, at least for the moment. Let's have fun looking for any opportunity to do something, find farm anywhere. Snoopy will not be able to do it. Panatom finds the kill onto the Chalk. And Cowabunga might be looking at a siege here soon.
Would be able to start approaching some of those birds uncontested on the left-hand side as SOT does what he's been doing, and that's just running it down on the right. This time around, barrel stuff damage doing a Ymir ult, and just walks out. He's standing still. He's role-playing a turret.
And it's working somehow, some way. The damage is just too much for Let's Have Fun to contest with. And the turret gonna look to take down the Phoenix, so with Panatom in there as well and a lack of minions. It's tougher for Cowabunga on this right-hand side, but hey, duo lane already gone. Mid Phoenix follows suit just now. Cowabunga have one more half-health Phoenix left to go through that Sot has no fear of. Uses to separate the tank, and Let's Have Fun can just watch.
All three birds. Respawns there for Let's Have Fun, but I think maybe just gonna give over a little bit of additional stat padding to Cowabunga. Lots of gold in pocket for each individual member, having knocked down, I believe, one tier 2 and all 3 Phoenixes since the last time any of them have backed. Could just go ahead, reset, maybe they want to back up, collect Gold Fury before they do that and get all the farm on map on the way out. I feel like I'm in a 2014 machinima montage right now, legitimately. I'm waiting for the Linkin Park to kick in. Like, this is so utterly disgusting how this matchup has gone. I mean, my early predictions for Game 2, because I'm struggling to come up with lucid talking points to continue Game 1 here. I gotta think carries maybe get drafted a little bit sooner. That's really just gotta be the case. The Quadra frontline composition, I had seen rumblings on Reddit that maybe the frontliners were OP right now in the current state of Smite 2. Could have fooled me. Cowabunga is making their draft look like just the standard go-to.
You know, interestingly, with that tank front, a lot of talk about the item Kin's Blade today. For Cowabunga, there's just the one. Sot hasn't even needed it to blow up. Does have a fair bit of penetration online, but just it speaks to the situation of the game that you could have the Quadra front line and Cowabunga could just shred through it. I believe earlier you mentioned the wet paper bag with the hole in it.
Yep.
Dire straits.
Is not looking good. And that is the extent of the analysis that I can afford you.
I mean, the second juke was good there from Cherio.
I mean, he certainly dodged some auto attacks,
Yeah.
right? If this were an even game, that might have been a fight, you know? But it isn't, and it wasn't, and so I can't talk about it. Instead, Cowabunga, I mean, suffering from success, they've only got one thing left to collect on the map. Every camp is down. Every neutral is down. Every tower and Phoenix are gone. All you can do is go forward. Group up. They might be able to, with just the composition that they have, walk into the Titan room, drop all of their ultimates. With all these carries, that might just be enough.
And it looks like they're interested. Let's Have Fun just looking for a disengage, but they're having a hard time even doing that. Ultimates do come out, just not quite at the same time, but Paul able to take out Deadly Guppy for the unstoppable. Cherio is handled too, and most importantly, that Titan is gone. Cowabunga take game 1 with authority.
Let's talk about where it started to go bad while the little crab gets down. It really comes down to the first solo kill Sot got up against Ymir into the immediate rotation He solos him, takes the tier 1 tower, goes back to base, rotates to duo lane, and gets a triple kill. From there, all the while, Paul pushed down the mid tier 1 tower, and nobody was able to stop the push on the left-hand side. The tier 1 survives with maybe 5% HP. Had that perfect storm not occurred, up until that point, it was a dead even game. Right after that, it was a 5,000 gold diff, and that early on 5,000 gold tends to grow, and that's exactly what it did.
It's tough. That was a tough watch, but thankfully, up to this point, best of ones, you would have been done. This is the best of 3 for the grand finals. You wipe it off, you shrug it off, you move forward. That's all you can do. If you're let's have fun, you try to have fun in the next game because that's what you can do to turn it around. Myth did talk about the idea of drafting a lot of those carries towards the front and not going for the quadra tank composition, trying to face tank everything. But when we come back from break, we'll see if that's the case or if they take a different approach. Don't go anywhere. More grand finals on the horizon. Hey, welcome back. I missed you. Hope you missed us. We got more grand finals on the horizon. Anthony Malm, Mifflin by my side, and a wild, is that a fair description? Unexpected game number one, where Cowabunga just looked like otherworldly demons.
Yeah, I mean, often we've seen SPL teams knock up against other SOC teams or SEC teams, and you see that disparity. I would argue these are two SPL teams, and one didn't look like it in that first matchup. I think you could chalk it up to a bit of a draft diff. I think that maybe has to be the case for Let's Have Fun. Because if you say it was play on field, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, then how do we fix that? You know, I think a lot of that can come down to unorthodox compositions and not truly understanding the matchups.
It was a really hard game to get a read on because at first it definitely seemed like it was just Sot's world, and it was for the majority of the game. The soul went otherworldly. But Paul and the Zeus performed that mid-game area, took it over, was blowing people up left and right the later that we got. It just seemed like it was a passing of the torch at every different stage of the game. It seemed like every time that Let's Have Fun turned a corner, out of the shadows came a member of Cowabunga ready to just do all the damage you could imagine to the tankiest comp that we've seen today, arguably. And there was no answer because of the starving of farm. And it all goes back to, of course, the picks and bans, where Let's Have Fun decided to commit to the Quadra tank composition that we were both a little iffy about. You called for more carries early. Do you think they have that in their mind? Or do you think we're running the risk of seeing them running that back and saying, that's not why it didn't work, and maybe just banning the Soul or the Zeus?
Banning the Soul, I think, is a great start. The Zeus is really good as well, but the Zeus works because of what the Soul does. Lays the groundwork by essentially acting as a lightning rod for all the aggression on the map. We didn't see Paul pop off until Sot had forced 3 separate 4-man rotations to his lane. And then he gets the double-double in mid, and of course, that just looks really good. But if you're allowed to put Sot on something that isn't going to jam the deadly guppy's face into the ground for 20 uninterrupted minutes, then maybe you could dedicate a little bit more of your time towards actually dealing with Paul. And dealing with Paul should be theoretically easier when he's playing a less mobile pick like the Zeus, like the Anubis, something like that. So if you can restrict Paul towards something that is a bit more diveable, I think that would be a good place to start. So long story short, I spent a full 3 minutes answering a question about Soul to loop it back to say, yeah, you could probably just ban them.
Well, let's see if they do. Let's get into picks and bans for game number 2, and look where those priorities lie. Cowabunga will have first pick with the match point on the line. And let's have fun. They've got to figure out something. A Loki ban coming out from Cowabunga. Didn't want to try to risk grabbing it for themselves. They had something else in mind. Let's have fun. Go with the Zeus over the Soul. So Cowabunga, Solar Troll, if they've got the option.
Surely they're just picking Soul in this slot. That's got to be it. I just can't imagine a bad matchup for Soul. I don't know what you would be saying. Well, don't give me the Soul. I'm worried about blank. The only other pick I can imagine in the slot would be exactly that, the Fenrir, just because of how powerful Ragnarok is, how much of a massive threat he is, especially from levels 5 to like levels 10. The defense curve for tanks in Smite 2 seems like, to me personally, and this is anecdotal again, first item, you're not tanky. Second item, maybe you're a little bit tanky, but not really. Third item, you're unkillable if you go full defense. It just takes a little while to get to that third item, and Fenrir is going to be abusing you all the while.
Let's have fun up, and they grab the CERN back. I was wondering if they might grab the Soul, and if maybe that was what Cowabunga's plan could be. So they do grab the Soul. And I'm sitting here wondering, was that the idea of grabbing the Fenrir first? Is this part of the Cowabunga game plan for this pick? Because if you're banning the Loki and you're not going to commit the first picking the Soul, it's safe to assume Let's Have Fun would take it away. So is this comp now going to follow and say, okay, we've got the anti-venom for Soul?
Maybe. I mean, you also have just decent potential to draft a standard composition. You don't necessarily need to fall into the 4 carries versus 4 tanks style that we had just seen, and I was concerned about this as well. The Hades getting locked in. Haven't had the most opportunities to see Hades today because he spent the majority of the day in the ban column. That god does immense damage, but I think his primary strength is with a lead, Hades allows you to essentially indefinitely siege Phoenixes. the amount of sustain that he affords his entire team is just ridiculous. And in the game right now, where you're essentially void of dedicated healers, Hades fills that slot while simultaneously being an initiator for your team, a beads burner, and a dedicated damage dealer.
We've seen a lot of call and response with the pick and bans. It's been pretty standard at this point. If Let's Have Fun choose to not go with the Zeus and they choose to go again more traditional, Cowabunga could be set up to run a very scary composition and rock the Zeus alongside the Hades and Odin.
That would be scary. That would likely put you on Odin support, Hades solo, then you could just toss that Zeus back in a mid. And you've got great targets already. If that Anubis is ever caged, he's likely dead to just the Odin Hades dedicated dive combo. But if a Zeus ultimate's right on top of that, you won't have to use nearly as much of the other two.
Oh, Zeus is banned.
Oh, Zeus is banned. Excuse me.
You know,
great call.
To our credit,
Yep.
Zeus has made it through the majority of the day somehow.
Yeah. That's a good. Yeah.
And I was so deep in the idea of potentially seeing Paul run it back. I didn't even check down there. But you know, the Hades Odin still, the options available can still work for me. And notably too, with the Loki ban, the jungle options having that Fenrir, I wonder if that Kern is going right towards that jungle.
Sure hope not. I'm not the biggest proponent.
I was gonna say, well, what's the answer?
Jungle. The answer. Give me a second. I'll come up with one, because it's gonna be anything that isn't that. If On Her was in the game, I'd say that in the jungle.
And Myth, where did Bologna go?
Where did Bologna go? We don't need Bologna. Maybe Ymir jungle. You know I legit. I've talked myself into it. I found it. I found my out. It's Ymir jungle for Let's Have Fun.
Grab a face punch, Ymir. Hope that carries you through. Hope that locks you down. The game 2 to at least make it a competition here for the end. I mean, you said it. They stack up well enough. They simply do. That game 1 feels like it shouldn't have been possible. So it's hard to put too much weight on it, but at the same time, it's undeniable. It's a very complicated spot to be in, and for Cowabunga, with 2 more picks to grab, it really could go anywhere. I kind of hope there's a Bologna to spite you a bit for funsies, of course, but the Ymir is interesting as well.
I mean, the Bologna could work out. It's just, when I think of what makes Bologna jungle work in Smite 1, it's not necessarily there. In Smite 2, the itemization doesn't exactly lend itself. So that would, if Bologna were to be locked in, I think shift up the draft a little bit, and then I'd maybe lean towards something like Anubis in the jungle. I feel like his ganks are just a bit more consistent. Anything that doesn't put the CERN there is something that I'm a bit more happy with. But it'll be a little while. Cowabunga really considering these next 2 picks. I can't say that there's any immediate standouts. The 3-man core that they've selected for themselves essentially leaves them in a position where the last 2 picks are luxury. Bacchus going to give you a little bit more initiation. Bologna going to be there as well. And essentially, Cowabunga saying 4-man frontline composition. We could do that too, just with a slightly different look.
But sassy from Cowabunga, borderline. And the Bologna being grabbed, is that the ADC Bologna that I very much upset you about even bringing it up this morning, and that you have spent most of the day feeling bad for me that I had to witness one?
Oh, it might be. It really might be. Oh, dude, and now I'm seeing the parallels again. Let's Have Fun. I've got the 4 carry composition already, so they could just be running that style. They could trade styles, and if Cowabunga were to potentially win out in a 2-0 here, it would be a bit of a statement win, I'd say. But what I can say about Cowabunga's draft as is that their PvP is very good. Their ability to chase out fights is very good. They've got decent potential to deal with neutral objectives, but siege potential is at an all-time low. If Cowabunga wants to knock down a bird or a tier 2 tower, they're going to have to knock down enemy gods first. They don't have any way to just pepper in damage from a range. The only range pick they have being that Hades, and Hades not exactly going to be the best strength user in the game. Isn't going to go for an auto attack build, means that your ability to actually siege structures is pretty low.
I wrote down siege in all caps to make sure I would, come back and check on that point later, and I messed up the E really bad. Hopefully that's not omens for the siege of Cowabunga. That's the idea of being able to not get it clean enough, because trying to get the Bologna towards the front to do the damage to the structure, I don't see a world where that works cleanly into Let's Have Fun, because you run the risk of having so much dropped on you if you've initiated anything. And if you're turning around to get back out, we've seen so far today, if you abandon a siege, if you drop your key opportunity to make a siege work, it is very hard to get back into the ring with a tower, or mostly a phoenix, and try to make something work out of nothing.
Especially considering how much persistent damage on field Let's Have Fun has available to them. Talk about working through an Anubis 3, clearing out those waves, or the damage from Soul from long range, or if we see maybe an int scaling CERN, his ability to just pepper in damage with Bramble Blast. There's a lot of long range artillery damage available to Let's Have Fun up against a relatively short range composition from Cowabunga. We talked about Hades, excuse me, having ranged autos, but his kit is not ranged. His furthest reaching ability is a leap, and if you're using that aggressively, it leaves you in a pretty sticky situation. And speaking of ability to freeze game at your own Phoenix, Kuku Khan does the exact same thing.
We have traded places completely. we have got the ready to stand and fight, even more so almost than we saw Let's Have Fun run out in game number 1, versus the epitome of damage coming out from Let's Have Fun. Cowabunga are going to run into so much damage in the late game. The question becomes, can they get to a point, as you were mentioning, first, second items are not making you survive that much. It's those third, fourths. Can you make it to that point without giving up enough of a lead to Let's Have Fun to where you're still relevant?
I mean, the gank potential of Cowabunga is very high. I think that Fenrir is going to be maybe the most major player on the map for the first 6 or 7 levels. If he puts his team in a good position, Cowabunga could start grouping up very early on, go for that pseudo death ball that we had seen from SOT when he knocks down the tier 1 tower in the soul lane in game 1. Says, all right, well, I'm done with this lane now. I'm going to join the rest of my team and play in the duo and pressure that, or pressure Gold Fury, and essentially become a secondary jungler. If we see Fenrir put any of his allies in a position to do that, I'm seeing 4 or 5 squishy targets on the side of Let's Have Fun that would really suffer against the dive potential of just being outnumbered. And there's also the looming threat of Soul was acting as a lightning rod for aggression to allow space for a Zeus to get farmed up, for a Zeus to become that late game hyper carry. I don't have the same faith in a Kuku Khan to do the exact same thing. And that's not to say that Kuku Khan can't be that hyper carry, but it's so contingent on landing Spear of the 9 Winds. It's so contingent on finding that massive ultimate that it is a little bit more difficult to execute on. Whereas, and not to say that Paul's job was easy, Paul needed to land an auto attack and then a tick of his ultimate, and then essentially people were dying. And it's a massive circle, and auto attacks, you've got plenty of practice aiming those.
Be watching a lot for the Fenrir on the ganks, as you mentioned, seeing how the Ragnarok is utilized, if it's enough to constantly keep Let's Have Fun behind, because of course, as I'm mentioning, if Cowabunga fall behind and are unable to really survive any of the damage from Let's Have Fun, it's a nightmare. Conversely, Myth, and you touched on this, if Cowabunga can find themselves ahead, utilizing that early pressure from Fenrir on those ganks that you talked about, Let's Have Fun are just not going to be able to function as a team, because they're not going to be able to return any damage when those ganks happen, because they're going to be too far behind, and if that third and fourth item slot have hit, whereas Let's Have Fun are struggling to finish seconds, get into third items, there's just no damage to bring down those health bars.
We could wax poetic about hypotheticals on who's going to win the early game legitimately all day. Let's Have Fun very well could find themselves in a similar position where the Soul just jams a tower at the 5-minute mark and then jams another one, and the whole team's all of a sudden benefiting from a 2,000 gold lead come 6 minutes. But I think we have to talk about ease of execution on composition, and if we're going to compare it apples to apples, game 1, the 4 carry composition that we saw from Cowabunga, I think executed a little bit more easily, whereas Let's Have Fun, so much of it rides on all of them being on the same page and making sure that key players can stay alive. If you can't keep Snoop alive in the back line, if Cyclone Spin isn't putting out infinite pressure, if Cherry isn't playing the best game of Neat support that you've ever seen, it could really be tough.
Well, we're in game now, Anthony, Myth, and Doug, once again. Grand Finals, game number 2. There's a lot of ways this could go. We've got our what to watch fors, we've got our who to look out fors, but ultimately it's got to hit a tipping point. In Smite 1, a lot of this early time is looking at relics, what's going to utilize where. This game, we've got the beads. Smite 2, it's beads, baby, across the board. And in those early fights, we saw a lot of it being utilized. We saw a lot of wards being put down early, especially from Cowabunga trying to control the vision around the map. If that's the play again, and there is those early fights again, Myth, we talked a lot about the hypotheticals of early. Just bar none, you know, call what it is. In those fights, who's got the advantage?
Man, I don't know. I gotta give advantage to Cowabunga, but that might just be recency bias. It's so hard to say.
It is.
And speak objectively when I had seen what just happened in the previous game. It's also messing with my mental math that my allocation of gods to roles wasn't exactly correct. Instead of seeing SOT on the Hades, which I had thought we would, instead it's Paul playing the Hades. SOT takes the Fenrir, so it's not Fenrir jungle, it's Fenrir solo. Panatom's on the Odin. You did call the Bologna ADC, so dual lane looks about how we would have expected. But I really was expecting to see that Fenrir get active really early on. I had projected that Fenrir would just go to wherever this soul was and make it miserable. But instead, SOT's looking for the 1v1 in lane.
The Fenrir into the Anubis has potential to certainly end up being oppressive. We'll see if that does turn to be the case. This fighting duo feeds early, with no true opportunities for a kill dropped, but of course damage is just a lot to deal with. The bludgeon doesn't proc as much as they may have wanted, so Cowabunga will have to walk away from it. But for a second there, and this was how things got out of control in game one. The fight seems, oh, they're not going to do this, and then it just explodes. And a lot of it had to do with his soul. It almost did it again, but now it turns into a stun, to a backflip. And it continues to be dangerous. It's drawn the attention of the junglers.
Panatom, Sam for soccer, and line up against each other. Not a fight that you think Sam would really be willing to take. Odin's Gungnir's Might in Smite 2 has an interesting mechanic, where if you pop it early, you get the attack speed. Just like you used to in Smite 1. Yarkor, that was so much damage, I wasn't ready!
Again, Soul with the sneaky damage for the first blood for Let's Have Fun. Soul showing to be the key to success, at least early in game number 2, because the damage just comes seemingly out of nowhere.
Is Soul good? I'm thinking that's a solidified yes. Cyclone
Yeah, I'm
spin.
thinking you're on one. I'm thinking you're onto one with that.
Just dominates. I mean, the CC output, land the root, land the slow, land your autos, and you're guaranteed damage. And that's a rinse-repeat combo that Let's Have Fun was running. But I thought, you know, junglers nearby, that would dissuade the aggression. You've got a little bit more safety. That it's not as if they were really low. It's not as if Yarkor was like at 20%. He was sitting like 50, 60% at level 3. That usually gives you a little bit of play. Not this time around. Yark falls down real early. And falling behind a soul, I mean, seems to just leave you in a real bad state.
Not wanting to repeat mistakes. Attention put on the Sot in the soul lane, and they bring down Fenrir. 2 kills for Let's Have Fun, and very early on, but Cowabunga hold on to a gold lead of 200,
Wait, what?
interestingly enough.
Where are they getting that from? You can't just be Camelot Kingsing before anyone's even had time to play this map more than 50 times a piece. That's, this is not normally. Where is the lead? Cyclone spins 4, 3-3 on support, 3-4 actually, favoring Let's Have Fun. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I legitimately could not tell you. Cowabunga, they're just doing something right.
And it's something you have to really lock in on, because if they were able to do so much in game 1 with kills that we didn't pay much attention to the gold at certain points. We obviously looked at the lead, what it meant, how to work around it, but it wasn't their win condition because they had already gotten so far ahead in terms of just pure bloodshed. And if they are able to do both sides of it and make that work, how do you play into that?
You got to meet them somewhere and play either side of it better. That's the only way. At the end of the day, Smite game's decided by the decision-making of the players. Guppy has to be concerned here. I wonder if he had realized that the teleport had come through from Aurora and that he was in so much looming danger. Sought forward. Doesn't connect the stun, so won't be able to burn away the beats this time around. Sott's doing a good job, though. Keeping his head above water. Had fallen down, but hasn't fallen behind. Still sitting at level 6, hit 6 first. Deadly Guppy just catching up on that wave. I don't think Sott's feeling the pressure just yet.
Could be soon. Return gank has come out for Let's Have Fun, looking for Sot, trying to keep the pup down. The Brutalize good to get out of the way. There's the Ragnarok for an escape, but there's not a lot of room to work with. Can Sot find something? Pulls back Sam for Soccer 2. Over to the Fire Giant side, but the Wild Hunt catches Sot on the way out.
And Sot's got no chill, huh? I mean, that's such a scary situation. Just falls prey to the exact same play that Deadly Guppy had just barely avoided. Gets aggressive right after that teleport. Meanwhile, in the dual lane, Aurora putting in a lot of damage against his previous lane ally in Cyclone Spin, but not enough to knock him down.
Kind of have to when you lose your tier 1 tower at 5 minutes 25 seconds. You've got to do some kind of response play to that. You can't allow Let's Have Fun to push you forward that far. That's been one of the signature aspects of Soul in Smite 1 and especially today in Smite 2, is these towers are going away so quickly that it's sort of, it's turning the map into Let's Have Fun's playground the same way it was starting to do for Sod. You can work around that. Sod had that solo lane tower very early on, instantly rotated, put pressure elsewhere. Not as much freedom in duo, Myth, but you still have opened the opportunity.
You have, but the difference is that the gold is not nearly as favored as it was previously. You're not nearly as ahead on Cyclone Spin up against your direct lane opponent, both sitting at level 6 currently. So if we were to see Cyclone Spin try and leverage some of that aggression, some of that map presence that he's opened up, he'd be falling pretty significantly far behind.
Whirlwind catches Paul, but not hidden for chunks quite yet. Did have to sidestep the Spirit of the Nine Winds and have a lot to deal with the Kern, but dashes through, has backup. Paul trying to bring it down. The Odin Cage combined with the pillars, causing some agony for Sam for Soccer.
I mean, that's tough. Sam, that was a coordinated effort to try and knock down Paul there. Just gets spotted out. Paul's game sense way too high. Says, you know, that's a really strange ultimate for Snoop to throw out. Why is he doing that? Why is he trying to stop my back? Someone must be coming from behind, and plays it perfectly. Catches him out, reinitiates it, and makes that Cern look like easy pickings. Sam for Soccer falls down, nearly able to turn things around had he timed the Wild Hunt just a bit sooner to proc onto Hades before Pillars of Agony, but Paul, playing much too quick, was ready for exactly that. Tough stuff, man. What looked like a guaranteed kill turned around.
1-3, but you're tracking gold. It's still Cowabunga. Anubis ultimate trying to track out the big dog, but the Ragnarok's enough to get to safety. So Sot will live to see another day. And Cowabunga's gold lead is expanded up to 500 now.
That's not massive. 500 gold, I think, is a heat check of how well they're keeping control of the map, considering they're 2 kills down, but is enough to say that, you know, we could force something. It's more so, we're not feeling bad just yet.
Cyclone's been gone. Panatom rotates over and just makes short work. That is exactly what you want if you're Cowabunga. That was something we didn't see until much later in the game onto Soul in game number 1, was some control of her. Doing it now, though, for Cowabunga could be massive. We'll see how much they can continue to do that. If Panatom is a frequent visitor to dual lane, but heads right over to mid, hits the stun onto Snoopy, and pushes the Cuckoo back. Whirlwind for safety will work out, though.
Yeah, drop the Whirlwind on your feet. If they leap in, they're taking damage. You give yourself access to the dash to get out if it starts to look a bit worse as well. So I like that play from Snob. What we saw, though, I think is going to be an issue that Cyclone Spin is going to need to develop an answer to. I hadn't realized how much of Cowabunga's damage comes off the back of leaps. If Aurora starts the fight with a knockup, landing into a Bird Bomb, Unchained, Leap Forward from Paul, Ultimate from Yarkor, Chain CC on leaps is going to be a major concern for Soul. So much gap close and lockdown available to each individual member of Cowabunga. Generally, Soul thrives when she can drag the engagement out, say, oh, I'm going into this apparate, you gotta follow me, I'm a little bit faster, oh, now I'm intangible. I don't really get that option if all the damage happens in one spot.
Goes back to that idea of wondering if the Soul pickup for Let's Have Fun was a product of Cowabunga's interest. Neath ultimate goes across to the dual lane to slow out and attempt to bring down Cyclone Spin, but it's not going to do too much, at least for the moment, as Aurora will find that kill onto the Soul in the tower. Not going to do enough to bring Aurora down in response, but there's a lot of action on this duo side at the moment.
I mean, that's tough. Knowing Cyclone Spin, that is a very frustrating situation for him. His team isn't able to find anything else on the map. He's getting dove in his tower. It's not as if he was positioning poorly. Just wasn't allowed to be that far up being in his own structure. And the rotation's so late, and even had the rotation come through, Odin was hiding in the jungle, Panatom cutting off any path that would have been there.
Core for the dash away. The dodge is good. The bludgeon gonna come down, but Sam for Soccer, bit too much damage. And you juke every auto, not every single one. Sam for Soccer with the solo, but is it ever really a true 1v1? Aurora shows up and has the Kern pretty low. Are the cooldowns there? The ultimate about to be back online for Aurora. Would that be enough to block it?
He should
Sam
have it.
just a bit too
Nope.
fast.
I thought leap forward, clip him with the belch. If you connect the stun, an auto attack, maybe all you would have needed to clear out that kill. But no chase there from Aurora. Maybe doesn't like his odds at catching up. Doesn't quite have the cooldowns required. And so, catch and release, and, well, Sam for Soccer finds himself a 1-for-0 trade. Yarkor, utilizing the shield bash to get out of range of Wild Hunt was a clean play, but immediately going into the bludgeon afterwards, sacrificing some of those block stacks. Makes it a little bit difficult to take the boxing match. Jukes were good. Had he avoided even one, maybe two more auto attacks, I think the turnaround potential goes up maybe 15-20%. Like, I think it is very unlikely that we would have seen Sam for Soccer survive. So great auto attacks from him, finally able to close that kill out.
Solace in the bushes for Solar Troll as Neath showed face. Still 3 around. Spinner's got to be careful. Does luckily have the Mummify miss, which could have been at least an engage. And Sot feeling confident. Realize forward. Ragnarok back. Buying time for the backup to arrive. Backup is here, but Sot is dead. But was enough done? Was enough time wasted? That answer is going to be yes so far. They're going to drop. Man, it was all a bait.
That is tough. Sot buys infinite time, ulting in there, burning the beads, gets his team involved, rotates through, 3-for-1 trade, and the tower doesn't even go down. In fact, it's going to go the other way. Paul showing off some of the new mechanics of Hades, by the way. Ult, leap again. I had thought to myself, oh man, he missed the ult in the cage, he didn't line it up right. Maybe it's only going to be one kill. Completely slipped my mind that he could just reposition so easily. Paul, clean stuff from him. And it seems like the solution Cowabunga has elected for going the 4-5-man frontline draft is, what if we just build damage? You know, we don't need to all be tanky. This is Smite 2. You can just build whatever you want. And I'm seeing all damage barring Aurora, who's elected to go a little bit more standard in his itemization. And it doesn't seem to me that Cowabunga is lacking at all in teamfight presence.
Of Cowabunga is something worth mentioning as well. Let's have fun. Pull and erase.
Nice.
The Gold Fury with a nice secure. And they needed it. If I was about to mention too, the gold lead. We talked about it being 500, not a big deal not long ago. It has very much so ballooned since then, hovering but back and forth between 5,000 to 6,000 in recent times. Cowabunga have just locked in on this farm game, and there's not been an answer for that.
No, the Let's Have Fun have just really struggled to maintain presence on map while simultaneously farming their lanes efficiently. It seems like there have been really good rotations from them, but they're always sacrificing something. Like, oh, well, we don't need to clear the back camps on cooldown if we can get the kill. Or maybe we can let a wave go in a tower so long as I can get involved in the dual lane. And all the while, Cowabunga's like, okay, I mean, we've just been farming, and they've never quite fallen behind us.
Full commit onto the Cuckoo to bring down Snoopy, and it's successful. The Pillar of Agony will seal the deal for Cowabunga, but they're not done looking at what they might be able to find and make happen. Sot gonna focus in on Cherio, follow to the tower, the damage real good, and Cherio goes down. Turn your attentions to the no longer there Guppy. Deadly indeed is Cowabunga. The stun hits Sam, and they're gonna keep on dropping them. 4 dead for Let's Have Fun.
If it were any later in the game, it's an immediate fire giant. It's so crazy. Cowabunga essentially turn on a dime and say, hey, we can still play it around SOT. It's not a great matchup in the Anubis, but if he's fighting anybody else, it'll look good. Exactly right. Aurora takes the 1v1. Probably should have. Mushroom
It saved
helps.
him! It saved him from the brink! And Aurora gets away! Mushroom! Buy the mushroom! We've been saying it all day long. Buy the mushroom.
I can't take credit. It's not we, it's you. You've been calling for the mushroom, and you've been right every time, is the thing. That item is just ridiculous. I thought for sure he was just dead to the slow afterwards. Cyclone Spin off the mark with what? 2 auto attacks, and it cost him. The healing from the mushroom, just a bit too much. Aurora, can you imagine what comms sound like with him? Maxwell Jackson giggling in the with the mushroom. I'm mushrooming on him. I guarantee he said it.
Let's have fun. Are grouping up around the fire giant, and there's nobody aware for Cowabunga. Son on the way over has a chance. Too slow.
These are crazy.
Let's have fun. Completely sneak the fire giant, and they're gonna run into Sot. There's 3 there. Dangerous straights, but the Fenrir realizes the same thing and gets at a dodge instantaneously.
Yeah, he thought to himself, well, maybe if I hug the wall, they won't see me, but that bush is not that big. So forced to leap over the wall regardless. Let's see. Gold's around 6K. Let's call it 6K. Fire Giant, traditionally, you like to equate it to 10K. Not sure exactly what that transition would be in Smite 2. I'm thinking let's have fun. Get a second lease on this game.
That's their intro. What else can they make work off the back
Cherry
of it?
is so dead.
That's a lot of blue. There's a lot of blue jerseys lurking
one fire
around
off.
Cherio, and that is as one neat. You know, the really cool thing about Graycation, Smith, is you get to stretch. And, you know, maybe a stretch was needed for Cherio. So pick up for Panatom, but a moment to lean back in the chair for Cherio.
Cherry's going for like this pseudo hybrid build as well. Frenzy Dagger, good auto attacks, but now he's going a little bit towards Int. No tankiness really. So only dedicated tank is Deadly Guppy, a la Soul Lane, and how much frontlining is Anubis going to do. I'm thinking this Fire Giant might not matter. They failed the first step, which was just grouping up as 5.
It's a cerebral removal of every fire giant they can find. Who's next on the chopping block? Who else wants their belt forcibly removed by Cowabunga? Gold Fury will be the main call. And Let's Have Fun are not in a great position to do anything about it. So it should fall down nice and safely. The blue side continuing to grow that gold lead, even in the face of the sneaky fire giant.
Is Fire Giant still on 3, 2 of which technically hunters? You could still siege potentially. Souls making short work of the tier 2 on right.
Nice teleport too.
Should be able to knock that one down. I don't know that he makes it out alive afterward. Or if he
Didn't
knocks
get
it
the
down
last
at all.
auto. Oh no. So the tower
dead.
stands up. And now there's a big commit for the fight from our favorite Odin so far this game. But that damage, not looking so favorite. That cage. Who did that lock you in with? It does stall Cyclone from finding the kill, but now Sot's here, and Sot handles the Cyclone issue and turns attention to Snoopy on the Cuckoo. The jump, the auto, double kill for Sot. Cherio, wrong place, wrong time, my friend. Cowabunga collapse, triple kill for Solo or Troll. 2 games in a row where we've said it in potentially game-turning fights. Another game with a rampage, and Cowabunga sit on 16 kills and a command of this game.
Gotta love that from Samper Soccer. Watches the last of his teammates' Fire Giants wash off and says, look, here's the thing about me. I know when to hold them and when to fold them, and this is a back-to-base situation. Hides in the bush, makes himself scarce, maintains the Fire Giant buff as well as the Blight. All the good it's going to do him. The rest of his team in the grayscale. And another tower goes the way of Cowabunga. They're just catching Let's Have Fun scattered across the map. One team is a roaming death ball. The other team, little pallets on the map like we're playing Pac-Man to be collected.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That's a tough comparison, but the problem is it's accurate for game 1 and now game 2. And it didn't start like this for Let's Have Fun. It was this weird spiral of the things that we even saw working in game 1 for Cowabunga. Let's Have Fun doing a great fire giant call that nobody was aware of, and it fizzled into nothing down to the tier 2 tower being left with a single auto. It feels like an analogy for this entire set so far.
And you know, I'm not going to make any grand sweeping statements about this whole 66-man bracket we've just gone through, but I will say in grand finals, Paul hasn't died yet. My man's goose egg in the death column every game I've had the opportunity to watch him. And, you know, I'm no scientist. I would never, ever, you know, claim to be a doctor. I'm not going to disregard and disparage that profession by making a diagnosis. But I would say, if you want to have a good prognosis for the rest of this set, you might have to kill Paul. Call me crazy. Call me crazy.
A simple enough task in theory. We'll see how it actually plays out. Oh, Deadly Guppy with a deathly gaze that turned deathly for the Anubis. And another pickup for Cowabunga. It's 17 total, and they're just relaxing in the Let's Have Fun jungle. They've got themselves Panatom and Solo holding things down there. Now Sot just dashing forward. No fear. The Ragnarok to find a pick as well. And Cowabunga might just pitch a tent at this Phoenix in dual lane because there's nothing stopping them as Panatom has been holding Cheerio. And Sam just completely hostage over in Solo.
Meanwhile, Phoenix will fall down with minimal defense from Let's Have Fun. Die just before the siege starts proper. And this is what we were talking about earlier. You might not be able to actually siege if the enemies are in the bird, but they're not. Here's the thing, man. Deadly Guppy hasn't revealed himself on the map just yet. Or excuse me, Stanford Soccer hasn't on the left-hand side. But when he meets up with the wave, might just have a rotation coming his way.
Will it be? Is the big question, of course.
Nah, not now. Too many backs.
Too many backs and spread again, Myth. A lot of, I don't want to say weird because it's for farm, but a lack of big grouping from Let's Have Fun to respond.
I don't know if you win this, buddy. Buddy, you don't.
Come on. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yep. That was frightening. I was kind of ready to yell a screenshot for the PvE death, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. Has there been a PvE today? That could have been the first.
Could have been. I haven't seen one just yet. Damn, this Gold Fury is a lot tankier than last time we saw these guys
and
try
while they're doing gold, look at the other side. Cowabunga have started up the fire and almost killed it in the time that Let's Have Fun were dancing with the Gold Fury, and Cowabunga lock in belts around 5.
Yeah. Yeah, zoom in a little bit, Doug. Show off what the new Fire Giant looks like. I think it's so sick. You know, it's like Dark Souls 3, if anyone's ever played that. The embers just infused with your god model. Massive fan of how that looks. It's intimidating.
Look at Panatom showing it off. Perfect timing.
Such an intimidating aura. It's the aura. These guys have aura now.
They've got aura. Vibes and aura is the Cowabunga game plan, and it's working. And Let's Have Fun is just yet to have any type of answer. And Sot jumping in, daring them to try to find one now. And this is the same state we got in last time, where Cowabunga just seemed unkillable and able to one-shot simultaneously. And there is simply no response that Let's Have Fun can do that feels meaningful in this scenario, aside from playing tower defense and hoping somebody makes a mistake.
Tower defense is a good strategy with this composition. This is the first look we're actually going to see. Usually it's a pick beforehand. Haven't quite been able to find that just yet. I say as.
Realize off the mark though, but Darkcore finishes it off. Now Sot jumping into 3. No fear, and leaves with 1. Has backup not nearby. That Spirit of the Night Winds was just for Sot, just to get Solar Troll away from Let's Have Fun, but it costs the mid Phoenix. It opens up a chance for the solo lane Phoenix as well, and they go in. Deadly Guppy is gone. They're falling 1 by 1. They're falling to Paul. The jump from Panatom to secure the deicide, to potentially secure the grand finals, going to Cowabunga. You saw it on Twitter. We all knew it was going to come to a point like this. Can you lock it down? Cheerio, the last line of defense, has Snoopy there. They find 1. Will you hold on? Did they back him off? They do it. There's hope. There's still hope for that upset in my brain that we were talking about. And Cowabunga can't quite seal the deal.
Snoop's on the chase. If he could desync some of these deaths. Oh man, no.
What a good palate cleanser.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Man. Yeah, he's like.
Just when there's a glimmer of hope, it gets just stamped out so quickly for Let's Have Fun.
There can be no true despair without at least a glimmer of hope. That was that's Bane. I'm quoting Bane.
I didn't recognize it without the mask.
There can't be no hope without the spell.
Oh, that's Bane.
Yeah, it's Bane from the
Okay.
Batman's.
Yeah, now it clicked.
This is tough. This is tough. Let's Have Fun have extended the game, and I'm thinking that's the extent of which I'm willing to say that they have done. I'm not sure they're back in it in any meaningful way, but they're certainly still drawing breath. They're breathing.
Breathing is about the best compliment I can think of for Let's Have Fun in this scenario.
I can think of plenty. They're all really nice fellows.
Cyclone Spin's gone. Rampage for Aurora.
Accomplished careers.
Waiting for the pop-up of a death.
Another death boss. Snoop's haircut looks really good. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff going on.
A look at Sot. The Neathult was committed as well, but just no real
just
position
walking in.
for it. Cowabunga seemed to be sick of the situation. Paul, dash in. Cherio again finding himself on the Titan for the defense, but it was too low this time. And once again, the second try was it. Cowabunga, they lock down the North American Finals, and they do it in style to nobody's surprise. It's a sweep. You saw it on Twitter first. You see it on Smite Game now. And Paul, Myth, deathless.
Paul deathless, Aurora somehow deathless. I feel like I saw him at 1/100th HP at least 5 separate times. Panatom's an initiator. Somehow he's going undying as well. Sot stunk it up a bit, but you know, when you're surrounded by greats, I think that's just okay.
Aurora should not have been deathless, but the mushroom is just an amazing item in the game.
No, I mean meditation mushroom, as I'm going to call it,
I love the
Medimush.
mushroom. Medimush.
Going forward,
so
yeah,
good.
that item is crazy. My takeaways from AW2 tournament, Smite tournament, AW2 anime weekend to AWU, is Hades is probably going to get some nerfs by the next time you see him. Soul might get some nerfs as well, and SPL players are still very good.
The Friends League is still making a name for itself. But let's look at the bracket. Let's see how things did end up. Cowabunga, it's 2-0 on paper, and it is 2-0 with authority in game as well. Through the whole bracket, Cowabunga just showed that they were exactly what we anticipated them to be. Ever since the announcement of that roster, it was expected. On the other side of the bracket, Let's Have Fun. Obviously, an incredibly accomplished team. Just could not find a way to make things work in the finals, and their path there also interesting. A big shout out to the teams they went against, Baronary and Hidorino. How can we not mention them and their path through this? This North American bracket was one of twists and turns, but the twists and turns, all the different roads, they led to a Cowabunga victory, Myth.
If memory serves, I'm going to get a bit granular here. Cowabunga was the first team to advance from round of 32. Round of 16, their opponent got forfeit DQ'd. Quarterfinals, that was the fastest quarterfinal as well. And semis was a really close matchup between Let's Have Fun and Vejitos, so they also had the fastest run through semis. And I think we averaged about, what was that, like 28 minutes a game for a 2-0 finals. This was a leisurely stroll for Cowabunga. I don't think there's any other way to describe it.
At one point, we talked about it being a speed run. I said it kind of as a joke because the game was going through quick. That may have been the goal of Cowabunga. There was no delay on Sot's stream. It was watch me live speed run the Alpha Weekend 2 tournament.
He didn't even delay his stream. He's like talking to chat today too. This guy, it was casual for him. He's doing it for fun. This is his hobby. His hobby is being the best. He's smurfing everybody's peak, and it's bothering me.
And it worked, and Cowabunga take the North American Finals. They take home the prize pool. What a day. And as always, a big shout to everyone who made it happen. Doug and the Spectator doing it so great alongside Lewis and everybody for doing a great job. I've been Anthony Malm, Mifflin, Jay McIntrelli earlier. That's going to do it for us today. Smite 2, esports, it happened, it was here, it was great. Be safe and have a great night. See you next time.
Made in Georgia.